about 2 minutes and we're off that. Got it. No. This is warmer than it was yesterday. Pardon me.
For 41, 5 for 61.
4 for 41, 5 for 61.
You're cueing me when I talk, not when we go on to titles.
Yeah, yeah. So
Cue me when it's me to talk.
yeah, so when
So when you go one, I'll talk. Absolutely glorious here at the Kia Oval for day 2 of this compelling and vital county championship match, with top of the table in Division 1 Surrey at home, and they're going up against Nottinghamshire, who are currently second. Now the destiny of the championship title likely, I say likely, to be played out here over the next few days, so lots and lots to look forward to. Day 1, well, it belonged to Surrey and their bowlers. Nottinghamshire, well, they did have some early resistance with McCann and Slater, and then Gus Atkinson and Matt Fischer, with 4 and 5 wickets respectively, took control of the match. Notts, well, they do have an excellent bowling attack themselves, so we've got a big day ahead then for them, and with Surrey resuming here on 43 for 1. And there is nobody better to talk bowling than Dominic Cork. What about the bowlers yesterday? Who are you going to pick out?
Morning, Nick. Yeah, what I'm going to pick out is the two, obviously, England players, really. One, obviously, in Fischer, who played in the West Indies with his 5 wickets. But for me, the pick was Gus Atkinson. I think he got enough balls to challenge the batters. And you know, as when a bowler challenges you on the outside edge, he's always going to put you under pressure. So his 4 for 41 was the pick, and just his consistent line and lengths. I'll go back to yesterday. I think Surrey were a bit short in that first session. How many balls hitting the stumps? Not too many. But then in the second session, I think we saw why they have dominated county cricket for a long time. Fischer was excellent. He's got a lovely wrist, and his ability to swing the ball and the pace of Atkinson, they were just too strong for Notts.
That was yesterday. What about today? Because we've got 2 excellent, relatively new ball bowlers with a relatively new ball. How are they going to go?
Yeah, it's whether they go with Tong early on with the new ball. He hasn't taken the new ball this season, and I know obviously we're into the 17th over when the guys just come out now, but I would go Tong and Pennington from this end of Vauxhall Lane end, and obviously Tong from the Pavilion end. It's about just being patient, and I think that's one thing I thought Notts weren't yesterday. They were striving for wickets because of the fact that 231, they think they need to try and get a lead. So it's a little bit more consistency in line and length. Wait for that lacquer to come off, what we talk about in this Duke's ball, and try and get a little bit of swing, because that surface will keep doing enough.
Well, going on that surface, we've been out there, everyone's just pouring over the wicket. Groundsman's been rolling it yet again. There's a few dents, aren't there? I think he calls them bruises.
Bruises, yes.
Is that going to play out today?
When I told him that you said that there was a few dents in there, he would like you to go around.
Put me under the
yeah,
ball.
he wants you to go around and have a word with Lee.
He's a lot bigger than me.
He's up here, Lee, so you're in big trouble. But yeah, he talks about the bruises. Surrey have had a heavy roller on this morning, so that's the last time they'll use that in this game. And you see it after that, it just looks better. You look at stats and runs per wicket. Day 4 is the best. this is the better day. Day 3 is a bit of a lull, so Surrey will be looking to go past Notts 2-3-1. But I just think with that live grass, how many times have we been here and we've seen live grass over our career? It never happened. He's changed the surfaces here. So I think if you just challenge the batters, just put it in that area where they're not sure what they can do, you'll get success. So stay in and be patient if you're not. And if it's the Surrey, which all the fans are turning up now, they just want to see them rack up 400.
And take your slip catches if they come,
Yeah.
because he's just had a little practice.
No
and
good.
he dropped 2 out of 3.
That's not bad though.
I know, but you
54 years old, I'd take that.
but you've
33%.
got-
Didn't
you've got-
Bob Willis call Graham Thorpe Mr. 33%? Absolutely. So I'm there, Bobby. You're looking down
Hey,
on me.
you better get up there as well.
Oh, gotta go.
Because you're first on with Adams.
Do I go now
Yeah,
or-
go now.
Right.
Off you, Todd. Okay, so we are just about ready to get going here. 43 for 1, Surrey. Then Dom Sibley out right at the end of play yesterday, just a little feather behind. So a big day for both sides. Looks like it's going to be Dylan Pennington to get things going. So 43 for 1. Let's get upstairs. Corky, you need to go now because Athers is waiting for you. Over to you, Athers.
Well, it's a gorgeous morning at the Oval. Much warmer than it was yesterday. It was cool and blustery, but the sun is shining. Just a gentle breeze this morning, so conditions much more pleasant for players and spectators. There's a good smattering in for this highly important clash at the top of the table. Surrey stretching their lead to 4 points yesterday by dint of taking full bowling bonus points. Notts, of course, didn't pick up any yesterday, but we're looking to take wickets today and close that gap if they can. Bowlers, Dylan Pennington, Brett Hutton, Josh Tong, Lyndon James, and then a bit of Liam Patterson White. It'll be their responsibility to do that, and Pennington has got first dibs this morning. He was the wicket taker late last evening. Dom Sibley, the 1 wicket to go in the 16 overs that we saw late last evening. So Tom Laws, the night watchman, came in right at the end of play. Rory Burns beginning the day on 19. Couple of slips, bit of cover leg side because Pennington's stock ball is to swing it into the left-hander. Those who've been out onto the pitch say that it dented quite considerably yesterday. It was a bit damp. It's had another roll and a cut, and it looks far less green than it did yesterday, but those indentations will still be there. And the odd ball late last evening kept really low, particularly from the end that Pennington is bowling from now. Dominic Cork has rushed up the stairs, a bit out of puff, old
Yes,
boy.
Absolutely.
There is some swing there for Pennington, albeit starting wide and going wider. Are you okay?
All good. And I did go out to see Lee, the groundsman, and he talked about the players are saying that there's a few little indentations, and he just says they're a little bit bruised. That's all it's done. So that heavy roller, which is the last that Surrey can use in this game, will just get rid of that. And he hopes then it will just settle down, and they've just got to get through that period where the ball just starts to swing, which is round about now.
Yeah, Pennington needs to just start it a little straighter and get the right-handed Laws playing at the ball. Who's going to come from the other end, do you think? Brett Hutton or Josh Tong?
Tong doesn't like to take that new ball straight away, but obviously it's we're into the 17th over now. I would definitely go Tong now. Hold Hutton, maybe bring Hutton this end, Dillington a few, and then swap him round.
Better line. Laws in behind it.
But you've played a lot of Test cricket here and a lot of county cricket here. You can just see how much these wickets have changed here. very much straw-coloured through our period, and now they've completely changed.
They used to be white and hard. And they start, well, the Surrey way in the last 3 or 4 years, with all their success, has been to play on slightly greener pitches at the start and back a strong seam attack.
I think we turned up once for a test match against Sri Lanka on the Tuesday when it looked very green, but unfortunately, Michael, on the Thursday wasn't as green.
Well, that was tailor-made for Morley, although I remember all of us being absolutely gobsmacked when Ranatunga won the toss and bowled first.
Yeah.
It proved to be a masterstroke because it gave Morley a long rest in between bowling stints, really.
What did he get, 15 in the game, was it, I think? 16.
16.
Wow. I think he got me twice. Did he get you?
Well, funnily enough, that was a game I missed. It was the first game I'd missed for a long time with a back injury.
John Crawley, I think, did he get runs? Did he get 100?
He did, he got 100.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like it will be Tong from the pavilion end. Round the wicket, how he bowls so excellently at left-handers. Came back into England's test team, started the series against India, came back into the team at the end. He was a bit wayward, wasn't he? Looked like he was short of bowling, but got better through that game. But he's got the kind of action that it's an unusual action because he comes so far beyond the perpendicular. Not everything's in straight lines, so if it's a little bit out of sync,
yeah, you're right about arms. It is pivotal for a bowler to make sure that the arms are in it as much of a stable position as you can do when you're in that coil and going back. When they're all over the place, sometimes only slightly you've got to be out, and that's when you lose your radar.
well, you think that Notts have got to take some wickets this morning. What they can't afford to do is to give away a 100-run lead or something on first innings if the pitch is a bit pitted and dented. There'll be enough in it for the bowlers throughout the game, so they've got to try and stay in the game on first innings, which means 4 or 5 wickets, you'd have thought, this morning to keep them in the game.
Patience, that's what Peter Moore's told me down there. They just need to just be a bit more patient. Don't go looking for wickets. It's the end of Sibley last night. A ball he just tried to leave. You just see he's trying to leave it, but just gets a bottom edge.
Run it off the face. Deeply frustrating when that happens. It's just because you're not quite sharp enough with your decision making. You've got to make that decision whether to play or leave very quickly. It's actually so wide he could have cut it, but he gets a long way across his stumps, Dom Sibley, so it takes out the cut shot a little bit. Wonder if Ollie Stone's gone up the motorway to Old Trafford to play for Middlesex.
He was here this morning.
Oh, was he still here this morning?
Yeah, he's still here this morning.
That's a no then.
Well, unless they're going to just name him and put him on the train.
You'd have thought if he's going to play, he'd have gone up last night. Good from Tong, albeit too short to find the edge. 45 for 1. Warmer than yesterday when you were down?
Definitely warmer running up as well. Yeah. And there seems to be a few more people that have come in, maybe because they're sensing this could be a batting day for Surrey. Maybe it'll build up as the next couple of days leading into that final day, depending on where they sit. They're getting close to victory. I'm sure they'll come in.
Yeah, one of the good things about, I mean, there's a lot of bad things about the schedule at the moment, but one of the good things about the run of championship games at the start of the season is that they all start Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the main days, so you get a good turnout on Friday, especially for the last session after work, and then obviously the weekend, and people get into a routine and a habit of coming. Whereas this one obviously is a Monday start, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, not as easy for people at work to come in. It's a lively bouncer from Pennington, just going over Lawes' left shoulder.
I think one thing Notts have got to not do is search for wickets too much. I think Peter Moores is spot on, trying to be patient.
Hamid at mid-off.
And hence probably what they'll do, they'll give Pennington maybe 3 or 4 from this end and then switch to Brett Hutton.
Yeah.
And then maybe Pennington swap with Tong at the other end. And then obviously you've got Lyndon James as well, haven't you?
Yep. Wonder why Stone wasn't picked.
Don't know.
Others have all done pretty well, and maybe they thought it's going to suit the seamers more than somebody of out-and-out pace. But he bowled well for Middlesex last week, better than his figures suggested. Bit of movement there. You can actually see on that, when you look down the pitch, it looks quite pitted.
It actually isn't that bad. I think it's just generally the live grass.
Yeah.
It looks a lot whiter on there as well. It's not. There's obviously a lot of live green grass on it. Still looks like it was yesterday. This is the odd little bruise, which you expect that with a new ball and the pronounced seam, but I just think it's a wicket that just holds.
Well, there's a bit there, and you think there's going to be a bit there for most of the day, really. Laws survives, 48 for 1. So yesterday, Fischer and Atkinson shared 9 wickets between them. Fischer got 5. It was his first 5 for the club, having come down from Yorkshire for the start of the 2025 season. Got things rolling after lunch with the wicket of the 2 left-handers who'd batted nicely, and then came back and mopped up the tail to end with 5. That was the last of them. Just looked like he might have got a bit of cramp or something. Anyway, he was delighted. 5th 5-foot in first class cricket. How many you get off the top of your head? Do you know?
No.
Funny, isn't it? Most batters would kind of remember them.
You'd know hundreds, wouldn't you?
Yeah, not
First class hundreds?
not exactly, but kind of in the vicinity of 50 odd, I think. But
I know. Would you know how many runs? I know how many wickets I got first class.
no, I don't know.
Only because people just remind me why I
Go on,
didn't
how many
carry
did
on.
you get?
989.
You were 11 short.
And
were
people said, why didn't I play another year? I was 40 years old. No, thank you.
Who else was close? Glenn Chappell.
Chappell
wasn't
was 983 or 982. Last man to get 1,000 and 10,000 in first class. You'd know that. We commentate with him now and again. Pronounces the Australian name, Meredith, a little bit different than us.
he? Oh, Crofty.
Robert Croft.
There won't be too many getting 1,000 first-class wickets
No.
now, because there's just less cricket, first-class cricket, than there used to be. The 50's up for Surrey.
Jimmy, obviously Jimmy's got 1,000 but more
Yeah.
test wickets than
Wow.
first-class wickets. Would he? No. How many test
Yeah.
wickets did he get? Yeah, he did.
Absolutely. 700.
Yeah.
wasn't it?
700. So he's.
Maybe Andrew could tell us. Is there anybody close to 1,000 right now? Go on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 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 And how many have they got? Push through the offside by Rory Burns, who's a slightly unusual method. But I always think of him as quite an elegant player to watch, Rory Burns, even though his technique is not quite so idiosyncratic as it was. But he's always had a nice flow to his game.
And times the ball well, doesn't he? Does
He
time
does.
it. So Simon Harmer and Pushback Amara in the
Yeah.
980s,
980s.
990s. 36 fifers, I wouldn't have known that.
54. There we go.
5400s. Decent that, Michael.
This one squeezes past backward point, but just a single. There's somebody patrolling that boundary. It's a short boundary down there. 55 for 1, Burns to 28. Law's doing a obstinate job. We showed you the 5 for Matthew Fischer yesterday. Gus Atkinson, to my mind, was the best bowler on show. He got the first wicket, Hamid. And then informed pair of Haynes and Clark. That in particular to Joe Clark was a beautiful delivery. And a rather soft dismissal of Lyndon James, who chipped a rather innocuous ball to mid-wicket. So that was 4 for Atkinson, 5 for Fischer, 9 between them. Dan Worrell, he got the other one.
You definitely see the difference between Atkinson and Fischer. Just his consistent lines and lengths, maybe slightly a bit short in his first spell. I think they all were a little bit, and then looked like when the lacquer came off, they just went a little bit fuller. Beautiful bowling. But it'll be different in Australia with the Kookaburra ball. It won't swing as much.
Yep.
For as long as obviously the Dukes does. Is he in your first side, Atkinson? Test side, Brisbane?
I would think so.
Perth, I should say.
I think it would be if they're all fit at Archer, Wood, Atkinson and Stokes.
And they say that Perth is their quickest wicket now, don't they? The new ground. That's what Adams
I've not
Collins said.
I've not been to the new ground actually. Extraordinary ticket sales. There's unbelievable interest ahead of that series. Well, I don't want to be too straight at Burns. That's an easy tuck off his hip down to fine leg. He's a very strong player. Through the leg side, doesn't miss out. So there's a bit of cricket around the country today. It was decimated, the calendar yesterday. combination of high winds, rain, overnight rain, damp grounds, but there's a bit more cricket today. Just at Derby and Lancs, they've not started yet.
This doesn't go 1,000 to start with Glenn Chappell. He finished on 985.
Yep.
Current plays Harmer's on 983. So he'll get
Simon Harmer 983. Yeah, he's bound to get there.
yeah, Melinda Pushback Amara, who played 4 tests for Sri Lanka to 19. He's on 980.
Pushpak Amara on 980. That's a good effort. Yeah. I mean, it was 10 a penny, wasn't it? Once upon a time, with more first-class cricket. What did Wilfred Rhodes end up with? He got 4,000, didn't he?
4,204.
4,000.
And how many runs has Simon Harmer got? Is he close to 10,000 first class or?
We're going to take a break after this next ball for Surrey, please.
56 for 1. "20 minutes into the second day, no wickets yet for Nottinghamshire, who trail Surrey at the top of the championship by 4 points. Tong and Pennington are the men chosen with the task of getting early wickets. Brett Hutton, Lyndon James will follow on. Liam Patterson White is the left arm spinner, but we haven't seen any spin in this game yet. It's a good ball from Tong, just snaking one past Burns' outside edge. Andrew, we might hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Hopefully the viewers
yeah.
can hear you.
Yeah.
I can hear you, but hopefully the viewers can as
Jolly
well.
good.
You've been talking but strangely silent on our coverage so far as Burns clips into the leg side. Go on, what have you got for us?
Technology, yes. We're just going through the players who almost got 1,000 wickets.
Yes.
So for those who haven't heard, which
Harmer, Pushpak
is Harmer's
Amara.
on 983 and Melinda Pushback Amara, current players 980. Simon Harmer, just answering Dominic's, got 6,488 runs, so he's
Always
not
a
going to
long
get to the
way off.
10,000. There's 216 players who got 1,000 first class wickets.
216.
216.
And Rhodes has the most, obviously.
Rhodes the most, 4,204.
With
4,204.
4,204. How many runs did he get? He got an unbelievable
Just under 40,000, 39,900 I think, yeah.
40,000 runs and 4,000 wickets. No, that's fallen short of second slip.
You remember the Pakistan left arm spinner Iqbal Qasim, 70s, early
Yes,
80s?
yeah.
He got 999 first class wickets.
Oh,
I feel a bit better now. I'd have definitely had another game if it had been that. I'd have just gone to play somewhere for one game.
999.
It's now when you're looking at stats, it's appearances in T20s now. That's what people are looking at now, and players closing in on 500 T20 appearances. Ravi Bopara, obviously he played one game in finals day, so he's 494 I think now. You look at Sam Curran and the amount of T20 games he's played to first class games. It's completely flipped, hasn't it? Tom Curran, since his Test debut, 11 first-class games.
Is that right?
This is his
So
first,
his
obviously.
test debut came
217, was it? 218?
217, right at the end of
Yeah.
the Ashes in Sydney.
So 11 first-class games since then in, 8 years? And he's played, this is his first this year.
Is he a one-cap man, Tom Curran, or did he play more than one?
One cap.
One cap. There's a few of them. The one-cap wonders. $60 for one. Just a reminder of the importance of this game, really. Surrey began it 1 point clear of Notts, but because they picked up 3 bowling points yesterday, they're now 4 clear on 189. Notts have a chance, of course, today of getting some bowling points, but Surrey might pick up batting points as well. The first one starts at 250. Somerset and Warwickshire not out of it, but didn't play yesterday, and then it's a bit of a dogfight for relegation, although nobody quite knows yet whether teams will be relegated and what the structure of the championship will be next year.
Hampshire were just drawn into that because they had some points taken off them, deducted because of a poor pitch, I think, earlier in the season.
Yep. Took a long time for that decision to be made. The pitch was in May, wasn't it?
Yep.
And they were just docked. Was it last week or?
Yeah. Was it 5 points they were docked?
8, I think.
8. 8 points.
Yeah. And a slap on the wrist. Don't do it again.
We had one when I played down there in the T20 game where the pitch was not good. We played, I think, Somerset in a 2020 game. It went up and down, and I think we got deducted a point from.
I guess in those
following
days
years.
it was a bit more understandable because it was a new ground and a new pitch, and
wasn't
they take
settled. Yeah.
time to bed in. That was how it was at Chesterler Street as well. I remember a number of good young Durham players who had their careers rather cut short by finger injuries and various things, as that pitch took time to bed down. It was the same at the Rose Bowl as it was then.
Bit different at Durham when you're facing Shoaib Akhtar and Steve Armisen, though.
Brett Hutton 6 overs, none for 9 last evening. Pennington, the wicket taker, 1 for 14. Josh Tong, a bit more expensive.
Doing a good job, isn't he, Tom Laws? That's what you want your night watchman to do. Just try and bat as long as you can. Obviously, you want to get runs.
Well, he can bat, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's no mug.
No tail ender, of course. Just try and take the game a bit deeper and.
Round the wicket, Pennington. Just for a moment there, Burns had a look of concern on his face as that ball, he defended it late, and bounced back and over the stumps. Unlike Mohammad Siraj, who in the Test match defended it onto his stumps at Lord's. Off Shoaib Bashir.
What a Test series that was.
Fantastic.
Serious Test series. Every test
Great
going to
final hour here. Burns tries to cut, but there's just a bit of extra bounce.
Atkinson, wasn't it, trying to hit it for 6?
Yeah, with Wokes at the non-striker's end. I mean, that was the problem. He couldn't give Wokes any strike at all, so understandable to try and finish it himself.
And the efforts of Mohammad Siraj, what
amazing.
Ran in all day.
Not quite as effective, I don't think, from round the wicket. Pennington to the left-hander.
he obviously doesn't find it as natural as other bowlers. You see a lot of bowlers in county cricket and world cricket straight away.
Can't take it away,
Yeah.
can he? Can't take it to the slips around the wicket.
Because of his action, he's
Yeah.
a little bit, maybe
Round.
more a bit round arms, but it's always going to go in. Think about someone like Matthew Hoggard.
Would you have had that problem
yeah,
as well?
I struggled. Matthew Hoggard struggled
Yeah.
as well because of the fact a little bit more round arm. But I like bowling to left-handers over because of the fact that if it just slightly hits the seam, it goes across as well.
Edged, but to where gully would have been. There's no gully though, there are just 3 slips in place.
Certainly a better length, that one. Others of that one, you can just see that he's just, whether because it's Laws, he thinks he can pitch it up a bit more.
Yeah.
You saw Atkinson yesterday just pushing it a little bit further up and got his rewards. How many Test centuries on this ground? Others? You'd know how many.
I think only 1 against West Indies. I can't think of it. I can't think of another.
West Indies 2000 or?
Yeah, when we beat them for the first time in a long time. Mickey Stewart's birthday today. And Andrew, 93, did we say yesterday,
Yeah,
Mickey Stewart?
93 today, Mickey Stewart, yeah. Good effort.
Yeah, if he's watching, many happy returns.
He might even be in the pavilion.
I was wondering that.
Because he has certainly in recent times, he's still been there quite a bit.
Yeah. We'll keep our eyes peeled. Very sweetly timed by Burns. Tong straying a bit to leg. And Burns clipping away.
Sometimes that is the problem with going round the wicket. If you're trying to pitch the ball up, which Tong tries to do, then you're slightly too straight. Left-handers will just work you off the stumps towards that leg side. Beautiful timing.
And it's prompted Hamid to just put his square leg on mid-wicket back 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Well, it's been a pretty good start this for Surrey. They'll hope to get through these two, get to the change bowlers, Hutton and Lyndon James, and take control of this match. .66 for 1 off 24.
Steady for Surrey this morning. No further loss after resuming at 43 for 1. Adam Collins and Daniel Norcross with you. Good morning, Norkie.
Good morning. So, Pennington and Tongue, I think as we expected, have bowled from the start of play, but they've now each bowled 4 overs, so probably looking at 1, maybe 2 more if they don't get a breakthrough. Tom Laws is playing the role of blunting the strike bowlers in their first spell. He's shown no real scoring ambition at the moment, having come into bat last night with just 9 balls left in the day's play. It's a contentious decision, isn't it, always, whether or not you use a night watcher?
Yeah, I think it stood to reason. Penultimate over last night. Surrey tend to use one as a rule, so I think you need to have a captain that's got a view either way. Oh. Proper delivery that from Pennington. Up touching 90 mile an hour, 80 mile an hour, my apologies, and hitting the seam and angling away. Beauty.
It's not the first time he's beaten Tom Laws today. Did him a couple of times in the over. About 15 minutes ago. He's getting good bounce, he's getting good height.
There was that CricViz data a couple of seasons ago when Daniel Worrell was starting the season in ridiculous form for Surrey, and we had CricViz up here and crunched the numbers for us. And they drew a comparison to Pennington. And I'm not completely au fait with how they do this exactly, but there's the expected wickets measure,
Yes.
which goes to where you're pitching the ball, what you're doing with the ball, and I suppose the consistency that follows. And Pennington and Worrell's graphs were almost identical. The difference was that Surrey were catching everything and Notts weren't at that particular time in the season. Just after Pennington moved over to Trent Bridge. Big part of their story over the last couple of seasons.
And Nick Knight says he's had a little look at the pitch today. And this happens a fair bit at the Oval. The first day it's quite moist on the top. You get little dents, little indentations. He said he saw a couple of those. Some of it flattened out from the roller, but it looks like there is plenty still in this pitch for these Notts bowlers.
Full face of the bat to finish. Maiden for Pennington, 66 for 1. Yeah, it tends to be what, session 5, session 6 here at the Oval when it gets really good for batting.
Yep.
And we've seen Surrey across their three-peat this year as well when bowling teams out on day 1, as Surrey did yesterday, 77.4 overs Notts batted for. It's around lunch day too when they can really put the foot down, lift the run rate, currently at 2.64 as you can see there, but they'll be looking to increase that and transfer plenty of pressure back as Brett Hutton gets his first opportunity of morning 2. He'll operate from the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end.
Now, Brett Hutton bowled yesterday, I think, from the Vauxhall end, didn't he? So he's switched ends. Still not seen Lyndon James, or indeed a single over of spin bowled in this game yet.
Just 2 slips though. And that's the direction it's gone. In and out. Second slip. Finding the edge right away, Hutton.
Well, it's put down at second slip.
Well, it was flying up to the left. It was goalkeeper stuff here. And tipped it over the bar. Freddie McCann there at second slip.
It's a shot he likes to play, isn't it? The cut, sort of feeding a particular peccadillo of Rory Burns, and nearly gets a wicket straight away.
Now, had he dragged it in, it would have been a beauty, but half chance nevertheless. Third slip jumps in for the night watchman Laws.
Now, it'll be interesting to see how Laws plays now they've got a new bowler. He's been very, very watchful against Tongue and Pennington. It's just a danger of relaxing a touch when a change bowler comes on, especially one who's got, well, a yard or two less pace, you'd say. How do you think Surrey are approaching this, Colo? The sort of standard protocol here would be to try to bat and bat and bat. What they're desperate to avoid is conceding points to Nottinghamshire.
Well, they did well yesterday, knocking them over for 231, so no batting points for the visitors.
Yep.
Got all three of the bowling points themselves, so yeah, that box was checked yesterday. So
Yeah.
perhaps run through, for those who don't follow the championship week to week, what you mean by denying knots here.
So you have 110 overs in which you can accrue bonus points. For Nottinghamshire, they're looking to take at least 9 wickets in those 110 overs. That will give them the maximum of 3 bowling points. For Surrey, they have 5 possible batting points. To get that, you have to get to 450 within 110 overs, which is a very tall order, especially on a pitch as challenging as this on day 2 against a good bowling attack. And the slight complication is that for Surrey, they start this round with a lead of 1 point. That's extended to 4 points. Nottinghamshire can only get ahead of Surrey at the end of this game if they beat them, because they can only get 3 bowling bonus points. If it's a draw, each side would then take their bonus points.
Skews away for 1 to finish, so Laws will retain the strike. A couple of times in that Hutton over, he found the outside edge, moves Surrey along to 68 for 1. So we'll get a look here at the table as it stands and what you're describing there. So live ladder, if you like. Surrey up to 189, having picked up 3 points yesterday. Not still on 185 where they started the round.
So
and then Somerset and Warwickshire yet to play.
So they can only make it to 188 with the 3 bowling points. And then if the game ends in a draw, then each side takes 8 points. And so Nottinghamshire wouldn't be able to get ahead of Surrey going into the last round, but they could restrict this to 1 point if they can bowl Surrey out for fewer than 250 runs. Even if Surrey were to get all 5 batting points, which is unlikely, and if they were to potentially restrict the number of bowling points not to get, they're going to struggle to get more than 8 points clear of knots, which is the magic number. Because if you're more than 8 points clear, it means you can match your opponent's bonus points if they were to win and you draw, because there's an 8-point disparity. Incidentally, if the 2 sides finish level on points, I think it's the side with the most wins would win it. Nottinghamshire currently ahead on that metric.
Yep. 1 more win. There and thereabouts again, Pennington. Laws becoming a nuisance.
So I guess the question is, are Surrey thinking about this purely in terms of the game, which is bat long, doesn't matter how quickly you go, don't worry about that scoring rate, don't worry about trying to get to 450 or even 400. If you bat for 110 overs, you might think you're going to naturally get to around 350 with the kind of batters that Surrey have got, the likes of Ollie Pope and Lawrence. They're naturally aggressive players. The danger with that is, as we've seen so many times here at the Oval, that the pitch eases a bit as the game goes on, and there's weather around.
Yeah, tomorrow's forecast isn't great. I'd be surprised based on it if we got the full day's play in it. It's more likely we get, say, half a day if we were lucky. That'll be a factor in the thinking here.
Indeed. So how much does Surrey prioritise trying to get a 16-point jump on knots? And they could do that by not even making it to 250.
This sounds interesting.
They could be bowled up for 249
Right.
and win the game and then they would take a 17-point lead into their last game, and that is very significant because then they would know that a draw would win them the county championship. So there is a prize on offer here, but to do that, you fancy Surrey would have to go at a decent lick and try to be bowling at knots with a fair bit of today to go.
I was going to say, so what you're really saying here is Surrey are incentivised for their first innings to move quickly either way, to give themselves... Frustration continues for Notts. That's a genuine outside edge and runs away, moving Burns into the 40s. Thrashed his hands at it, which meant that he got enough to clear. Well, the man who isn't there at third slip, for what it's worth. Too fine for third man to collect. Shorter side of the ground. Down there.
Just the 2 slips in place as well. This is Pennington's 6th over of the morning. You fancy probably his last. This could be, if he doesn't take a wicket, his last ball of this spell.
Just dives through to the gloves. Ends the over, 73 for 1.
So yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I'm not sure they are incentivised to go quick either way. I think actually it'll tell us a lot about their attitude to this game. If they want to go a little bit quicker to try to get ahead faster to bowl today, being mindful of the weather, or do they want to take the safety first approach, which is bat for as long as possible, bat Nottinghamshire out of the game, don't give Notts the opportunity. Notts have got to take 19 wickets in this match, 19 further wickets to win the game. And if we're going to get a truncated days 3 and 4, you can sort of slam that door shut if you bat very conservatively today. Don't necessarily move the game on particularly, but...
Well, it might come down to how their middle order go when they get out there, whether they've... Hutton starts again. I mean, the natural game of Pope and Lawrence at this level. Hard run 2 there. Laws called his captain through, well played. I mean, if Pope and Lawrence get going, they're going to go at 4, 5 and over anyway, right?
Yeah, they are. They are. I guess the question is how much would Surrey's... I'm looking here at Burns, Laws, Ben Folkes, for example, Ryan Patel. He can play in very different fashions, can Ryan Patel. He can be explosive stroke player. He can also be very much a kind of digger in. He's opened the batting. He's batted at 3. He's batted at 6. He's up and down the order.
Well, he was brilliant last week, Ryan Patel, batting with the lower order.
Very dynamic.
72 not out in the first innings.
But he has an attritional game in him as well. And I guess it's when we see the approach, and we're seeing a little bit here of Burns, but of Folkes and Patel, you'll be able to tell more about what Surrey's approach is. I think Pope and Lawrence will approach the game the way they do, and that doesn't change.
Again, outside edge found by Hutton early in the spell. That was probably more 4th slip. First and second threw their heads back. McCann and Patterson White respectively, as to say, oh, that was so close. But
it's a very fruitful area, third slip. We saw a lot of catches go to third slip last week.
I was going to say, that's what I was a little bit surprised that they didn't have a third for Burns for longer, given that a number of balls for him went through that region where Warwickshire didn't protect it last week, or didn't have a catcher there. He's been caught in the gully and backward point a number of times. So, and right on cue, an extra catcher does jump in. Jack Haynes will go to where the ball went, 4th slip, as is the custom for a fielding captain. For what it's worth, I don't think Surrey will overthink it. We saw last week that when they were presented with an opportunity on the 4th morning to get funky, they actually didn't. When push came to shove, they just played it as they saw it. The rain made it a moot point, but still. I'd be surprised if Surrey don't see this as an opportunity to bat for as long as possible and to let nature take its course with the rain and see where they're placed at the halfway mark of this game one way or the other. I don't think they'll try and game it the way that you've put, but it would be interesting if the game went that way anyway. Squares him up again to finish. 4 runs from the over, 77 for 1. Very useful man to throw the ball to, Lyndon James. For Notts, he'll get his opportunity at our Vauxhall end. Surrey still trailing by 154, but having reached this stage of the day, 50 minutes of morning 2 without further loss. Only Dom Sibley, who fell last night when the score was 42 for the visitors.
They like a tall fast bowler, don't they, Nottinghamshire? Lyndon James is another, that sort of Pennington mould. 19
wickets in the season, James. He's part of that crew, so there's half a dozen of these Notts bowlers have found themselves in the top 25 of the country for wickets taken. So none of them have taken sort of 40 plus. They're all between James at 19. I think Hutton's got 30, which speaks to their success week in, week out. That group who can all, when their time comes, play match-winning hands.
We were talking about this yesterday, weren't we? It's been an unusual season in that there's no really standout prolific wicket taker this season. There's a whole host of reasons for that. Kookaburra ball. And you look at the results, there have been a lot of draws. Bat has felt on top of ball. Andrew Sampson's alongside us. I might actually set him a brutal task. This feels like quite a prolific season for batting.
It is rather. The famous 1990 season, the average runs per wicket first class cricket here was 39 point.
Ooh. So wide that it signalled. Burns was interested in it, and Kyle Verreynne has done exceptionally well across the cordon, the South African international.
39.68 was the average runs per wicket in 1990.
Was that across the county championship?
Across all first-class cricket in England.
I feel we almost need to discount that. It was an unusual ball, wasn't it?
Well, yes. But the next highest are, I think, 2009 at 30, just over 36, and we're 35.5 this season.
That's more convincing from the skipper. He'll only get a couple, but right at the middle of the bat. So applauded by the Surrey faithful.
And there's a whole host of factors that are going to go into that. I guess, Andrew, you're going to look at pitches and balls and the potency of bowlers.
Yep. Well, obviously that 1990, especially the ball, was a major issue. Yeah. And the season, of course, with the Kookaburra is another factor. But we're probably about 5th or 6th highest average runs per wicket in a season ever in this country.
I wonder in part, Colo, if that might also be because the nature of the season, it's a little bit bitty, so the high quality fast bowler, your overseas fast bowler, might not be there for the whole season. Surrey, for example, have had Kemal Roach, they've had Nathan Smith, but haven't had them for large chunks.
So it applies for Notts. Fergus O'Neill started the season in stunning form, but only for 4 weeks due to visa requirements. Second thrash at 1 on the over, Burns. He's keeping them interested, Lyndon James especially.
I wonder if they're relaxing a touch here. We've had a double change now. Pennington and Tongue both off. They've seen them off. They haven't quite seen off the first hour, but...
Well, yeah, James has got form on this ground. Picked up a 6 for here a couple of years ago. So...
But part of that is just human nature, isn't it, when you've been facing the extra pace of Tongue.
Oh, that's a beauty. It's deceived everybody. It's going to be signalled buys here. That'll make for a fascinating replay, for it's hit the pitch from over the wicket, perhaps in line with leg or middle. It's squared up Burns, missed everything. Verena wasn't in the same postcode. 4 byes. Gee whiz. that is the lesser spotted, going between the keeper and first slip for a ball that's basically pitched middle.
I'm trying to think, when I've seen that, you see Verena's very determined move to the right.
Well, let's remember, Verena only 2 balls ago was dragged in one in front of second slip practically. He just completely misjudged what was going on there. And it moved dramatically off the seam. So an eventful first over from Lyndon James, 84 for 1. Surrey in arrears by 147.
Well as Pennington and Tongue have bowled, things are starting to happen here for the change bowlers.
Let's see that delivery again from the previous over. Verena just like what his body language tells the story, doesn't it? Like, how did it end up there?
He must have been expecting that to swing down the leg side, because he's made a he's made a singular push off his right foot there.
Daniel, I'm mindful our time's coming to an end not too long from now. Got some Claxon Ashes news.
Oh yes.
Australia are in the middle of playing an unofficial test match at the moment in Lucknow against India. So India A, Australia A, India A, to clarify. And not out at tee on day 1, 109, Sam Constas. Timely runs, you could say, for the young man who, I was in the Windies covering that series recently, where he just looked like he was going to get out practically every ball, and did, as it proved. But 109 not out to start that series. I'm not saying that'll necessarily change the way the selector's set up for the Perth Test match, but just worth noting that he's still in the frame, still making runs. In fact, as I say that, it looks like he's been dismissed, so he was out for 109.
He's sort of, I think, unfairly become the subject of a kind of culture war, hasn't he? In which there's quite a lot of derision amongst some very respected Australian writers about the way England approach cricket. Gideon Haigh, Bharat Sundaresan, Peter Lawler, they're all very scathing about the sustainability of the English approach, and also the sort of what they perceive as the messianic message that comes with the way England play. But at the same time, there's a slightly confusing requirement to have their own version, and Sam Constas has become almost the sort of poster boy of that more aggressive approach. I wonder, as you're an Australian,
I think that
I've written about this.
I have. I think that the nuance with Constas is that they saw a problem in front of them with Jasprit Bumrah at Melbourne, and they needed an immediate solution. And they sensed that if they tried to play Bumrah, who was in just extraordinary nick in that series, I've never seen anyone as threatening as he was through that Border Gavaskar series. They formed the view they needed someone to do something fundamentally different, and Constas was their guy for the job. Cuts hard, but straight to deep backward point. 4 runs from the over. Burns retaining the strike up to 45. It's 88 for 1. And it works. 60 on morning 1. It did change the nature of that series a little bit. I mean, obviously, Bumrah still went on to take 6 for in the second dig and had his say. But still, the Constas bit works for a couple of weeks. It just hasn't worked since. So where he fits in the long term is an open question. There are a number of very capable cricketers who have developed their craft in England.
Well, there was one that we saw here at the Oval that you would have seen plenty of, but I hadn't watched him live, Curtis Patterson.
Well, I was about to add, what do you think Curtis Patterson did overnight?
Did he get 100 by
First day of the season in Australia for New South Wales, rattled off 100 playing against Tasmania. So he's the other player who has
very
reminded, he was impressive here, but Curtis Patterson, in his most recent test innings, made an unbeaten 150, who somehow managed to never get picked again. It's a long time ago, but
I suppose the conundrum for them is where he comes in, who he comes in place of. That'd be Marnus's spot that he'd be looking at, because obviously Smith, Head, and Cameron Green, as well as Carey. That part looks very settled.
Well, Labuschagne isn't in the team, for what it's worth. He was dropped for the Windies series, so you can see a world where Labuschagne gets in, where distance makes the heart grow fonder a little bit with him at the moment. I think since he's been out of the side, there's been a sense that he's more likely to now play a role in the Ashes, when he did struggle for a period of time there.
I mean, it's the difference between the two sides at the moment, isn't it? That you feel that you could probably name England's top 7 with one caveat.
Burns takes mid-off on and does so well.
Whereas you sort of think with Australia, you could name the 4 bowlers every time. You couldn't necessarily name England's 4 bowlers each time. Look at rotation and whatnot, but Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood, Lyon, I think Andrew will be able to tell us as a quartet how many times they've played, and also as a trio how many times Cummins, Stark and Hazelwood have played. It's astounding, really, when you compare it. You think about the great West Indies quicks, they've very rarely got the same 4 out. I think the most they managed was...
It's about a dozen.
It is about a dozen, yeah.
Whereas this quartet of Australian bowlers, no one's played more Test cricket together or taken more Test wickets together.
But the openers and number 3 are the area you're not quite sure. Is Cam Green going to bat at 3? Is Constance going to open with Khawaja? Is Khawaja going to survive the series? You know, that would be where I think England will be thinking there's a slight weakness for Australia, and similarly for Australia they'll be looking at an England bowling attack that has got a lot of players who break down or have dubious fitness records and aren't proven in Australian conditions particularly.
Good stop. Saved at least a couple, in all probability, of boundary, a consideration of overthrows, but thinking better of it. They're at cover. Jack Haynes is fielding there. Got Andrew Sampson as well.
That quartet's played 35 Test matches, but together, the 4 of them, for 567 wickets.
That seems like a heck of a lot of matches for a quartet of bowlers to play together.
Yes, it is.
It's the
Is
most.
it a record by any chance?
I would think so.
I think we've done this work. I can say with some certainty that it is. Yeah, my parting thought on this matter is that watch the start of the Shield. Andrew McDonald, the Australian coach, he's a Shield guy. So, and also he's an England guy. He's played a lot of cricket over here. Of course, a long association with Leicestershire, player and a coach. He'll be very mindful of the way that Marcus Harris has averaged 60 playing over here this summer for Lancs. Very consistent in challenging Shield conditions the last few years. Cameron Bancroft. So players who've had their chance before, but who have numerically improved whilst out of the team. So keep an eye on that as the Shield season starts. End of the over. Changing commentary after the break with Surrey up to 90 for 1.
Surrey's morning so far, they've progressed to 90 for 1. That wicket fell last evening. It was Pennington who got Sibley, so Notts haven't taken any wickets this morning. Surrey have managed to see through Pennington and Tong. Got the change bowlers on now, Brett Hutton and Lyndon James. So Tom Laws, the night watchman, doing a good job, and Rory Burns, the captain, approaching his half century. 1 catch put down at slip by Freddie McCann. What was Burns on at the time? 37, I think. What do you reckon, Nighty?
I reckon that was a toughie, that one you've just talked about, but one of those that on a pitch like this with enough happening, you're kind of switched on. It's one that you probably expect to take, even though it's a little on the tougher side. Enough happening, a little bit happening, isn't there? One or two balls extravagantly moving, but Rory Burns in particular has looked very comfortable.
He's a grunter, Brett Hutton. When he releases the ball, he tends to emit a bit of a grunt. Applause from this very decent crowd at the Oval for the 50 partnership between Burns and Laws. A few more in today, I reckon, than there was at the corresponding stage yesterday. It was much cooler yesterday, so one or two more in. And there's a bit of cricket around the country as well. We were unbelievably lucky yesterday. The only game to be played in the country, and we got all our overs in.
Here's a drop. Yeah, I mean, you get one thing you do, you as a slip fielder there in that position at second slip with the left-hander, you get a good sighter of the ball because it's so far away from the left-hander. You follow that with your eye line. You expect to take that. The really difficult slip catches are the ones where they're working it leg side and your eye line follows it and you're almost anticipating the ball won't come to you and then it suddenly slides off the face and comes to you. You get a really good sighter there. I was watching him actually. I was watching him practice this morning, the slippers. And a number of them, including Freddie McCann, actually when they set up, their hands are almost resting on their knees. Now, everyone has their own ways of doing it, but I like personally to see my hands in front of the knees so that I can work in the space in front of me rather than feeling like I'm behind.
Another grunt accompanies a bouncer from Hutton, 93 for 1. There have been loads of good catchers who've had their hands on their knees.
It's the point of when you change it though, it's alright, for me anyway, I mean you're right, everyone will have their own different ways of doing it, but it's fine to start off, I think, with your hands on your knees, but then as the ball is being bowled and you're in a ready position, I think the hands need to come in front of the knees so that you're ready with your body weight going forward.
Yeah, Mark Waugh was a bit like that.
The danger is if you stay with your hands on your knees, then the elbows get tucked in and can't move out from there and you get stuck.
Firmly driven by Tom Laws. That's as good a shot as we've seen this morning. He moves to 18.
Shaped up well, hasn't he? Really has.
Well, he can bat. He's no mug. And if you can bat, and you're obviously down the order as he is most of the time, you get an opportunity as a night watchman, you want to take it. Key, I reckon, to slip fielding is being relaxed, not tense. And I know you obviously talk about the technique of hands in front of your knees, maybe the weight on the inside of your knees, so you can kind of move your hands around. But being relaxed, I think, is the key. You don't want to be tense with hard hands. You want to let the ball come and have a bit of give. Pulled this time, and pulled fine. So a couple of boundaries in the over for Tom Laws, who moves into the 20s, and Surrey's 100 is up.
Just trying a few things here, aren't they? They haven't quite gone their way in the first hour or so. They're just trying the odd short ball. They got a man in the deep, just trying to break the partnership somehow. Yeah, I mean, the other, just to finish off on the slip, I think the other thing is concentration. It's the same in wherever you're fielding. If you're expecting the ball, you've got a pretty good chance of catching it.
You were unusual, weren't you? You caught a lot of catches with a reverse kind of cup technique, even when the ball was low, actually.
Yeah. I used to catch everything in my right hand, unless it was a one-hander to my left. But when I was catching with two, everything went into my right hand.
I was the other way. Everything went into my left.
Yeah. I don't know if that's one-eye dominant. I don't know if it works like that, but I was very comfortable with the ball going into the right hand.
Finally, a wicket this morning, and Laws goes off a little disgruntled with himself. He played two lovely shots in this over, a drive and a pull, and given another opportunity to drive, he's hit it to short extra cover. So Lyndon James has the first wicket of the morning, a wicket that Nottinghamshire badly needed.
Yep, they've had to work really hard for that. Maybe the short ball as well, Ath, might have just unsettled him a little bit. Just said earlier, they're just trying to mix up their lengths a little bit. They found a way of making the breakthrough. A couple of short balls, and you can see the front foot's not perhaps out as much as it might have been, and a good sharp catch. Just reaching for that a little bit in the end. Jack Haynes with a good catch, 101 for 2.
Ollie Pope is in the middle now, alongside Rory Burns, following the dismissal of Tom Laws, who drove uppishly to short extra cover. Combination of Jack Haynes doing the catching and Lyndon James doing the bowling. Surrey well placed, 101 for 2. Pope gets away, as he often does, with a slightly frenetic start. Inside edge, flies out to deep square, 102 for 2.
Andrew will probably confirm this for me, but I think he averages in first-class cricket 60 plus, just over 60, over a good number of years. Ollie Pope really churned out the runs in first-class cricket. Obviously played on a good surface for the majority of that.
His overall first-class average is down to 45. His test average is mid-30s, which is great.
So outside of tests it would be.
Yeah, and the championship is 58.58 before today.
Yeah.
70 averages over 70 at this ground as well.
He likes batting here. Well, he's going to have a look at Brett Hutton now. Pretty nice place to play your whole career, isn't it, the Oval? Although it's not as perhaps flat as it used to be, or true as it used to be.
It should help you establish a sort of good method, shouldn't it? Because you can trust, I mean, you know as well as anyone, you as a batsman, you want to trust the bounce, you want to trust the pace off the pitch a bit. Nothing worse than playing on an uneven surface where you're not quite sure what's going to happen at the last minute. It can affect the method, your technique. You play on a good surface, you kind of trust the ball.
Well, good pitches produce good players. It's a fairly standard rule of thumb. The end of Tom Laws, just driving a slightly stiff front leg and hitting it uppishly. Good catch actually from Haynes.
Well, it was a good catch, also a good bit of captaincy, because when the game's drifting away from you a little bit and partnership's developing, it's easy just to go a bit rego, put everyone back on the edge of the circle or in the ring. But the captain, I think I made mention of it. Earlier. Lyndon James had just decided to change up a little bit. And whether that was part of the plan, might have felt that he wasn't going to get fully into the ball, we'll have a catcher at extra cover, he only knows. But it worked.
I think Stuart Broad likes Lyndon James as a cricketer. A couple of times over the last year or two, he said to us in the commentary box, keep an eye out for Lyndon James. He's here today, Stuart, looking immaculate. He's got full suit and tie on, he's obviously on an earner.
He's doing something for Channel 7, I think, for the Ashes previews and all that sort of stuff.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see the Aussies get stuck into Stuart on Channel 7's commentary this winter. Now Brett Hutton likes that, as does the umpire, and Burns must go. Very unusual for Rory Burns to miss out on a ball swinging back into his pads. He's shaped to hit leg side. He generally picks those up very easily, but on this occasion he missed, and Brett Hutton has a second wicket now, 2 wickets falling quickly.
Yeah, and unusually he misses it when he's been in for such a period of time. Just jag back a little bit. I think that's fair enough. 47 from 97. 3 down now. 103 for 3.
Well, it's been a good 10 minutes for Notts, who brought themselves back into the game with a couple of quick wickets. The first, the night watchman Tom Laws caught at extra cover off Dylan Pennington, and just a moment ago Rory Burns trapped LBW by Brett Hutton. So it's the change bowlers who've done the job for Notts this morning. Really surprised that Burns missed that. It was basically just in the area where he likes it so much. But he did miss it, and it was palpably LBW, very straight. Ben Folkes is in now. So 2 new batters in, and just maybe a glimmer of a chance for Notts, who have their first point this morning, first bowling bonus point.
He has that involuntary little trigger that you can just see there. So he's set up, he goes back and across, and then his front foot comes and places itself in front, and then it goes again. I'm sure it's involuntary, but sometimes it can just make his weight go across rather than down, and I think that's what happened there for Rory Burns.
He's always done that though, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He doesn't usually miss them like that. Anyway, he did on that occasion. And even harder to explain because he was so well set. 47, been in a while. Ben Folkes, number 5. Lawrence will be in next. If Notts can pick up another couple before lunch, they'll feel they've had a decent morning. Similar field, a couple of slips and that short extra cover. So the field is set for Lyndon James to push the ball up on a fullish length on off stump, get the batter driving.
Just have a look at that wicket. You can see the involuntary trigger I refer to. Back and across, then he places the front foot there, and then it goes again, and then it comes back again. You're right, he's always had that. That's always been part of his setup, and he doesn't generally miss from there. But it does just make you a little vulnerable, that extra push across the crease. I used to do it myself, and I used to hate myself for it, because for me it was more of a balance issue. My head was going across and my foot had to follow. I don't see it so much as a balance issue for him.
Yeah, because he's pretty light on his feet. It's not as though
Yeah.
he plants that foot across with a really heavy tread. It's kind of on his toes, and he can move
withdraw
the
it
foot
again.
back and get the
Yeah.
pad out of the way. But he just missed it. It happens, I guess. Folks is off the mark. $105 for 3. Just a bit more of a spring in their step for Notts now. That long partnership between Burns and Laws. They've just picked up a couple, got a couple of new batters in. You sense moments in the game when there's an opportunity. This is one of them.
We've picked up a few wickets in this championship game, me and you. I can remember yesterday when we were on, we picked up a handful of 3 or 4 in one session.
Yeah, we got those wickets either side of lunch. What will they do? Not just rotate their seamers, do you think? Bring back Tong and Pennington when these two have had enough?
Yeah. And he gave Pennington quite a long spell, didn't he? Josh Tongue a little less, so it would probably be Josh Tongue with that in mind. Come back and have another spell before lunch. I thought Pennington bowled pretty well, actually.
Yeah, he was picked, wasn't he, in the squad by England last year. He's a good bowler. He's probably not quite as good as the 7 or 8 who'll get picked this winter, but he's kind of, he might have hopes to go on that Lions trip.
Yeah. That's what you do, isn't it? When you watch these games, it kind of put yourself in the mind of a selector, and you think to yourself, are they good county cricketers? Where's the ceiling? Where do you think they can get to from what you see? And I think you're right. I think there are players at the moment that are ahead of him, but I like what I saw. It's just whether that can then play out in international test match cricket. That I guess is the challenge for the selectors to work out. That's why I also like seeing the likes of Pennington against a test match batter. So you can see how they kind of try and set that batter up and what they've got in their armoury and how they bowl to a top class test match player. It just gives you a bit more of an idea how they might progress in the highest level.
Well, there's a couple of test match batters
Yeah.
out there at the moment. One in the team currently, one who probably won't play again, folks, because of Jamie Smith's emergence.
Always surprises me with Ollie Pope. There's not a short leg as soon as he comes in. You watch how he plays. He's quite, as you say, frenetic, but his body weight goes across the crease a little bit. He often falls away. Just get a little
Plays
inside
low
edge.
as well.
Yeah, inside edge. I always think short leg, surely first 4 overs, 5 overs until he gets in.
Good ball from Brett Hutton. Bit fuller. Swinging a touch. Takes a thickish outside edge. 107 for 3. Been a good spell, actually. That's the Surrey card. Burns, Sibley and Laws all come and gone. Pope and Folkes. Lawrence next. Ryan Patel, who's having a pretty good year. Tom Curran in the team. And just the 4 seamers used for not so far. Breeze has just picked up a little bit. You could see Ollie Pope's shirt billowing a moment ago. It's a pretty good leave.
It's a good replay to see how far across he gets, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can really see that head position going far across.
There's a few sirens I can hear. Something's happening around Kennington. Ouch. Bit of bounce, bit of seam movement. Folkes is one of those who usually wears a chest guard. I think I can see one under his shirt. This one didn't bounce high enough to take the chest guard, but it got him on the back thigh or just around the belly button area. He changed his bat sponsor. Didn't he used to be a Grey Nichols man, Ben Folkes? Am I imagining that?
I think initially, yes. A little while ago.
Well, he's using whatever he's using to good effect there. It was a long half volley, but he put it away very emphatically through the leg side. If only bowlers bowl there all day long. Be an easy game. Well, Hutton will continue. Couple of slips. Ring a 3 on the offside. Pope does well. This one grubbed through a little bit. It didn't bounce very high. Pope just about jabbed the bottom of the bat on it.
Just enough happening, isn't there? There's
Yeah.
just a little bit happening.
Yeah, Surrey will feel if they can get 350, then they should have enough ammunition. Notts have got to try and keep in touch on first innings.
Yeah, I thought yesterday they missed an opportunity there, Notts. Dismissal of Joe Clark. I felt then they were just building something. Could have got 280.
He was shaping well, wasn't he?
Yeah, I felt if they could have built that partnership for a little longer, I felt they could have got themselves up to, 280, maybe a bit greedy, maybe even a bit beyond, and then the context in the field has a little bit different. You feel like you can have a third slip, not just 2. Yeah, I thought that dismissal there, it was a brilliant bit of bowling. I mean, Gus Atkinson really charging in at that point as well. The odd short ball, his footwork wasn't perhaps quite as precise, so giving a lot of credit to Gus Atkinson as well. But I kind of felt watching the game live yesterday, that was a pretty important moment. Because he set up really well, Joe Clark.
Lovely delivery from Brett Hutton. He's found some movement, generally away from the right-hander. This is a bit unlucky not to take the edge because it's the kind of length that could easily bring an edge. Well, good probing stuff from Hutton and Notts. Surrey 113 for 3.
Adam Collins jumping on with Yaz Rana. Lyndon James operating from our Vauxhall end. He was the man this morning who got the first of a couple of wickets. We've got Notts into this second day. G'day, Yaz.
Afternoon, Colo. Yeah, following on from what we saw yesterday, Nottinghamshire just keeping Surrey in check, not letting them run away with the game. Been a couple of moments where you felt Surrey were in danger of doing that yesterday when Nottinghamshire were 187 for 8. Good lower order runs from Hutton and Pennington. Got them over 200. 231 all out in the end. And this morning too, Laws and Burns had got Surrey up to 101 for 1. But those 2 wickets in 2 overs have brought Notts back into it.
Beautifully timed. One man to beat and does so, folks, into double figures.
You sense that this is such a pivotal passage of play, not just in this game but this season. Folkes and Pope so experienced. Both have had so much success on this ground. You feel like these are 2 of the key wickets.
Yeah, they simply have to win this hour emphatically. They have to walk off at lunch with Surrey, perhaps 5 down. Turn this into a great start. Put pressure back the other way. Don't let Surrey consolidate here, as they've done so well across the last few seasons.
Well, it was around this time in the Nottinghamshire innings where you felt like Surrey really ramped up their intensity.
Oof. Leaves him at pace. So 76 mile an hour doesn't look that sharp, but just on this surface, it's still got some juice in it. Both batters go up and do some gardening here. Past the shoulder of the bat. Verena taking with his fingers to the sky.
Yeah, and they'll like the movement that they've seen this morning too. Notts themselves were 118 for 3, and Surrey were able to generate appreciable movement through the air with that older ball.
There's the edge. Terrific bowling. Lyndon James. Ben Folkes falls for 10. That's all about the setup. The previous ball spat past the shoulder. This one kisses the edge. Not to right in this.
Had a brilliant week last week, Pfeiffer against Worcestershire. Crucial runs in the run chase, and he's changed the complexion of this game this morning. 2 wickets in quick succession, 3 in total for Notts this morning. Surrey now 4 down, and that's another vastly experienced player on his way back to the pavilion. Ben Folkes departs for 10. Notts 118 for 4.
Well, Surrey resumed on 43 for 1. They advanced it to 101 for 1. But from that point, they've lost 3 for 17 through the middle stages of this session. 59 run stand where the night watchman Tom Laws played his role, reaching 22. But Lyndon James, 2 of the 3 wickets to fall this morning. Very impressive setup of Ben Folkes, which brings Daniel Lawrence to the crease. So it's going to run away. Leg byes, so signalled by Nigel Long. A bit of interest from Hutton, more than the cordon. All valuable runs at this stage. 109 behind. You can see, he did give them a good old look. Leg stump was visible as contact was made, Yaz.
He got across his stumps, possibly a bit high, but you can see why Hutton was interested.
So 2 slips in position. Nice placement from England's vice-captain. Adds a couple. So the wickets this morning, the first was Laws. Nice take that. Haynes moving to his left at catching cover. Gone for 22. Bang in front. Rory Burns trapped by Hutton for 47 in the next over. And here, in the most recently completed over, Lyndon James, a ball that left folks delightfully, found his edge, gone for 10. Just the 2 slips in here for Pope. I know that didn't go to third necessarily, but I wonder whether they can afford to give themselves a look here, Yaz, and really put the foot down for the 20 or so minutes that we have until lunch.
I don't think Notts will really mind at all what Ollie Pope has done in the last 3 balls. Pope, as he always does, looks to be so proactive when he comes to the crease. First ball, the over, there's that LBW shout. Pope getting right across his stumps, so much so that leg stump was totally visible from the bowler's perspective. And the last 2 balls slightly fuller from Hutton, and Pope looking to drive. And sure, the balls were perhaps there to drive, but with that proactivity can come chances for the bowler. That outside edge not a million miles away from second slip. And now Dan Lawrence to face up for the first time. Another batter who likes getting bat on ball early.
Genuine movement. Hutton does it week in, week out. If they can pick up one more before lunch here, they will be right amongst it. Surrey, of course, bats so deep, but still the energy of the game, still trailing by 106. That has done loads off the seam.
It's a feature of the cricket that we see here, that the ball often moves the most around this period of the innings when the lacquer comes off the ball. Surrey had a lot of success during this portion of the innings yesterday. Hutton and James have been brilliant in the last 25 minutes or so.
Yeah, that reverse angle told the story, didn't it? He had to play it, Lawrence, even having made that trigger movement. Back the other way, catch the call, and catch it will be! Wickets in consecutive overs. Lawrence gone for a duck. Hutton gets his second of the morning. Here come Nottinghamshire.
4 wickets in the morning now for Nottinghamshire. 2 for Lyndon James, 2 for Brett Hutton. And now Dan Lawrence on his way back to the dressing room. 3-ball duck. Notts on the move.
This could be the decisive passage of play this season for Notts. 4 wickets. 4 for 24 has been the collapse. We'll see it back here. The ball before jagged away. This one came back in, going the other way. And that variation has been enough to do him tongue the easiest of chances.
It's a really skillful piece of bowling. First 2 deliveries to Dan Lawrence moved away for him late. This one coming in. 2 wickets in quick succession for Hutton and for James. Surrey now 125 for 5.
So it'll be the 3 balls, 4, 5 and 6.
Yeah,
4, 5, 6,
all 3 balls he was at the crease for.
So Lyndon James started this, picking up Tom Laws and then getting folks Hutton, Burns and Lawrence between times. This has been an exceptional bowling in partnerships period here for Nottinghamshire. Patel in at 7, normally would bat at 6, but night watchman Laws has been and gone. Made a crucial 72 not out last week, averaging mid-40s this season. He was instrumental to Surrey winning the competition last year.
Well, he's got a very handy knack of scoring good runs in big games. That 100 against Essex from number 7 last season. That 72 not out you mentioned against Warwickshire last week. That 58 when Surrey were 3 down early in their win at Chestnut Street.
Skewed away, off the mark, but not convincingly. Will go out to the deep backward point rope, just hauled in. A return for a third. Yeah, it was this corresponding round last year, the penultimate round of the season, where Patel made 100 against Durham, which made sure that Surrey would lift the trophy again. So catch was the call, but no catcher at backward point. Andrew Sampson with us as well, Samo.
Yes, you just asked about Ben Hutton's record since Notts got back in the First Division.
Oh, again, the generous movement. Proper outswing this.
So that's the last 3 seasons since 2023. He's got 98 wickets at 26.15. Although a lot of that was in 2023, where he had his best season of his career, where he got 62 wickets at 21. Last season, just the 6 wickets at 60, which wasn't so great. But this season, he's now up at 30 at 29.
And still 15 minutes before lunch. We said 10 minutes ago, Yaz, that they can be 5 down. What a position they'd be in. Well, they can reevaluate here, the visitors. Something going on behind the bowler. Just 2 slips, interestingly, given that swing that he's getting to Pope. Leaving alone, coming back the other way, but needed to do too much.
Sure, there's movement on offer, but we're seeing real skill at both ends here from James and Hutton. Lawrence was got by a brilliant setup away, in. And here again, James, after a couple of balls that have left Ollie Pope, bringing one in. He shoulders arms.
Yeah, there'll be social media clips of the Lawrence dismissal, and the ball itself won't look that remarkable, but it's the 2 that come immediately before it. That's where the magic was there, and that's why Lawrence is back for a duck. Edging, and it gets to second slip. Ollie Pope falls to James as well. And he can't believe it. He punched his bat. He throws it in the air. Notts have picked up 5 wickets in a real hurry. Surrey in strife.
Massive moment in this game. A massive moment potentially in this title race. Surrey now 6 down. 5 wickets have fallen this session. And that's after Surrey started so well. Ollie Pope now departs for 11. He's got such a good record at this ground. That's a massive, massive moment for the visitors.
Straight into the hands of Freddie McCann. Playing away from his body, Pope, and the body language there, seeing in the corner of the screen, punching his bat, furious with himself, and leaving Surrey in more than a spot of bother with so much work to do. 102 behind Surrey now, 129 for 6. Tom Curran, the new man. Lyndon James, immaculate. 3 wickets in 3 overs for Notts. And Surrey now a long way behind the game. To think they were 101 for 1 about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, and Tom Curran, the new man in the middle, just his 11th first-class game since he played Test cricket for England during the 2017-18 Ashes. What a moment for him to come to the crease. Yeah, we were talking about the number of slips that Nottinghamshire had in for Ollie Pope, and we were querying why are there only 2 slips for the amount of movement that the bowlers are getting. Well, I think it's because of the gaps that they left elsewhere. They had 2 men in tight, in front of square and the offside, bowling full, outside off stump. I think they were trying to get Pope to drive slightly squarer than what was natural, trying to manufacture that ball through cover point rather than extra cover, because that's where the protection was.
Hutton's turn again.
And I think having those 2 men slightly straighter, close in on the offside, and leaving that gap was a sort of field positioning that I think enticed Pope to play a shot that isn't quite as natural against the ball that's full outside off stump. We saw a change straight away. 3 slips to the new man, Tom Curran, for the final ball of the over. What a run Lyndon James is on, by the way. 5 for last week in a game that Nottinghamshire only win by 3 wickets. Crucial runs at the end of that game too. 3 for 30 so far this week, with so much cricket ahead of us too.
Catch the call, but lands between the 2 fielders, set back on the leg side. So here's the Dan Lawrence wicket from a couple of overs ago when Hutton was bowling. The 2 balls before it, here's the first. 4th of the over. Beauty. The next did even more. Jagged away off the seam and Lawrence knew it. And here the wicket-taking delivery. The change-up, the in-swinger. Helped straight to mid-wicket. Class. Tell you what, Yaz, I don't know how many times we've been on commentary over the last couple of years and spoke about teams rocking up at the Oval, having a chance and not seizing it, having a moment and not making the most of it.
Well, it feels like Nottinghamshire are doing something that Surrey do to other teams.
Quite. This could be the moment, the passage of play that decides the championship for 2025. We're here right now with Surrey. They need to find something. They do bat deep. They're going to have to draw on all of these resources. Curran off the mark.
I think sometimes we see visitors come here with 5-man seam attacks, and often they are able to maintain an impressive intensity for the first 15 or so overs, maybe the first spell or so. But then Surrey then are able to capitalise against bowlers who perhaps don't play every week. But this week, Nottinghamshire have been brilliant with that slightly older ball so far.
Movement to finish 100 behind Surrey. They're 131 for 6. So in terms of what they have to come, Gus Atkinson, who we know, of course, has that Test century, but he's been very useful down the list here at the Oval. Matt Fischer, who batted superbly in the first innings last week in a partnership down the list when Surrey were in a spot of bother. And then Dan Worrell at number 11, who can give it a whack.
Yeah, they do bat very deep. That depth is certainly being tested at the moment.
James away from us.
It's amazing how quickly this game has changed. 45 minutes or so ago, we were talking about what Surrey will be eyeing up today. Their sights set on a total around 350. Wondering how many batting bonus points they can get. Well, that first batting bonus point is a long, long way away right now. 99 runs away from the Nottinghamshire first inning score of 231. And 118 runs away from that first batting bonus point.
Yeah, and look, Curran at 8's a luxury, no doubt, given the way it's set up with the night watchman already used. It's interesting that his third most recent first-class game brought a brilliant maiden first-class 100 for him, 115 against Yorkshire. But that was back in 2022. Since then, he took a pause from red ball cricket, missed the season. Played a couple of games at the end of last season. Made an 80-odd upon his return then. What they would give for even half that now, just to stabilise things after this collapse, which has amounted to 5 for 28, the loss of wickets through the middle portion of the session.
Yeah, we were talking about how little first-class cricket Tom Curran has played since he played Test cricket nearly 8 years ago now. He's a very different cricketer now. Back then he was more a bowler who bats. He's a genuine all-rounder in limited overs cricket. It's not unusual to see him batting 5 or 6 for the Surrey T20 side. And there'll be games where he doesn't bowl his full allocation of overs too. So, yeah, he's some option to have coming in at number 8. And you mentioned that first class 100.
Good shot for none.
Curran was involved in that brilliant game at Taunton towards the end of last season. He was phenomenal with the bat. He scored 86 off 75 in that first innings, 6 4s and 8 6s. That was the game where Somerset very dramatically won in the final session of the 4th day. At one point it looked like the teams looked like they'll be shaking hands.
Maybe a ball away from shaking hands, if I recall correctly. Oh, a player missed the finish. Away from his body, Patel. So James asking good questions. 132 for 6.
It's something I always find difficult to explain to friends who don't follow cricket that closely, why teams would shake hands when a win is still mathematically possible. But yeah, Tom Curran, outstanding on that occasion, 86 or 75. For him, that was only 2 first-class games ago. This is his first game of the season. He hasn't played since Durham at home at the end of last season.
So Dylan Pennington's going to return for the last over of the session from the pavilion end. They should get 2 in if they have their wits about them here. Bowling to that man Curran who you're discussing.
Brilliant option to have. Pennington been superb with the ball so far. It should be reasonably fresh. Still have the option of Josh Tongue too. He's just bowled 9 overs.
Chipped up, but straight a mid-off. So Curran gets his first boundary, but it did hang in the air. Trailed by 95.
The skipper, Hasib Hamid, was very interested at mid-off. It's 4 runs. It's Curran's first boundary, but it's not a convincing one.
Now he checked the drivers, we'll see here. Trying to suppress his natural game to a certain extent, it looks like. Got the angle right, 4 runs. Now, I did ponder whether we might see Josh Tongue again before lunch, but Pennington an excellent option. Bowled so nicely this morning.
But interesting to see how Curran plays it, because he's played so little first-class cricket in recent years. And when he had that success against Somerset, it was by playing essentially an extension of his T20 cricket. Looking to be aggressive, looking to take the positive option where possible.
Still a couple of minutes till 12:30, so they'll get another in. And importantly, one more Lyndon James over the way he's been bowling throughout the course of this long spell.
This is brilliant from Pennington. Really important as well, backing up the good work of Brett Hutton. So no difference in terms of intensity since Pennington returned to the attack. On the flip side though, Tom Curran in that Durham game last season, which was the round after the Somerset fixture, he went the other way, 22 off 81. Actually batted for a long time in that partnership with Brian Patel, who scored that 100 you mentioned earlier.
So Curran will keep the strike with that single. 1 over left until lunch, 137 for 6. This is tantalising for Notts. Seba Mead's got so much right this season. They'd have been a little bit deflated last night, having at one stage yesterday got out to 89 for 1 before experiencing their own collapse through the middle session. Decent start from Surrey, although the gloss taken off a bit by losing Sibley just before the close, but this morning they've gotten so much right. Three slips for James.
They've done so much right after Surrey started the day so well. Laws and Burns were able to put on 59 wickets in total, 59 runs in total for that second wicket. 101 for 1 in response to 231.
Yeah,
just 130 runs away with 9 wickets in hand.
It's the kind of situation, if the night watchman bats for 18 overs as he did here, it can really take the sting out of a bowling group. But once they got that incision, it was Laws out to James. It was the bowling in that partnership where both men, James and Hutton, were able to get the ball moving away, and that's why so many outside edges were found. And back in as well for Hutton. Ooh. Radar off there. I suppose you could interpret it as one more opportunity before lunch, generously.
We've seen a couple of those today. There was an extraordinary one earlier that completely wrong-footed Carl Verena behind the stumps. You can see that Lyndon James is really trying to get the ball to swing late and swing hard.
Ryan Patel's looked so solid so far, bat and pad glued together. He has been the man for all seasons for Surrey. In the first of the three-peat, spent the vast majority of the season opening the batting, played in every first-class fixture Surrey played that year. Had to find a new place after the recruitment of Dom Sibley, and has batted throughout the top 7. Done so commendably.
Yeah, he's become a permanent fixture of the Surrey top 7 again, benefiting from Jamie Smith's current status as an all-format regular for England. As you say, had a lot of success opening with Rory Burns in 2022. But since then, he's batted everywhere. He's batted wherever his teams needed him. And in general, he's done pretty well. One of those players who I think benefited from playing a lot of one-day cricket in the One-Day Cup. Had success opening the batting. Previously a more defensively minded player. Now Patel, more attacking player, down the order at number 7.
completes the session. Lyndon James, what a great spell that's been. Story of 2 hours where the first was comprehensively won by Surrey. And from there, Notts were brilliant. James and Hutton working in tandem. They've gotten the visitors into a terrific spot at lunch on day 2.
They're in an amazing position. 101 for 1. Surrey were having a brilliant morning. Rory Burns looked in fine form, as he has been for much of this season. But that spell from both Brett Hutton and Lyndon James, taking 5 quick wickets between them. A spell of really high-class swing bowling. Being able to swing the ball in both directions. It's completely changed not just this game, but potentially the title race.
So Surrey resumed at 43 for 1. And the partnership between Laws and Burns was a productive one. They added 59, 58 of them this morning. Got through the first hour of play. But then it completely changed when Laws was caught cover, the first of the sequence that we're about to see here. Lyndon James was turned to the Vauxhall end, and Laws was taken brilliantly by Haynes moving to his left. And that just got them going. Hutton here trapping Burns in front. Wickets in consecutive overs. Great setup to get folks. Beat in the ball before James and then kissed the edge, and Verena did the rest. The over following that, another great setup. 2 out swingers followed by the in-swinger. Leading edge, job done to get rid of Lawrence for a duck. And Ollie Pope was furious with himself, gifting a catch to second slip to make the collapse. 5 for 28 and to leave Surrey at 1 point, 129 for 6. They've since recovered to a certain extent, batting for a quarter of an hour or so before reaching lunch. But Yaz, it's been the story of Hutton and James.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting looking at the Surrey batting card, just how many guys have got in, been at the crease for 20 to 40, 50 balls and then got out. Ben Slater, speaking at the close of play yesterday, said despite top scoring, getting to 50, he never really felt totally in yesterday, and it has been that sort of game so far. There's been enough in it in the pitch, there's been enough movement through the air for bowlers to be interested throughout. Not absolutely brilliant in that last hour.
So we'll go to lunch here after the break. You'll see some highlights from a stunning Blast Finals day on Saturday, Edgbaston. What we've got here is a blockbuster, first versus second, Surrey versus Notts, everything on the line. And at lunch on day 2, Surrey still 90 behind after losing 5 wickets in the first stanza. They're 141 for 6.
Can you hear me here? Can you hear me? Am I okay? Yeah. 7, so we just gone. Right then, the Women's World Cup, that is just a couple of weeks away, so that will get us going in Guwahati, and that is the two hosts that are in action there. So India up against Sri Lanka. Now remember, Australia defending champions there, but India very much in contention of taking the trophy. 10 o'clock in the morning then on the Cricket Channel. We start to build up for that, and that is where England's campaign begins as well in Guwahati, and they take on South Africa. Not at their best, in truth, in the recent series against India, but they'll be hoping to get off to a flying start there at the start of the Women's World Cup. Both there, of course, on the Cricket Channel. Now, here, what a dramatic last hour or so we have had, because quite brilliant, really. The ball's been moving around a little bit. There's been a bit more assistance in the air and off the surface. Lyndon James, exceptional 3 for 35, and Brett Hutton, 2. Very, very fine bowling between the two of them, 2 for 31. So that's where we kind of sit at the moment in terms of where the game is. 90 runs still behind. That is the deficit, and there's so much on this game. There was just 1 point between them before the start of play yesterday. That has gone a little further away, but of course the game will evolve in terms of bonus points quite dramatically throughout the afternoon here. But it couldn't be much tighter, could it, really? Surrey and Nottinghamshire, the outcome of the trophy, this year's trophy, likely to be decided over the next couple of days. Not actually in terms of the trophy being lifted, because there's another round of games. This is the penultimate round, but it will go a long way towards deciding who lifts the trophy. Surrey, of course, going for 4 in a row. Would you believe that? Nottinghamshire last won the trophy in 2010. So we've got a little while to wait before the afternoon session, and hopefully we'll have a bit more drama to come your way there. But whilst we wait for that, let's just revisit all the drama from finals day, only just a couple of days ago. The final was, it was absolutely magnificent. It was a brilliant finals day all round, actually. Somerset, Hampshire. And remember, there was an astonishing 100 from Chris Lynn in the semi-final, that for Hampshire, and it was Hampshire who were asked to bat first.
Well, this is it. What a great day. We've had some rain, but thankfully that's passed. It will be rocking. You can see empty seats. There won't be any empty seats. It's a great day for the players. For many of them, it's what they play for throughout the season. To get to finals day, they'll have some great fun. They'll have a party afterwards, win, lose, and they're in the draw. We're ready to rock and we're off. Oh no, not first up. That'll be a wide. That's a ramp shot, first up. And they'll target that offside. Move away to the leg side and hurl it over the offside.
It's a no-risk shot for Chris Lynn.
Length ball crashed down the ground for.
Well, it's a similar kind of process. The left leg goes out of the way, it frames the arms, and the back can come down and flow perfectly, even though he's tried to get it up full as Lewis Gregory. If you're not quite on that chalk mark, that's going to be the result. Becomes the leading run scorer in this season's Vitality Blast. Does Albert with that 4.
Yeah. Beautiful shot through the offside, lots of control. Same sort of thing, that move a little bit leg side getting through the offside. 2 overs. Great start for Hampshire Hawks. 24 without loss. High in the air, who wants it? 2, they're going to collide, they do, but he holds on. First strike. It's an excellent start from the Hawks, but they're 1 down.
Well, Lewis Goldsworthy it is with the catch. Just a little bit high on the bat. You don't want Tom Kohler-Cadmore careering into you. Size difference, there's only 1 winner. As it is, Goldsworthy keeps his concentration, and Chris Lynn has to depart for 12, and Hampshire lose their first wicket with the score 24 for 1.
Flirted into the leg side. It's got gone all the way, I think it has, yes. 6 more.
How to make something look insanely easy by James Vince. This is just picked up so effortlessly. Little bit of bottom hand, make sure you're in the right position. 6, thanks very much.
Look at his eyes, watch his eyes. Young cricketers, watch his eyes. It's flat, there's nobody anywhere near there. I think it's gone all the way, just, yeah. That'll be 4. Got enough on that. Lawful toss.
I mentioned about the little paddles and scoops and trying to work the ball from Toby Albert. You just stay in a good position, you're going to find runs. On this surface especially. You might have to get yourself in before those paddles come to fruition.
Oh, he gets into position there. That's airborne. Oh, Albert. 50 up. Uncle Albert. Go on.
That's what you do. You stand there and you whack it on this surface.
There's another. Oh, Uncle Albert. There it is. One of them bananas could throw that back. Oh, Uncle Albert. 6 more.
There's no fool there. Toby Albert. Now he's found his groove. Because he's got the bowler on the back foot. He's gone dot 4, 6 wide, 6. Bowler's not quite sure what's coming down. Works the full toss. 21 so far.
Oh, that'll be 4 more. A little twitch, a tickle down the leg side.
66 for 1. Off to a flyer, and that'll help even more. Vince this time, beautifully timed, away over the head of mid-off. Followed with a 4. Talk about the blade coming down sweetly. It doesn't get much straighter than that.
Length's not working, Dooley. Length is not working.
Again, pace off, goes fine. And it'll race away for 400, comes up in the 9th.
Yeah, when it's with you, just ride with it.
Toby Albert doesn't find the gap, but finds the boundary somehow and goes to 50. He reaches 50 first. If Chris Lynn doesn't get you, Toby Albert will.
750 as well for Toby Albert.
That'll do nicely.
Another half-century for the prolific James Vince at such a key moment in the day. Not quite at his best in the semi-final, somewhere near his best now.
Look at that, 81 T20 50s. It's his 46th in T20 Blast.
Helped on its way, but should be taken, is taken. Now then, Somerset, you can never write them off. He can't quite believe it, he can't quite believe he didn't get the elevation.
Yeah, he's disappointed because he knows he's in. 52 from 33, he's in. And maybe Goldsworthy a little bit short. He's trying to get, as you say, that elevation, and it just comes off the bottom edge, really, bottom inside edge. Decent catch from Dixon. They needed that, Somerset. This game was slipping away from him. And an excellent innings from the Hampshire captain, gone for 52, and the Hawks 121 for 2.
Oh, what a moment! What a catch! You can't write them off.
Serious catch this. Jake Ball, experience, you talk about it. 72 miles an hour, a little bit of pace off to Fuller, and just watch this, just turns the bat a little bit. The big man takes a one-handed catch. It's brilliant from Jake Ball. They just know how to fight back, Somerset. They're not out of this, and they'll keep going. So Fuller pushed up the order, doesn't work. Ball takes another wicket. Fuller goes for 1, and the Hawks 126 for 3.
Oh, fantastic. I thought he'd gone for the shot early and was about to be stopped by the length of the ball, because he's looking for something ideally a bit shorter to help over short, fine leg, but he adjusted brilliantly.
Yeah, it's the type of shot that makes you think he was a hockey player growing up. Just the wrists that he's been able to action up and over. Highly skilled shot.
About 3/4 of the way down, I thought he was a goner, as I thought he was a goner then, but once again, he's got that one backward, behind square, on the offside. Ben Green looks in disgust. Oh yes, it is, just enough. It hung in the air a long time, as did the fielder out there. He hung in the air a long time as well. Sean Dixon, and he was just, he thought he had a chance, but in the end, Benny Howell hit it too well.
Yeah, I think Dixon judged it pretty well. But clearly he didn't have enough space behind him to play with.
Bowled him. He won't get there, but it has been still a wonderful innings from a bright young player who's had a great season in the Blast and has played a wonderful innings in the final game of it.
Yeah, he really has played brilliantly, Toby Albert. Somerset will be relieved to see the back of him. They probably thought that Chris Lynn was going to cause them a headache, but on this occasion it's been Toby Albert. And Gregory just keeping it simple. The top of off stump. Bit of frustration from Albert because he knew that a century wasn't far away.
Smites it down the ground. Wonderful strike from Benny Howell. Got to be close, hasn't it? Even though he's round the wicket, it's so full. That has to be close. They're going to review it, and I don't blame them.
Okay, original decision not out. Impacts in line, pitching in line, wickets are hitting. Back to Michael on field, please. Can I...
Should be a run out, is a run out, so a single off the last Good final over from Jake Ball, but a challenging score set by the Hampshire Hawks. They can be pleased with their efforts here, in particular Toby Albert played excellently for 85 and a half century from James Vince. Bit of a dash at the end from Benny Howell, and they've got up to 194 for 6.
Shot. That's emphatic. Wonderful way to get things going on the boundary front. Shot. Finds the gap. I don't think it's right out of the middle, but it'll get to the boundary nonetheless. Huge shot. Right into the heart of the Hollies. Oh, it's gone over. It's gone over the roof. Short and gone. Used the pace beautifully. That is a wonderful stroke. Entirely deliberate. And TKC is on the charge. Change of ends for Baker. That is slapped away by Kohler Cadmore. He's loving a bit of back of a length width. Got him! What a delivery from Sonny Baker. That is what makes him so exciting. The Yorker that spikes Tom Kohler Cadmore, and that is a huge breakthrough.
It's quick, it's straight. A little bit of X factor. Gets it absolutely perfect. Middle stump, right at the base. The perfect Yorker. Sonny boy gets rid of Kohler Cadmore. Big player. First wicket down, 46 for 1.
In the air. In the air, it gets underneath it, takes it! Ben Mayers, a young man, had to get himself in a decent position. They needed the wicket, and it is Tom Abel that goes.
Yeah, another big moment in this game, because Tom Abel is another cricketer, another batter who is dangerous when he gets in. He's a smart cricketer. He actually timed this pretty nicely, but he just got too much elevation. And it was a nice catch in the end, out in the deep. Ben Mayes, a young man, under pressure. James Fuller, plenty of experience for him. So Tom Abel on his way without scoring. Somerset 55 for 2.
Pulled towards that vacant deep mid-wicket area. Needed a boundary. Oh, he needs it. He gets a bit of knee on it, and he goes over the boundary. Elior just slides into it. So back-to-back boundaries finish off a better over for Somerset. 11 from it, 7 gone, 66 for 2. Pulled towards, long on, powered down the ground. Good shot from Smead. Chopped on. Not the best of deliveries from Curry, but they don't care. They'll take the wicket. And Somerset lose their third.
Yeah, Scott Curry, another impressive young player coming through. He bowls the important overs, the ones under pressure. Just got hit for a boundary. And with you, Corgi, it won't be the best delivery that he's bowled. It was a drag on in the end. Robert Croft special. But Hampshire won't mind one bit. So James Rew on his way back for 20. Somerset 89 for 3.
Leg side, and it was just slightly over pitch, wasn't it? And that allowed him to get that ball away to fine leg and move smoothly through to a half century. 50 from 35 balls, more to do though. It's gone very high this, and should be taken. No, down it goes. Scott Curry out in the deep has put one down. It should have been taken.
Almost as though he had too much time to think about him. He got himself in the perfect position, got himself set under it. A night sky, which is now clear. Straight through.
Gets it away, finds the gap to the left of Vince at extra cover. He beats Mays on the right at deep cover. Good over this for Smead and Somerset. Gets it straight for 4 more. So this is the over that Somerset required. It's gone for 15 now.
Oh, that'll be plenty. Chris Wood just watches it sail over his head. Starts with a 4. Pump down the ground, that'll be 4. Hello, hello. Get one of them bananas to throw it back. That'll do. That'll do. Somewhere near extra cover.
Was on the offside, Bumble. What a shot this is. Benny Howe's gone pace on, and pace on 69 mile an hour, but this is something else from Dixon. Into position early and just helps it on its way.
Vince working all the time now. 26 from 15 required. Slow ball, slow ball. Oh my goodness me. It's a biggie. Slammed, will be taken. It is taken. Long off. Brilliant shot, looked to be 6, but he's gone.
Captain Cool, how often have we seen it? James Vince, that was hammered. Didn't get very high off the ground at all from Smead. He hangs his head, but it's been a brilliant innings. It's got Somerset to a position where they are a chance of winning this final. Couldn't quite match the feats of Chris Lynn with 100 on finals day, but it's been a superb knock, ended by a very good catch. And Hampshire, maybe they believe again now, the Hawks. Vince with the catch, he'll get the applause, he'll hang his head a little because he's disappointed. But don't be, young man, it has been a superb innings. It really has. 94 off 58, and you've given your team every possible chance. Speed goes.
Oh, 6 more, all the way into the crowd. Take that. Oh, that might do it. That might do it. That might do it. Game over. It's the Steiner boys.
Cometh the hour, cometh the man, Lewis Gregory. Captain fantastic. 18 not out of 5. And they celebrate again. Leicestershire and Hampshire with 3 Vitality Blast final wins, and now Somerset join them.
Lewis Gregory will move across and join his teammates to lift the trophy. As we say congratulations to the 2025 Vitality Blast champions, Somerset!
Okay? No? Yeah, 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me okay?
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10.
Both okay? You come. You come.
Morning.
Cheers. Are we on a break at the moment? To us.
Minute 24.
And I presume we're just doing a wide shot of the ground and then in vision. Yeah. Can't speak to Reba. No promos or anything. I'll probably be talking over a BT promo of the Women's World Cup.
You say here 3,000 maybe?
That was good.
Mm, 90 ahead, 90 behind.
Absolutely gorgeous afternoon here. The sun has been shining throughout the morning and into the afternoon. Those that have been allowed onto the ground, and a fair amount of the spectators here, and it's a good spreading of spectators as well, they have been allowed just to have a little wander around, have a look at the wicket and go back to their seats now. Michael is alongside me. We'll talk about the session in a moment, but let's just pick up on finals day. Good fun.
Yeah, great day. It usually is. It's one of the highlights of the calendar really in the summer. Edgbaston do it very well, put on a good day. Excellent pitch prepared by the ground staff that allowed for 3 good games, really 3 high scoring games to get a final where 190 is chased down. Made for great entertainment. I think the best side won in the group stages. Somerset had won 11 games, so they were very strong there. Missed 1 or 2 players coming into finals day, as did other teams, which is not an ideal consequence of the way the schedule is, but Somerset were very strong on the day. They're well run, well led, good club, good county club in all formats. So worthy winners, I think.
Obviously a slightly different feel here for Championship cricket, but they're selling it pretty well here too, aren't they?
Yeah, it's been a good story actually this year, but I think partly because of the way the Championship schedule is at the start of the season, where you have a strong run of games for a couple of months, and those games seem to always start Friday, then go through the weekend. You might get a 4th day on the Monday. But it means that they've had very strong crowds here. People come in on Fridays, which is sometimes a work from home day. They come in after tea. Then you've got the weekend crowd. So they've been getting upwards of 15,000 people for a 4-day fixture. I think more than 70,000 have come through the gates to watch Championship cricket here this year. So great credit to Surrey, who are marketing the county cricket strongly and Championship cricket strongly, which is not always the easiest sell for obvious reasons. And clearly they've got a very attractive side to watch. They're going for a 4-timer, so people like to watch winning teams.
Absolutely, but having things not their own way
no,
here.
No,
it's a
that's
pretty
right.
dramatic session, wasn't it? I mean, at one point they were 101 for 1. That became 129 for 6. Now 141 for 6. What are you putting that down to?
Well, a combination really. A couple of poor shots. You know, you wouldn't expect Burns to miss a straight ball on 47. He's so strong through the leg side, and he effectively just missed a straight ball when set. Dan Lawrence, chipping to mid-on. And then some good pressure bowling from the change bowlers, actually, Brett Hutton and Lyndon James, who followed Tong and Pennington. And not a lot was happening for a long time, although it was just enough to keep the bowlers interested. But as you say, at 101 for 1, it looked like a familiar tale of Surrey dominance after yesterday's performance. And then within 8 overs, all that had changed. 129 for 6 with Hutton and Lyndon James sharing the wickets, and a real opportunity now for Notts. If they can get a first innings lead, or even just be about parity, which at 101 for 1 they wouldn't have expected to be, you're effectively into a one innings game then, and they may have the advantage of bowling last if the ball continues to do something off the little indentations that were created yesterday. So we might be in for a really good game.
A bit of symmetry, isn't there? When you think of yesterday's morning session, not much happened for a little bit. Freddie McCann played well, Ben Slater likewise, and then a similar thing happened here, and then suddenly wickets begin to fall. Now we've just gone and had a little look at the pitch. Is that playing its part here? I mean, there are little indentations.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday it was obviously a little bit damp, and the ball creates little dents which get flattened out a little bit by the heavy roller, but not completely. So it feels to me like there's always going to be something in the pitch for the bowlers, even as we go through days 3 and 4 here. And then it's how much pressure can you apply as a bowling unit. It's essentially, in conditions like this, you want to keep it very simple and try and hit the top of off or be in the channel time and time again, build pressure, take your catches. One catch went down this morning at slip. Freddie McCann put down a catch at slip, so catching very important. Create pressure, because both teams have got 4 seamers, and we're not going to see a lot of spin, I don't think, from Dan Lawrence or Liam Patterson White. They'll be hammering away the 4 seamers and just trying to create pressure.
We're just sort of waiting now. The bell went a little while ago. Umpires are coming down. What will have been the team chat here for Notts?
For Notts, I think more of the same. I think they'll go to Tong and Pennington now, because Hutton and Lyndon James had quite a long spell between them after lunch. So Tong and Pennington should be relatively fresh, given the last 45 minutes they weren't in action, and then the lunch break. And they'll be looking to do exactly what the other 2 did in that hour before lunch: create pressure, give Surrey nothing to hit, take their catches, and hope to keep any lead down to a minimum, maybe get a small lead themselves.
Beautifully set up, isn't it?
It
I
should
think
be.
It was 1 point before play started yesterday. It's just extended a little bit for Surrey, but right.
Well, Surrey extended their lead by 3 yesterday by dint of the fact that they got their 3 bowling points. Notts didn't get a batting point, but Notts have already picked up 2, so they've knocked 2 off that. So effectively it's 2 at the moment. It's hard to see Surrey getting too many batting points, so we might be back to a situation by the end of first innings here where there's a sliver between them, 1 point, and maybe a one innings game. So yeah, it should be fantastic.
We better move on, because we're about to get going. Players are obviously out now. 141 for 6. Could be an intriguing afternoon session. Adam Collins, Dominic Cork for you.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Michael. Yeah, an interesting last hour to that first session on day 2. And this championship game between Surrey and Nottinghamshire, and Surrey in a bit of trouble. 141 for 6, 28 runs for 4 wickets in 48 deliveries. So a real good comeback from Nottinghamshire, led by James and Brett Hutton. James with 3 for 35, Hutton with 2 for 31. And Surrey, Adam Collins, under a bit of pressure in this mid-session.
Doesn't often happen here at the Oval. This is the day when Surrey are the ones applying the pressure, not having to absorb it, as will be the case now. Yeah, that first session was a story of 2 hours, how it was split. Surrey adding 58 wicketless runs across the first hour of play, then that dramatic collapse of 5 for 28. They bowled so well to them too.
Well, I wondered whether they'd go back to Hutton straight away after lunch because of how well he and James bowl, but they've stuck with Pennington, 1 for 26. We've got the wicket of Dom Sibley yesterday. And you asked me yesterday about the fact that middle session and end session always seems to get runs on day 1. Let's have a look how many overs have been bowled now. 45 overs, and all of a sudden what we saw last hour, just a bit more movement, a little bit more swing. I think you'll see that once. I talk about it all the time, the lacquer off. This was a The first wicket yesterday, just a little bit indecisive from Dom Sivney. He's not really a cutter of the ball. He gets across and eventually just can't get his bat out the way. So nearly just came off the face of the bat. Simple catch. Again, that movement. I think we're going to see that throughout this game. I know the stats say that day 3 you see a bit of a lull with runs per wicket, and then 4 it's even harder to take wickets. I'm not so sure on this surface. I think we're just going to see this with the weather that we've got here. Not too hot. I think we're going to see movement throughout.
Yeah, there was a fair bit of speculation last week as to what might the pitch look like in this. It's not quite winner takes all, but it feels that way, doesn't it? Penultimate round of the season. There's quite a bit in it. Was yesterday, certainly is today. Saw how much movement that Hutton and James, but Hutton especially, was generating off the seam. It wasn't just in the air, it was decking away. A couple of those leg cutters moved like leg breaks, which is a great sign for a seamer. A couple of them found the edge when James was bowling too, so yeah, right amongst it. And the other consideration with rain about tomorrow, so much time left, still 66 overs after this one before the close of play this evening. Could be a long way advanced in this game.
No, just outside and missing leg stumps, so not a lot going for that. 142 for 6. If you're just joining us, we can show you those 5 wickets just before lunch. James, who deserved that. It was an excellent spell. Good catch low down by Haynes. And then Brett Hutton, who trapped Rory Burns. Rarely misses those. Nice delivery again from James. Just a little nick outside. You can just generally see the lengths, like Surrey did, just get a little bit fuller and fuller.
Yeah, and the last 3 were all really well set up too. 3rd in the sequence there, and 5th of the collapse was Pope, who was furious with himself. But the one that came before it, Hutton to Lawrence, got him for a duck from a leading edge. That does not tell the story. It's the 2 balls before it. Balls 4 and 5 of that over were jagging leg cutters, and then Hutton's variation, the in-swinger. That's what deceived Lawrence. Gone for Norton in the middle of the collapse.
Tong will open up then after lunch, so change of ends for him. Maybe the breeze is just helping him a little bit. I'll show you where these 2 teams sit at the moment. It isn't the last game of the season. They all play an extra round next week. Surrey will head to Hampshire. Notts will take on Warwickshire. And there's just 2 points in it at the moment.
Yeah, and Notts narrowed it by 2 points in that second hour of play on 2 bowling points, up to 6 here. And unless something dramatically changes, they'll get their 3rd bowling point here. They need 9 inside 110 overs, which is a mile away from where we are at the moment, only in the 47th over of the innings.
Patience, that's what I saw with Notts. I think they were just pushing a little bit last night, searching for those wickets this morning early on, perhaps again, and then just 2 bowlers found a bit of rhythm, found the right lines and lengths. Ball starts to swing, just the odd ball seaming, and then all of a sudden put some quality batters under pressure.
And what a luxury being able to deploy an England quick in Josh Tongue at this stage. Extra yard.
Too high. Has to be too high, but given. For me, that looked too high. Ian Blackwell thinks that is straight and straight enough, and Tong has his first.
It was sharp, that's for sure. On the angle, back towards Ryan Patel. Caught on the crease. Height was the one concern. We'll see it back here. Either way, what a massive moment straight after lunch. Hit on the knee roll. Both feet in the air. Up went the finger. Ryan Patel has been such a big wicket for Surrey over the last 4 seasons. And he's out in the 2nd over after lunch. Surrey, they're in all sorts now. They're 143 for 7.
Gus Atkinson then in at number 9, a man with a Test century, and who would have thought this in the script? This wasn't in the Surrey script this morning. Yesterday, under pressure, struggling to get a batting point at the moment.
It's a good point. They're still a long way from 250. Other considerations initially.
Wide of the crease. He's gone back obviously over to the right-hander.
Corky, we talk a lot about Surrey when they've got the ball, how they're just irrepressible with who they can deploy. What a great option for Notts. Tongue was their least used seamer to this point. Of course, part of the England Test 11 at the moment, the most recently completed match here at the Oval. That extra pace, that's what did for Patel there.
Yeah, and that's what you get with the likes of Tong, because of his pace and his height. Can unsettle batters early on, given a wide. It all looked from Ian Blackwell to Nigel Long, and he said that's a little bit too high for me.
I don't trust the radar either. It said 69 mile an hour there. Don't think so. Albeit it did balloon over current, didn't it?
I'd hate to think what sort of pace some bowlers are if he's 69 miles an hour. This has gone ridiculously. They're going to be given 4 byes again. We saw it earlier on in that first session. Ball that went from the left-hander went for 4 byes. It looks like it's a genuine nick, but this just swings after it passes Tom Curran.
Well, Varaina's one of the better keepers in world cricket. He was the ICC Test Keeper of the Year last year. So it's not, I mean, obviously he's had to do some work to get in front of first slip, but that's all to do with how far that has jagged. And first slip actually jumped out the way of it.
Good over from Josh Tong. I'm sure we'll come back to that wicket keeping in a minute. 150 comes up for Surrey, 150 for 7.
Just the importance of getting rid of Ryan Patel there. He has been something of an immovable object here at the Oval, especially when times are tough. It's Patel who invariably is the one who can dig in. Here's that ball. It completed the over, but there was one that came before it that ran away for 4 byes. And an eventful over for Josh Tongue, which of course included that crucial wicket of Ryan Patel. The 6th that Notts have picked up today. 6 for 42 all told, the collapse. Yeah, Surrey just need to occupy here. They've got this depth. Mentioned Atkinson's Test 100. Fischer, who batted really well last week in tough conditions. He came in at 188 for 8 on day 1, and he and Patel put on 60 plus. So in a game of fine margins, they're only trailing by 81. A good partnership here, and they can stabilise things and limit the damage. But the bowling has been of a high quality this morning, and after lunch as well. Straight back on at Notts. I saw him bowling last week at lunch, and I did wonder about whether he was what he was doing exactly. He bowled for an entire lunch session. I should have twigged that they were thinking about playing him here.
This is close and given. Yeah, trapped on the crease line. Pennington, exceptional line and length again. And Notts are all over Surrey here. They're 8 down.
Surrey are absolutely reeling. this collapse has been catastrophic. A 7th to fall. 7 for 49 all told since the first one fell in the start of the second hour of play this morning. Tom Curran departs for 11 wickets in consecutive overs again. 150 for 8.
Ball that just jags back. A little bit of outswing. And brilliant from Notts. Very good from Pennington. Peter Moores will be delighted as coach. They're fighting hard against the champions Surrey. 150 for 8. Fresh from his 5-wicket haul for Surrey in the first innings, and work to do as a batter up against Pennington, who's just found a little bit of rhythm. Some good bowling here, some quality swing and seam bowling. It was a perfect delivery to get rid of Tom Curran. Down. What were they? 101 for 1 at one stage. Wow, what a collapse. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely sensational. Wicket maiden for Pennington. Surrey 150 for 8.
They've been quite exceptional. With the night watchman hanging around for a partnership of 59, Corky, you can see a world where their heads might have started to drop and thinking, well, this is what Surrey does, we might be subject to it. But instead, what are we now? 20 minutes or so into the session. They've had 80 minutes of just impeccable bowling now. They've all played a role in it. The pressure's building. Every ball's an event.
Game is progressing nicely.
Indeed.
And like you say, with the rain that is so-called forecast for tomorrow, Notts now have got a chance of getting a big lead. Going into that last day, it's another beautiful delivery. Because of the angle that Tong creates, it looks like it's going to go into Atkinson and then just darts away.
That's taking a 4th stump out. It's a seed. So he's going to have a big winter ahead of him where he's under the pump. Well, showing here when he's on top, he's a real handful. Ooh.
You better not bowl many of them
no.
in the winter. Or it'll happen exactly the same as that. A rare loose delivery from Notts. And Atkinson thinks, I'm having a bit of that.
Yeah, didn't see that coming. Thanks for that, Josh. Just on the bloke down the other end, Matt Fischer mentioned last week how important he was. 38 not out at Scarborough, 40 in a massive 10th wicket partnership, batting at 11 earlier in the year at Edgbaston. So there have been times when Fisher's been difficult to dislodge as well. They need that here. They need just to manage the damage.
Yeah. Well, they've got to get as close as possible.
Yeah.
You'd think 200 they'd be happy with that from here. You'd take 46. If you're sitting in that Surrey changing room now, 8 down, you've got to be realistic. Can these two get us another 45? Yep. 9 and 10, 11. Can they get us there? If we can, then 31 doesn't feel as big as at the moment. What are they now? 76 behind, are they?
Yep, that's it. And the psychology too, Corky. If they can just bat for another 45 minutes or whatever it works out to be, rather than feeling like they've been thoroughly castled.
Surprised they've not got another slip in place. No, they've got a bat pad. Don't mind that, but I just think with how the ball's going at the moment, I'd rather have another slip there.
When you consider this is the best opportunity not to going to get, right? Like Surrey will fight back at some point. They always do.
This
at
is
some
their
point
moment.
during the match. This is their moment. Yeah, this is the chance they have to finish this off, get batting again, and to give themselves the best possible chance of leaving here with a victory, notwithstanding weather and so on. But they can control so much of this game if they can finish the job right away while they've got all the momentum. And to that end, I mean, you can see the way that Tongue's moving the ball. Just 2 catches behind the wicket. Like, surely we're at a stage where you could, I know there's a third man back there as well for a slash, but a third slip, a gully, build the pressure that way.
Well, the backroom staff obviously at Notts, and you've got the likes of Kevin Shine, Paul Franks. They obviously do their homework on stats and opposition. They've got a bat pad and a man out on the hook as well for Fischer. So obviously he hooks. But for me, why are you bowling that ball? At this stage, you don't need to bowl that ball at Fischer. That's the ball you bowl. So you don't need a man on the hook. Deserved more. End of another over, 155 for 8.
We'll try and get a look at that last one again. He's bowled 2 of them in that over. 2 unplayables that would have taken 4th stump out the ground, but have somehow missed everything on that angle. That is glorious stuff. It's getting better players out.
Yeah, and I'll go back to the fact, do you really need a man? Yeah, of course, you're trying to set him up to let him think a bouncer is coming. And probably he'll nick one, it'll go straight to first and second slip. But just think that, get another slip in place. You just sense that Notts are just, I want to give too many runs away. Hamid now is taking out extra cover and he's put a man back out on the boundary on the offside. What he's saying is you can have the ones. I don't like this. I think some ways I understand this trying to cut the options off to stop boundaries, but they're not really a 9 and 10. Atkinson isn't really a number 9, number 10, but let them have a big drive at it. If it goes for a 4, it goes for a 4, but let them do it. If you get the nick, fair enough. What you don't want them to do is just rotate the strike.
That's the way you can build into an innings, right? When the milk the strike game's going on, which isn't quite yet, but how well these guys are bowling. Yeah, as you say, I'm sure they've got this all planned out. They'll know what they're doing clearly, but sort of naked eye test, it feels like, with the scoreboard reading 156 for 8 with the collapse that's been on for the better part of an hour and a half, that having another, I mean, how mortified would they be if a catch flew through 3rd or 4th slip?
Well, yeah, and also, you know, you're not putting a man back for Ollie Pope or Ben Folkes, so why are you putting a man back for Gus Atkinson? That's the way I look at it. For me, I don't understand that at times. Somebody comes out and hits you for 3-4 through the offside and he's hitting your best ball, remember, it's not half volleys, it's your best ball, then okay, we might need to have a look. You might have to come out the attack. Sound old, don't I?
I hear you. Oftentimes you see it when there's 2 tail end players at test level now where they revert to the 5-man back short ball theory. Naked eye test, it feels weird. Data, it kind of works in a roundabout kind of way.
Beautiful shot. Really good this from Fischer. Just got a little bit greedy, Pennington. First boundary to him.
Yeah, well played. He was in good nick last week. Defensively, he's competent. Has the ability to put balls away too. Was thrilled for him yesterday, that 5 he took. It's been coming. If you can bat with that kind of confidence here, it'll do an awful lot for the home team in this tough spot, 71 behind.
Again, better line, that one.
Yeah, that data point I was making before, it can look to the naked eye when you're watching in a test match, usually in a test match. 5-man back, short bowling constantly at tail-enders' helmets. You're like, well, just bowl at Yorkers at their stumps, knock them over. All the analysts say, well, yeah, okay, it might look bad when a couple of top edges go for 6, but taken as a whole, it is more effective than bowling at the stumps to tail-enders, bowling at their heads. It just feels weird to those like yourself,
Yeah.
Corky, you've been around for a while.
Yeah, I get that, but I also think if your best delivery is being hit by a number 9, 10 and 11, then they should be batting 3, 4 and 5. If it's good enough for some of the top batters in the world, why is it not good enough for 9, 10, 11? Good from Hamid. That is really good fielding. Single to finish off. Decent over for Surrey. And 1-6, 1 for 8.
What we know of the next man in, for what it's worth, Dan Worrell, he only really plays one way. Clear the front leg and try and clout it. So these two are going to bat more conventionally. We've seen that of Atkinson for Surrey and England, and Fischer this season especially. So more conventional cricket now, but once they lose a further wicket, could get exotic.
Again, he's sticking with the field, the bat pad and fine leg and deep square leg in place. So just 2 slips for Fischer. Change now for Atkinson, so bat pad does come out. Sure, he'll go into a mid wicket. The man on the hook will stay there. I've enjoyed the fight though from Notts, who everybody knows Surrey's record here at home. Just like the fact that they've come out and said, okay, we didn't want it to get more than 2-3-1. You've got off to a good start, but we're going to fight our way back. So it shows why they're in second position.
Yeah, absolutely. They've won 5 games this year, most in the comp. They've had to play with that positive attitude. Asiba done a terrific job. Their best campaign since returning to the top flight a few seasons ago, by some way.
Ian, there's no man back on cover now. You're saying to Atkinson, if you want to try and hit me through there, that's good, but there's enough movement in there for you to nick it to either keep a slip or second slip.
Yeah, with the way with Atkinson swinging like that, if he makes contact, it's probably going for 6 over the short boundary, or the shorter side of the ground anyway.
What a delivery. Serious delivery this from Josh Tong because of the angle he creates, the height and the bounce. Nothing Atkinson could do, and Surrey are 9 down.
Well, we saw in the previous tongue over, he bowled a couple of balls that were almost identical to this, just missing Fischer's off stump and Fischer's outside edge. Well, Atkinson has feathered it through. Another catch for Verena. We'll see it back here. Perfect spot on the pitch. Felt like he needed to play. Almost certainly did. That's 8 wickets for Notts today. And Surrey still 69 behind. This is getting worse and worse for the home team. 162 for 9.
Just joining us, Surrey, the champions, are in big trouble. 162 for 9. They trail by 69. Dan Worrell is in at number 11. Josh Tong 2 for 41 and bowling beautifully at the moment. And you said this could get interesting when Dan Worrell comes in. You can just sense by the field that was set straight away. They know the sort of player he is.
Yep, he's reached that stage of his career where he comes in at 11, tries to give it a whack. That's what he does. If it comes off, useful, but I wouldn't expect a high front elbow crushing it through the covers or anything either, Corky.
Another good over by Josh Tong. 51 overs gone, 163 for 9.
Yeah, such important overs these from Tung. Trapping Patel with his first over after lunch with the extra pace. And then a series of gorgeous balls moving away from the right-handers, initially to Fischer, but then successfully to Atkinson. There's spells like this that are why England was so keen on him a couple of years ago. Playing that Ashes Test at Lords and looking the part, returning this season after a string of injuries. Seeing it once more here, Corky. This is the
Pennington to Tom Curran, lovely little outswinger that just nipped back. Yeah, he's not looking like he's going to get in line too much, Dan Worrell. He's looking to just 2020 style, get rid of that left foot and try and hoof it out the park.
Well, a long, long time ago when he was a club cricketer playing for Melbourne, he was a top order bat, but it's a long time ago. He used to talk about when he was a delivery driver at university, when he would play lower grade cricket in the Melbourne district comp, go out and bat, train occasionally, but cricket wasn't that big a part of his life. Little did he know he'd turn into a fast bowler who represented Australia and has done such a great job for Surrey too. He described it to me. He bowled a few leg breaks and come in and bash it. That's kind of what he did as a cricketer when he was in those formative years where a lot of guys are, on the pathway in academies playing state second cricket or whatever. Not Dan Worrell.
Absolutely. Nice shot. That is a very good shot because this is outside off stump and he just doesn't overhit it. Lovely timing.
That's a stunner. He's picked that up from what? Off stump? Near enough to it. Bit bottom handy, but that's fine.
Keep chipping away. That's, I'm sure that Fischer's thinking, let's just keep chipping away. 63 we trail by at the moment. Let's get as close as we can to not, and that will be another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries.
Good cricketer, Matt Fischer. Gives his absolute all. He was a top recruit at the end of last season, having done so much to elevate Yorkshire. Moving here to give his career a new life as well. At age 27, he's turned 28 since, but there's a lot to offer here at the Oval with ball and bat.
End of Gus Atkinson, an absolute beauty because of the angle that he creates, goes in. Atkinson is trying to play the line and it just goes away. It's a beautiful delivery.
Type of ball that Atkinson bowls himself.
And he'll need to bowl some of them to try and get Surrey back into this game.
Still trailing by 59 here.
Tried to get the strike back. Last ball of the over. Expensive from Pennington 172 for 9.
There was a partnership of 28 yesterday for the 10th wicket. They've put on 10 here. 18 further runs would get them to within 41. That wouldn't be for nothing. Just changing the feel of this innings a little bit towards the end. Although in saying that, Josh Tongue to Dan Worrell, at least initially here, that's a very good matchup for Notts, to say the least.
Yeah. Just slightly changed now, so he's got more of a mid-wicket and a man out on the hook. And he's not. He's saying, if you want to hit me through the offside, then that's fine. Goes down to third, and again, you just see the difference. It's amazing the mentality of a quick bowler, or not even a quick bowler, that all of a sudden now you think a full delivery is going to get rid of them. It's gone are the days where number 9, 10 and 11 you can just bowl full and they miss it.
That was Cavalier. Swing of the bat from the back foot out through backward point. Love to see it.
Just got to stay patient, Notts. They've really done all the hard work in that first session and come out after lunch. But important wickets taken. Really good catch. McCann, who's at second slip there, may have juggled it a little bit. What a performance this has been from Notts. They have bowled Surrey out at the top of the table at the moment for 173.
Stunning performance from Notts. They've taken 9 for 72 across a couple of hours, not even that. And they've all played a role. It was James and Hutton, and now Pennington and Tongue. Nice juggled chance from McCann at second slip. One of 2 catches behind the wicket for him. 3 wickets for Tongue in this spell. Wiping out Surrey inside 53 overs. 58 runs behind at the halfway mark of this match.
Yeah, and now the work starts for Notts to try and improve on that 58 lead that they've got now. What can they get to? Round of applause for all the Notts bowlers. They bowled brilliantly. Hutton, James, Tongue, Pennington. They caught well as well. That is important. And now Surrey, the champions, are under pressure. If you're just joining us, they were 1 down overnight. They were going well at 101 for 1, and then the collapse came. Burns went for 47. Laws for 22. Did well as a night watcher. 11 for Pope. 10 for Folkes. And Tom Curran with 11. 13 for Fischer. Bowled out for 173.
Yeah, interestingly, 33 extras, which turns out to be the second highest score for Surrey there. But with the ball perfectly shed around, Hutton and James bowling in that wonderful partnership before lunch, picking up 5 wickets in the session. Then Pennington and Tongue getting in on the act after the long break. And after lunch, Surrey lost a further 4 wickets, all out 173.
Well, the match is going well for Notts at the moment. They were bowled out for 231 yesterday. Surrey in a decent position, 101 for 1. Were bowled out for 173. 3 wickets for James, 3 wickets for Tongue, who bowled beautifully. 2 for Hutton, 1, 2 for Pennington. And at the innings break, it's Surrey that trail by 58 runs. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side will be that Nottinghamshire's second innings. More cricket coming your way on Sky Sports. Last big final of the summer, the Metrobank One Day Cup final. Hampshire versus Worcestershire, that's from Trent Bridge, or the build-up. 10:30 a.m. on Sky Sports Cricket. What a performance from Nottinghamshire. 101 for 1 is where Surrey found themselves mid-session. And it was yesterday, the end of Dom Sibley. Laws did his job as night watchman. Good catch, low down by Haynes. Captain trapped on the crease line by Hutton. Adam Collins, this was some sensational bowling.
Yeah, the way he was set up there, folks caught behind. Then Hutton, so clever. 2 outswingers and an in-swinger found the leading edge. That was Dan Lawrence gone for a duck. Just before lunch, Ollie Pope nicking off the second slip. He was fuming. That gave James another. And then after the break, the pace, Josh Tongue blowing the pad of Patel off. Pennington getting on the act. Tom Curran also adjudged leg before. And Tongue finished it off very quickly towards the end. Atkinson undone by a Jaffa. And Fischer, the last man to go, also caught by Freddie McCann behind the wicket. A couple of snaffles for him at second slip. They bowled beautifully. They caught well. They've given themselves a terrific opportunity, claiming 9 for 72 in that Surrey collapse to wipe them out for 173, and now they lead by 58.
Yeah, and Notts probably not believe how they've got themselves back into this game. 231 if he's just joining us. Notts, who were put into bat by Surrey. It's been the form here at the Oval for a long period of time. Whoever wins the toss has a bowl first. 5 for 61 for Fischer, his first 5 for Surrey. Atkinson 4 for 41 and then reply. Surrey were going well. As Adam's just told you, 101 for 1, and then that collapse. Some sensational bowling from James, Tong, Hutton, Pennington. And just see that partnership this morning between Burns and Laws put Notts on the back foot, and then they hit back. Started off by James, he bowled beautifully. 3 for 35 from 9. Pennington 2 for 41. A couple of wickets for Hutton and 3 for Tong.
It isn't often that Surrey misfire through the middle order, but you see there just one partnership above 50 and none getting beyond 15 after the collapse started. Rory Burns addressing his charges. They bowled very nicely yesterday, bowling out Notts 231 inside 78 overs. Well, you'd imagine that'd be the minimum they could give up here the second time around. And the Surrey bowlers, the onus goes on to them, this attack which is so exceptional, led by Dan Worrell, the pace of Laws, the consistency and movement of Fischer, Gus Atkinson, England international, and Tom Curran, the all-rounder, returning this week. 5-pronged pace attack. A long way to go on this second day as well. Lots of overs left. This game could be well advanced by the close tonight.
Well, just to put into context exactly that collapse, the 5th time in the past 4 seasons in 28 matches that Surrey have conceded a first innings lead. 3 of the previous 4 were draws, and Surrey won the other 1. So it shows how strong they've been, not just here at the Oval, but also in Championship cricket. That man will be delighted with how his team have fought back. But he's got work to do on a surface that is just offering enough. For the seam and swing bowlers. Beautiful day, and it's good news. There is reports of a little bit of rain tomorrow, so Notts would be thinking, well, what can we get this lead up to? Cameron Ponsonby joins me. What a performance from Notts this morning.
What a remarkable few hours we had. The first hour, it was easy breezy for Surrey. No bother at all. From 102, 101 for 1 even, to 173 all out. And the neutral and me enjoyed it. Dom?
72 for 9. The bowler and me enjoyed it as well, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Surrey now can try and hit back. Worrell is a fantastic bowler with this new ball. And we've seen how generally it gets a little bit more trickier for the batters, around about 30-40 overs old. But they need to make early inroads, so Notts take that lead. What is it now? 58 the lead.
And if you are the team bowling second, as Nottinghamshire were in this context, this is the model you have to pursue to win the match, because you've had the best use of conditions. Every team comes here, wins the toss and bowls. So at this point in the match, at the halfway stage, you have to be ahead of the game.
Great to just see Rory Burns and that little huddle before he started. See, I haven't got a clue what he was saying, but it just looked like it was, we do it the Surrey way. We've done it for a long period of time now. Yes, we might be in this situation, but let's stick to our plans. Batting out of his crease, the captain. Looks like this will be run away for 4 leg byes, so Notts in their second innings off and running.
Just a couple of freebies from Dan Worrell there, looking to get that swing away from the right hander, and this one just kept on sneaking on down the leg side. I mean, all professionals play so much cricket. There must be an element of sorry. Yes, they're behind in the game, but a number of times you'll be tempted to go through the motions, and now there's a moment in the season where everything's riding on it.
First run off the bat. And every run, Notts will think we're getting ahead of the game. We're pushing and putting Surrey under pressure.
Well, this has typically been the point in a match at the Oval where the switch flips and the bowlers have fun for the first couple of days, and then the batters take over from this point now. So your fun as a bowler, Dom, might be over, I'm afraid to say.
Round the wicket straight away then for Ben Slater. Dan Worrell. And even though it's a new ball, it just hasn't got that swing that we saw towards the end of the Notts and the bowling, and in that middle when Surrey bowled really well. End of the first over, and Notts.
Well. Good afternoon, Cameron. Good afternoon, everybody. What a turnaround. Did you see it coming, Cam?
I did not see it coming, Mike. I think we're spoilt in many ways working here regularly at the Kia Oval, but one of the ways we're not is we see the same variation of the same cricket match often. I thought it was happening again. An incredible spell of bowling from Nottinghamshire took over.
Sting in the tail. The Sting. You've seen that film?
I really want to say I have, but I haven't.
Sad day, Robert Redford. Passed today. Just announced. Great actor. The Sting. You're too young for all this stuff, aren't you?
Actually, Mike, I'm afraid I've lied to you. I have seen it. I've whacked it into Google, and it's like a con film.
That's right.
Great.
The great con. The Sting. You must have seen All the President's Men. Surely. Come on, Cam. Don't disappoint me.
This is an unexpected
now.
test.
You're too young.
I've done the Sting. I'm 1 from 1 so far. So All the President's Men. Give me till tomorrow.
Well, if you've not seen it, watch it. It's a great film.
94% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Great film. A river runs through it. Seen that one?
I've done the Harry Potters. I've seen those ones.
I'm giving you an education in film this afternoon. Whoa, there's some bounce there. It's going to be a pitch, I think, that keeps everybody interested throughout. Nick Knight was on it this morning and said it was damp yesterday, so it's just created little grooves or indentations. So if the ball hits the edge of one of them, it's going to do a bit. And we've seen some balls do alarming things, actually, not always the ones that get wickets, but it creates a bit of doubt in the batter's mind.
I think that'll be promising in terms of the contest. So I was just saying to Dom before he went off air, this is normally the time in the match at the Oval where you see the flip switched, or one of those ways, and the bats start to dominate ball. Whereas for the first day and a half, 2 days, it's been the ball that's been in charge across this season. Well, that delivery there, that's lifted through to Ben Foakes. Hopefully there's still some life in the bowlers, in the pitch for the bowlers.
Maybe wrong, and we'll see how it pans out, but I think there's going to be just enough help for the bowlers as we go through this game. Well, it's not against perhaps expectations, who have their noses in front now, so they picked up full bowling bonus points. Surrey didn't get any batting points, so what we're down to, we're down back to 1 now.
Back
1
to
point
level
between the teams. So it's all on the result now, with no more bonus points up for grabs. 6 for none. Notts leading by 64.
And we're level pegging in the match, 3 points scored apiece, which means Surrey do maintain that 1 point advantage. And so if it is drawn, if the weather gets in the way, then we could be looking at bonus points deciding the title just over a week's time. I read your piece with Jimmy White earlier on today.
Oh yeah,
interviewed him.
Great privilege and fun to meet Jimmy. You couldn't have been more friendly. Have you seen Ralphie Albert play, his grandson?
I haven't seen him play personally, but I've got a couple of friends who do play with him at club cricket. I know kind of everyone's very excited.
Banstead, is that his club?
Yeah, that's his club. Is him and Nathan Barnwell and Seb Stewart Reckling all on Surrey's books from Banstead at the moment.
Well, good luck to Ralphie. Started to make a name for himself. Got 96 on in his maiden professional innings, and 10 for earlier in the year for England under-19s. It's an unlikely story, isn't it? Jimmy White's grandson.
I didn't realise that Jimmy White's still ranked. It's on 120 in the world in snooker.
Oh, he's still playing. He loves it. He goes down to Epsom Club every day to practice. Says his game, I mean, I don't know because I'm not an expert, but he says his game's as good as it ever was. And of course, snooker's one of those games where you wouldn't imagine age has too much of an impact.
Well, he was kind of number 1 in the world, and now he's one. So it must have taken a bit of a hit.
I think he's lived a life. He was very funny, saying how when he goes on his travels now, his bags, he's got a knee strap in there and stuff for a backache, and 63 years of age and still giving it a good crack. Saw he lost in the English Open just after I spoke to him in the second round, I think. But very nice guy. He was good fun. 3 slips for Dan Worrell.
Just lifted through off the surface again.
Now tell me you've seen Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
You know what? I think
Come on.
that might have been on Channel 4 a few times growing up. And I got bored and put on Top Gear or something.
No. Oh dear.
I've got a good library of back catalogue building up at the moment. I'm already learning. I love learning, Mike.
Those 4 Robert Redford films I would recommend. And others. But start there.
Do you have a particular favourite out of those four?
Well, I mean, Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid is one of the great films, as is All the President's Men with Dustin Hoffman. A river runs through it. If you like your fishing, is a kind of paean to fly fishing.
Have you seen Paddington 2 at all?
No. Is he in that as well?
He should be.
What a sad day. Robert Redford, 89. It's just a bit wide from Dan Worrell. He can't get Hamid playing from there.
We can do a trade, Mike. I'll watch All the President's Men. You can do Paddington 2.
And who out of that exchange do you think is going to learn more about life, Cam?
I think it would closer than anticipated. I'll be educated and you'll be entertained. I think that's how it'll break down. Hugh Grant said it was his best performance of the performance of his life.
Really? Okay. Fair dues. So sorry, I've got to try and get amongst them here. It's a good combination, Worrell and Atkinson. Ben Slater must be closing in on 1,000 runs now. About 960, I reckon.
We don't have Samo for this session.
No.
I'll take the
Definitely, he's around about 960. He's not far short of 1,000. He's had a pretty good year.
960 exactly.
Well, if you can get a few here, this will count for a lot. There's some innings that, you know, carry a bit more importance, and this is one of them.
Just looking at the kind of scores from the last two innings, Nottinghamshire were 89 for 1 after 33.4 overs, which when their kind of inverted commas collapse happened.
Yeah.
Surrey 101 for 1 after 32.5.
Yeah, it's bizarre, all the wickets falling after 30 overs.
I remember Dominic was talking about how it was just that lacquer coming off, and that's when the ball really started to move, or how he preferred it when he was bowling. We saw that happen in both innings. Is there any? I can't say I've ever really heard teams pursue this strategy, but whether it's a case of almost attacking these first 30 overs before the ball might start swinging, or would that be a ludicrous strategy?
Well, I'm just not sure it's easy with Atkinson and Worrell. I mean, I'd get your drift. You're kind of bringing a one-day policy to, you know, like almost attack the power play. In this instance, the power play being before the lacquer comes off the ball, but it's a pretty good combination at the moment, Worrell and Atkinson. Send in a pinch hitter. Who would be Notts' pinch hitter?
I'd like to see Brett Hutton given a go.
Strong lad. Bowled well this morning, Brett. He and Lyndon James really started the rot, and then Josh Tong nipped in for some rabbit pie.
I haven't quite been able to work out if that's a good or bad reputation to gain for yourself.
I mean, all wickets are wickets, aren't they? And certainly because tailenders these days all try and bat, it can be very frustrating. So having somebody who does knock over the tail is an entirely good thing, but you hope he gets some top order wickets as well. He stands very, there's one of those balls, that's climbed off a length. It's hit one of those divots, the far end of one of those little kind of indentations, and really climbed. 7 for none. Hamid stands more sideways on, I think, than almost anybody else in the English game.
Are there any particular advantages to being incredibly side on? I know.
Well, it's a little old-fashioned, and you know, people would in years gone by described batting as a sideways on game. Ted Dexter, who's a great player in his day, certainly thought that. But the general tendency now is to show a bit more of your right shoulder and right hip, which is not necessarily always a good thing, but it's just the way fads and fashions change. But Hamid is very sideways on. You don't see any of his right hip or right shoulder.
I know there's a batting coach, Gary Palmer. I believe he believes in a kind of very front-on approach. A number of players
He does.
See him from time to time. Informed this by our colleague Mark Church, who's commentated on Surrey for years and years. Topic of tail-enders batting. Daniel Worrell only owns a box, a helmet, and a pair of thigh pads.
No pads, no gloves, no bat.
Borrows his mates every single time.
I mean, it's a good story, but it's unusual, isn't it, now? Because tail-enders they're all encouraged to bat. You got, I mean, in days, many, many years ago, obviously before helmets and stuff, you could understand it if tail-enders didn't quite fancy it and just have a swing and get out. But now, with all the protection that's afforded and all the practice you can do, you know, with coaches, with sidearms and bowling machines, there's absolutely no reason why a tail-ender shouldn't work on his batting.
You can, as a result, though, play the kind of guessing game of put the puzzle together whenever he comes out to bat.
Whose kit has he got?
So he's got Ollie Pope's bat, he's got Rory Burns' pads on. How would you measure your training when you're in the thick of your career? Would it be in terms of balls hit or hours spent batting? I never really quite know how long a lot of practice in batting is.
Well, it's changed for a number of reasons. One is the proliferation of coaches. So, you know, it's a long time ago now, but when I started, it was quite rare for counties even to have a head coach. You know, your captain ran the show and the team was the team. And obviously now with proliferation of specialist coaches, there's more people to bowl at you or throw at you. Those sidearms didn't exist. Bowling machines had only just come into it. So your ability to hit the same volume as now was not the same. Bowled! Just kept a little low, I fancy. But it's a wicket that Surrey wanted and needed to get themselves back in the hunt. And Ben Slater, well, the 1,000 runs won't come today. He's been knocked over by Dan Worrell.
It might just be a little bit more of that variable bounce. We've seen a couple lift upwards. That one maybe just scooted downwards. Nipped away a tiny bit. You see Slater's missed it on line as well as... Well, I might be doing a disservice there. I think that's gone straight underneath his bat.
He looks pretty disconsolate there, Ben Slater. Bowled for 4, Notts 9 for 1, and that lead, a relatively slender one, 67. What kind of lead, I wonder, would Notts fancy defending? Maybe 250. There hasn't been a score. Nobody's made 250 yet, so depends whether the pitch eases or whether it keeps helping the bowlers.
That type of dismissal, where we've seen a ball scooting a tad low, that's not the kind of genre of dismissal we've seen in the second half of matches. here at the Kia Oval this season. When I say we haven't really had any genre of dismissal, a number of times that day 4 has seen kind of just a couple of wickets fall. So typically you'd say Nottinghamshire would want 300 and above. But if the pitch is behaving like that, well, 250 seems very tidy indeed.
Well, somebody's going to have to get a few for them to stay ahead in this game. Freddie McCann now, good young player. He replaces Ben Slater. And not dissimilar delivery first up that he manages to keep out. Good over from Dan Worrell. This is the end of Slater round the wicket into off stump and keeping just a touch low.
Remember there was that wonderful, I enjoyed it greatly, it was a bit silly, but at the start of the season kind of gossip about whether Daniel Worrell would end up playing in the Ashes for England.
Well, it's not going to happen, is it? 34. It doesn't sound as though he's really on their radar, and then he'll be too old. What a good signing though he's been for Surrey. Fantastic signing.
Joined from Gloucestershire, I believe.
Yep.
You're able to just kind of plug him in for the entire season. He was a red ball specialist, and then he's kind of found his way back into the T20 side. He had that incredible spell in the 100 last year. He bowled 10 consecutive dot balls at the top.
Were they at Kohler Cadmore from memory? I can't
I would. Yes.
Because it's an unlikely tale, isn't it, given how aggressively he plays.
I was reminded of Worrell's answer to the slightly silly Ashes gossip at the start of this season, which was, if I knew how to bowl the kookaburra, I wouldn't have left Australia in the first place.
Well, there have been a few who've come over from Australia and played for England. Alan Mullally. I played England under-19s against him. He was playing for Australia under-19s, and then we ended up playing Test cricket together. Martin McCaig was another.
Were there too many that went the other way? That was Andrew Symonds.
Andrew Simons, yeah.
Because he grew up in the UK, I believe, and moved over as a teenager, or?
Josh Inglis.
Yep.
There's a more recent example. Grew up and was in Leeds for quite a long time before he moved over to Australia. Craig White came Australia to here. He was born in Melbourne.
Round it out with Matt Renshaw, born in Middlesbrough.
Yep. Matt Renshaw, good call. Runs hard to come by. Currently 10 for 1 off 6. Well, it's an interesting game if you're joining us for the first time. Championship decider, one would feel. Just a point between the teams. Knots put in, making 231, and then At 101 for one, Surrey looked as though they were well in charge of the game, but then collapsed, ending 173 all out. So Notts have a first innings lead, looking to stretch it now.
I was informed we've got more people in attendance today than we did yesterday. Already past that figure.
It's a nicer day, isn't it, to watch. It was a bit grim and cold yesterday. It's not exactly cracking the flags today, but it's a bit nicer. What do you reckon we've got in, 3,000 or something?
I think you're spot on. That was the figure that was roughly quoted to me earlier on. How would you be approaching this as an opening batter? Is it just a case of surviving? Is there any temptation to put something back on Surrey, or is that just a...
Well, it's always nice to be able to put the pressure back on the bowlers. I'm just not sure it's straightforward at the moment. The pitch is doing a bit. And these are two quality bowlers, and of course people will go about it in their different ways. Ben Duckett would go about it very differently from me, for example. You just got to find a way, find your way. Hamid tends to be somebody who treats good balls with respect. There's not much respite though, that's the thing. You get through these two and then there's Laws and Fischer, Corran, they keep coming.
It can be Surrey's greatest weakness, is probably too strong a word, but their blueprint is to play 5-seamers and add in the off-spin of Dan Lawrence or Will Jacks. And when the wicket flattens out, it can mean that bowling attack, rather than being dubbed relentless, becomes samey. Sort of the Ollie Pope binary of whether he's being busy or frenetic, but with ball in hand rather than bat. But with the wicket as it is, so I'll be pretty content to be able to call on 5 fresh seamers across the game.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple scenario for the captain at the moment, Rory Burns. He'll just rotate his seamers, tell them to be as accurate as possible, hammer away on a length, take their catches, build pressure, and sooner or later there'll be something there in this pitch.
Did enjoy it. I remember there used to be a graphic, whether it was on Sky Sports or another broadcast, where the batter would come in, they would highlight the hot spot, which was the batter's weak zone, and invariably it'd be a really deep red circle on the top of off stump.
That is true. That's the game. Mainly. Obviously some batters will be a bit susceptible to a short ball or whatever, but the vast majority, you want to be asking questions of them around the top of off stump.
I can't remember if it was Dale Steyn or A.B. de Villiers or some great player has the kind of quote attributed to them that Test cricket is just bowling at the top of off stump and then occasionally throwing in a bouncer. Rinse, repeat.
wonder why Hamid chose 99 as his number. It's a curious number for a batter to choose.
I don't have the answer, but I do really enjoy when teams do that as content, and they ask their players, why do you have X or Y numbers? Because you can get kind of the widest variety of answers.
He's knocked this away on the up. He'll get a couple.
At risk of aging you, did your career back into squad numbers?
I don't think it did.
So you can't remember if you did have one and why you chose it?
No, I don't think we had squad numbers then. I mean, obviously I played in coloured clothing, and there was times when you had to choose a song to come out to. I don't think we played with numbers on our shirts. Certainly not in white ball cricket. I don't even think in coloured one-day cricket either.
Can you at least remember your song?
Yeah. The Smiths. Heaven knows I'm miserable now.
Was that a kind of inside joke with yourself, or just a song you genuinely liked?
Great song, great band, Manchester. You have heard of the Smiths?
I have heard of the Smiths.
That's good.
I can do that one. Do another music trail. We can do some music. We can do a cultural swap over the course of this week, and that can be a trial run for the Ashes. It's be a wonderful, wonderful.
Send me your
ahead.
playlist. Edged, turned Hamid around. Worrell is down there at deep third, so it's only a single. Hard work for Hamid and McCann, who's yet to score. 14 for 1.
I think the last gig I went to was
Just a reminder where we are. Sorry if that lead has been clipped to 1 again now. They extended it by 3 yesterday, but Notts have taken full bowling points today, so 189, 188. Couldn't be tighter at the top of the table. You were saying, what gig?
the last gig I went to, a band called the K's. Basically 4 lads with guitars from the north.
Okay.
Jobs are good. And
where was the gig?
The gig was in Camden. All very trendy.
Runs here. Wide ball from Worrell, and Hamid goes after it, as he should. You get an opportunity to score, you have to take them, and he's into double figures.
Bit of width on offer from Dan Worrell. Hamid lays into it and picks up a boundary. No, I think I'll be pretty confident you could get around some of the Ks. I showed it to our colleague Rory Dollard, who's of course a big, with the Press Association, a big Bruce Springsteen fan, and he enjoyed it greatly.
Okay.
So if that's a better character witness than I am.
Did you say 4 lads from Manchester or the north?
The north, I believe.
Right.
Let me double check. Merseyside.
Okay.
Is that going to be an issue, or is that okay?
No, it's fine.
And even better, they won the Breakthrough Act of the Year award at the inaugural Northern Music Awards.
Okay. Well, McCann will be eager to get off the mark. He's faced 7 balls, hasn't managed to do so yet. He's not had much to hit, if truth be told. Generally, Surrey's opening bowlers have been on point here. They've been very accurate, probing. overs have we had? 5. Worrell will probably do 6 maybe. So you'd be thinking as a batter to get through this one, maybe the next, and you might get to a change. Still not off the mark. Worrell does well, gets a left hand to a firm straight drive.
10 balls without scoring for McCann. I can't say I remember a particularly loose delivery he's missed out on.
No, they're putting him under pressure. Worrell just puts square leg back on the boundary edge. Third man goes a bit finer. And finally, Freddie McCann gets off the mark. Slips at the non-striker's end, but he is up and running, 20 for 1.
Good test this for a young player, just making an impact in the game. Up against Gus Atkinson on a pitch that's just doing enough, doing a bit. Sometimes doing a whole lot. Really impressive, I thought, in the first innings.
He's had a really impressive season. He's 20 years old. Batting at 3 for Nottinghamshire, averaging 40 in the championship this year, 3 first-class hundreds to his name already.
Yeah, sets up nicely, doesn't he? I mean, one thing Gus Atkinson will be trying to do here is get him across the crease. Bowl at the pads, bowl at that top of off-stump line, but his alignment's very good. Don't get too far across.
What have you made of conditions? It's 2:35. We've got 48 overs left in the day. We've already seen 10 wickets.
Not quite where he intended, but it'll do. A little bit of width that he seizes upon there. Good question. I had a look at the pitch this morning, and it was the first time I'd seen the dents really from yesterday. Tiny little bruises that I think the groundsman calls them, and you just wonder how much they're having an influence now. I think some of the extravagant movement is that, but the impact that has on you as a batter is, well, it's down to your mindset really. It can make you play rash shots, make you play at balls you don't need to play at. I mean, you've seen more cricket here than me recently. I mean, do you think the heavy roller's going to roll those out? Do you think they're going to play a significant role in the next day or so?
The pattern of games here typically is that we see day ones here very similar to what we saw yesterday, where the team batting first scores around 200 to 250. Then typically we tend to say that day 2 is the best day to bat.
Great stop. Excellent stop. That was hit hard.
But it's been different this season in that the pitch has tended to deaden as the game goes on, where by day 4 it can be quite difficult not just to take wickets but also to score runs. A combination of that and a bit of weather has meant that we haven't had too many results here this season, just 2 results from 6 games so far. but we've certainly not seen anything as lively on day 2 as we've seen here today.
Expertly done. That wasn't easy. Very meticulous. Merci Pami, 25 for 1 from 10.
So when you see marks in the pitch like that, do they tend to stay there for a whole game, or?
Well, the heavy roll has been on through every time there's been a break in innings. First thing in the morning, the heavy roll has been on. Everybody can see it. You know, it's clear as day. So both batting units are trying to rid that as much as possible with the heavy roller. It's having a minimal effect, I think. I was personally interested just to see how it would play out first half an hour here. I mean, 1 or 2 balls have been pretty extravagant, but not a huge amount. And that then determines how you might play. I mean, if it becomes a bit of a lottery, which it hasn't got to that point by any means right now, then you can play normally. Which I think is what they're trying to do. And try and build themselves a really handy lead.
Yeah,
it's not like when there are cracks. You know, when the cracks in the game goes on and the heavy roller goes on, you know the cracks are getting bigger and you know they're going to have more impact as the game goes on. Nicely played. He looks very solid in defence, doesn't he?
Very, very compact. I saw him in a one-day cup game at Guildford last year when he was still a teenager, and he really stood out on that day. Not just compact, but when he wants to, he can really go up through the gears too. Amazing for a county to be challenging for the title and one of your new additions to be a academy product like Freddie McCann. Feels like counties across the country actually are showing a bit more faith in youth, particularly in the batting department. You look at McCann here. Ben McKinney's also just 20 years old. He's played a lot of cricket and done well for Durham. Warwickshire started the season with young Hamza Sheikh, just 18, batting 3.
Yeah, that to me is a fine balance. You're absolutely right. You want to encourage the youngsters to come in, but you want to feel like the youngsters have deserved the right to come in as well. Can't just give them and hand them a place. Excellent bowling. Can't just give them a place because they're young. You can't just exclude someone from the 11 because you want to play a younger player. So if they've earned the right to play, then fine. Fischer just getting a little bit of attention. That was that brilliant stop just in the last over at cover.
What was your transition to first team cricket like? Was it seamless enough?
Good question. It was a long time ago. I mean, I started at Essex and then moved on to Warwickshire. I played my initiation into first class cricket was with a fantastic side led by Graham Gooch and Mark Waugh, and I mean we had some absolutely magnificent players. We won the championship in '91, I think '92 or somewhere around there, and very good side to be around and a part of. Excellent bowling. Cool, that is about as good as it gets. Just hope you don't hit those. 11 gone, 25 for 1. Yeah, so there were a lot of learnings from some of the very best players in the world, and that's really how you kind of learn the game, isn't it? Just hang on every word. And I mean, I had a year or two opening with Graham Gooch when you were a little tot. I mean, what more do you want if you're trying to learn the trade? So, yeah, pretty lucky really to have that experience.
Matt Fischer into the attack. Very impressive in the first innings. His first 5-wicket haul for his new club. just saw on the big screen there, they had his profile on and they described him as right arm medium fast. I'm not sure if Fischer would like that his own club are describing him as such.
Yeah, a little bit of bouncy ball beautifully, didn't he, in the first innings. What I like about it, he's got very what I call a repeatable action. Gets his wrist behind the ball, runs down the pitch. Looks like he gets all his body weight behind the ball.
It's been a solid first season in South London for Fischer. I think most encouragingly, he and the club will really like that he's been on the park as much as he has. I was saying yesterday, it's the first time in his career he's played 10 first-class games. That's a lovely delivery, just beating Hamid's outside edge. It's the first time in his career he's played 10 games in a season. Here is his 5 for yesterday.
Yeah, very, very impressive.
We can assure you that's definitely not Gus Atkinson.
Well, he too was pretty impressive and has been pretty impressive. Actually looks pretty fresh, doesn't he? I know he's not played every game by any means. He's had some time out of the game, so it's good that he should be fresh, but I thought he ran in really well yesterday. Lovely shot. Fantastic shot. So much to like about the shot. The footwork. Lovely swing of the bat. Not an easy shot to play on a pitch that's just doing a little bit outside the off stump.
Yeah, that really pinged off the bat, didn't it? Raced away. The outfield's quick here, but it's timed really nicely. On Gus Atkinson, I think we can forget just how inexperienced he is. He might be 27 years old, but this is just his 36th first-class game.
Given. Hasib Hamid is not overly happy. I think he thinks he's got outside the line or he's gone down the pitch enough for it to go over the stumps. Either way, the umpire sees it differently. Wickets continue to fall.
It's a big moment. Matt Fischer, so impressive in the first innings. 5 foot. He strikes in his first over. It's a big one too. Hasib Hamid, the not skipper, and their main man with the bat this season. Leading run scorer for them in the championship. Second leading run scorer in the country. You know what? I think that has hit him in line. You can see Fischer really liked it straight away.
.29 for 2 from 12. Game is moving on at great pace. The lead by 87. First innings lead was substantial, but they are just battling away here. Notts 2 down now. The dismissal, when I said going over, certainly wasn't going over. It's just, I think, a case of whether it was in line or just whether he feels he just edged himself outside the line. Let's take another look.
That's not going to help us.
No.
Yeah, he did get across, but the ball did also nip into him.
Yeah.
Either way, a very big moment. Notts 30 for 2, leading by 88.
Again, it's very good bowling, isn't it? I mean, not, what, 2 balls before? 3 balls before he'd been crunched through extra cover. He wasn't put off at all. Still bowling the line and the length that has been so effective on this surface. Let's see if we can decipher a bit more on the dismissal here. What do you reckon? Outside? He tries to push that front pad, doesn't he, upon the connection. I think you're probably right. It's probably just about in line.
I wonder if he might feel that because he was standing just outside of his crease, he's pressing forward, hit him on the knee roll, he might think that might be going over. You can see why the umpire's giving it.
We never think we're out.
One of my favourite things in cricket is when a batter effectively walks for an LBW. Very, very rarely see it, but sometimes you see the batter, he's off the strip by the time the umpire raises his finger.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair enough decision.
Still a lot of cricket to come today, 44.5 overs. The rate at which this game is accelerating forward, this game could look very, very different and actually could be quite near its completion at the end of the day.
Brilliant again. Perfect line, perfect length. And as a left-hander there, just like he's doing really, walk away. You know, sometimes there's going to be a ball that's just a bit too good to play on this given surface. Reset yourself, start again, and off you go. The thing I like about it, good actually in that replay, his head position stays over off stump. All left-handers out there, well, right-handers as well, but particularly left-handers with the ball moving around from round the wicket. Try and keep that head on off stump if you can.
We had a discussion yesterday on air about how right arm seamers increasingly come around the wicket to left-handed batters. Ever since Broad had that series against Warner in 2019, it almost feels that that's the go-to option. As a left-handed batter, is there anything you would do differently technically in your setup to that angle?
Yeah, I mean, you'd take guard differently. I don't know. I think they do it quite a bit these days, but you take guard a little bit. Maybe you're on, say, middle and leg. You might go to middle and off just to cover that line a little bit more. A little bit depends as well on what trigger movements you like and use. He doesn't really move that much, so he might just set himself on that off-stump line. Let's just see where he's at. I think he's on off-stump there. Can't really see from up here, but gets away with it. A little bit of luck going the way of Freddie McCann, and he'll feel he deserves a little bit of luck as well. Not easy batting conditions. 13 gone, 37 for 2.
Yeah, you'd think if there was a third slip, was a catchable height.
The problem though, isn't it, when you've not batted well, you're behind the game. You've been there as a captain. It's easy sat up here where you need 2 slips, 3 slips, 4 slips and a gully. But your mind is also on what you're going to be chasing here, so you have to keep that balance in mind. So far behind the game here a little bit. I mean, they're fighting back now, but it's an extraordinary run Surrey have had, isn't it, in the last few years? 3-time champions going for 4th. What are you putting their success down to this year?
Yeah, they've been slightly less dominant this year, just 4 wins from 12 so far, but unbeaten. I think part of their strength, and I suppose this comes with the experience of having won 3 titles in a row, is when things aren't going your way, sometimes taking your medicine and making sure that you don't lose a game. Obviously conditions here mean that unless the weather intervenes tomorrow, it's highly, highly unlikely to be a draw, but there have been a couple of times this season when they've been behind the game, they've made sure they've not lost it.
Confirmation of where we're at. Not a lot in it. How we started, actually. I mean, the numbers have increased throughout the game, obviously with bonus points, but it was 186 plays 185 yesterday morning before a ball was bowled. Couldn't be much closer, really. Still a game to go. Surrey, Hampshire, is that right?
Yeah, away
Hampshire
at Hampshire.
away.
Nottinghamshire at home to Warwickshire.
Yeah. Now then, has to be given, is given. Fischer back in the wickets, and it is Joe Clarke who's just going to have to wander off.
He changed the game in the first innings. He's changed the game yet again now. Just 10 deliveries into his second innings work. He's already picked up 2 wickets. It's 2 LBWs. First, the skipper, Hasiba Mead. And now, Joe Clarke departs early. Knots 37 for 3.
Joe Clarke 1 from 7, 37 for 3. Further problems then for Nottinghamshire. Joe Clarke, he didn't look best pleased. I'd like to see that again as well, actually. But that might have just done a little bit too much. The umpires have been very keen to give out the LBWs. That is for sure. Might have just done a bit too much. We'll have to see. But either way, brilliant again from Fischer. He is zoning in on that danger area.
I think at times this season we've described Fischer as bowling well but lucklessly, and sometimes it can just be that as a bowler you bowl a pretty length and you don't quite attack the stumps enough. That's something that he has definitely done over the last couple of days. 7 wickets in the game already, 12 wickets in the day already, and we've still got 43.2 overs remaining.
Jack Haynes, a couple of slips in place. Lovely start, just a little too straight. Professional batters, right-hand batters will love that. They will pick it off time and time again. Just a little too straight. You can see what he's trying to do. He knows there's a whole lot in the pitch for him if he can get in that zone again. Not sure if it carried from where we are here. I can't be sure, but we'll have to check again. Either way, further problems. Ball is moving around all over the place now. 41 for 3.
Brilliant bowling from Fischer, challenging both edges of the bat. Beat Hamid and Clark on the inside edge. This time Haynes outside edge. Can't quite tell from that angle, but it does look like it probably just fell short of Dom Sibley at first slip.
Right, let's just try and work this out. Done too much, or is that a good decision? I think that's done too much. See where the ball's come from. I can still tee 2 stumps. I think he's a little unlucky there.
I think as well, similar with the Hamid dismissal, in that I think Joe Clark's starting point is outside his crease as well, so the ball's got a long way to travel as well.
That jagged back quite sharply. That was my point, really. Effectively 99 for 3. First innings lead of 58, very handy in these conditions. You know that ball jagged back. What about the ball before? Just moved away. I mean, it's fantastic bowling, isn't it? Joe Clark trying to cover the outside edge and the inside edge.
You asked me, I asked Surrey top of the table, what have they done well this year? I think one of the remarkable things for them this season is the number of players they've had to use. 26 players have represented them so far in the Championship. And they've managed absentees quite well. If you compare them in 25 compared to 23, 24, Jamie Smith would have played every game in 2023. He'd have played the entire first block in 2024. That's not happened this time round. Smith just played 3 games for them. It's players like Ryan Patel, averaging 40, doesn't have a consistent position in the batting order. He generally is where the England player is missing, but he's done really well. Sibley's been brilliant at the top of the order, averaging 66, 400s and 650s.
That's a whole new topic of conversation, isn't it? When you think of England players coming in and out of county sides and county championship, it's a real beef of mine, actually, I have to say. I think the counties actually should do more to look after the England players. I mean, there are a number of counties. My old county would be one of them. You know, I've had a go at them. I don't understand why someone like Jacob Bethel wouldn't bat at number 3, even though your overseas bats at number 3 when he's not there or he's not playing. I think the county has a right to look after the England players. I see Ollie Pope comes back here, he bats number 3. I mean, that's right. You know, when Ian Bell, 41 for 3. When Ian Bell and Jonathan Trott would come back from England days when we were playing, they bat where they want. They're the top players in the team. You make way for them. I really feel that county cricket needs to help support its England players, perhaps a little better in some cases than others.
I think there's a really healthy atmosphere here where the England players are desperate to play for the county. If you compare the number of championship games, someone like Ollie Pope, who's effectively been an ever-present in the England setup since 2022, the number of games he's played compared to some other England players, it's not quite the same. This is Pope's 6th game of the season. Part of that will be that at the moment Pope only plays Test cricket, he doesn't play limited overs.
But I hear the argument. I don't agree with it, but I hear the argument is in some cases it's, well, we've got a settled side, we've won a couple of games, this is the lineup, we've got to be fair and reasonable to the people that have come in when they are playing for England. Another big appeal and the finger goes straight up. Another LBW. Matt Fischer. Wickets in the first innings and wickets in the second. 3 for 9 now.
Fischer's on fire. 3 wickets for just 9 runs in his 3rd over, following up a 5 in the first innings. They've all been LBW. He's keeping the umpire busy. And he's transforming this game. Knots 4 down. This time Fischer from around the wicket just squares him up a little bit. McCann playing inside the line. Fischer beats his outside edge. He liked it straight away.
Yep, all smiles for Surrey. Not so for Notts. 42 for 4 now. What a spell of bowling this has been from Matt Fischer. Pick up from where he was yesterday. 5-wicket haul, 3 for 9 now. Maybe I sit here as a former opening batter and moaning about LBW decisions, but I'm not sure that was out. I reckon that might have done too much. Again, round, look at the angle. Look at the angle from where it's released. I think that's missing. I really do. Look how wide of the crease he was when he released there and the point of connection. I think he's unlucky there, Freddie McCann.
I think it just held its line a little bit. I think that's why it beat McCann's outside edge. I guess the question is, did it straighten enough?
Yeah. Look how wide he is when he releases, and then see the point. He couldn't be any wider, really. See the angle. That's got to do quite a bit from there.
Yeah, I suppose the difference between that one and the other two is that McCann's slightly deeper. It's hit him closer to the stumps. There's less room for the ball to travel.
Carverena. Work to do here. Lead by 100. Difficult sometimes for umpires to see that. The point we were making about how wide of the crease he was. You know, they're looking down. They don't always see where the release point is. They can't.
There's 13 wickets in the day now. This game is racing on forward.
Another brilliant over, 42 for 4. Quick look at some of the dismissals. Dan Worrell got things going. I mean, they might have kept a little bit low. In fact, he did keep a little bit low. I wonder what that might have been outside the line. It was a judge not. I see Pamir just pushing forward. Joe Clark. Got another good one from Fischer. And then Freddie McCann. I wonder whether that was going to miss leg stump. Tom Laws has been watching on and hoping that the skipper is going to give him the ball. Conditions that will suit him as well, for sure. Gentle half volley, just a loosener. And Jack Haynes says thank you very much.
Given that first innings deficit, Surrey won't want to see too many of those. They've been really good with the ball so far. But still, you'd say, behind in the game. Notts leading by 104. Another part of Surrey's success is just the number of different potential protagonists that they have. Last week, Laws with the style of the ball. This week, Fischer and Atkinson. For so much of the season, Worrell and Clark. It's almost always someone's day for them with the ball.
Oh, it would have been spectacular. It really would, and you can argue there should be a third in. There isn't 4, and they'll take it. Notts at this point. Haynes moves to 13, 50 up, 50 for 4. It is mighty tense here at the moment.
Yeah, Haynes has raced to 13 off just 6 deliveries. Great effort from Ollie Pope at second slip. Doesn't quite get to it. A bit of width again from Tom Laws. Haynes threw everything at it. If you're a new man at the crease now, would you be tempted at all to counter-attack somewhat?
Do you know what? I'm just thinking that. I'm thinking, is there another way you can try and get through here? I don't think so. I think with the game situation, new bowler in, just sit in. He might give you some half volleys. He might give you a short ball outside off stump. Could he have had a third slip? Yes. Could have had a third slip. Game situation. Need to keep the runs in check. Not going to be easy batting last. Does he trust Tom Laws to bowl that length perfectly to bring third slip in every single ball? Probably not. Again, extravagant movement. Just bounce. Bounce from a length. Not easy batting out there, lads. 51 for 4.
Well, 51 for 4 here at the Kia Oval. Surrey on a roll. We've had 3 LBW decisions in quick succession. Former opening batter Nick Knight wasn't best pleased. What about you, bowler Dominic Cork?
We've seen quite a few, haven't we, if we're honest? Marginal. Probably, maybe some of them could be considered outside the line. Definitely this game is progressing. It's nice to see as a bowler.
That's slashed away behind point. Should be a couple and is. I was almost trying to work out just before we were coming on commentary whether this game could end today, and I think that's a bit punchy.
Well, the way it's gone, what have we had? We've had 13 wickets today. So 13 wickets in what, about?
Just under 50-ish overs, 50-something overs.
What is there left to bowl? 39.4.
Bowled. There's another one. Surrey have 5, Fischer has 4. And the day for the home team that had threatened to throw away the season is potentially bringing the title back towards them.
Well, you said, could it be over today? It could be over today quite easily. It's like Haynes thought, well, look, I might have my name on one of these deliveries that is unplayable. Might as well keep going. A little chop on to the stumps. Fisher's been excellent taking over after Atkinson. Surrey, as they've done throughout Championship cricket for a long time now, fought back in this game. You remember that chat between him, Rory Burns and the team as they came out. Let's do it the Surrey way. So Haynes gone for 16, Knott's in trouble, 53 for 5.
Well, that ball's done everything. Seemed to just move away from the right-hander to begin with, then duck back inwards. You looked quizzically at me there. Were you not?
Well, I wouldn't say it's done everything, but I know what you mean. It swings out. He's playing away from his body. Look, he's gone for it. And that's what Jack Haynes decided, that there are enough wickets as we've seen today. Surrey bowled out for 173, conceding that lead. They needed something to fight back. 53 for 5. The lead is that unlucky number, if you're into those unlucky numbers. 111 is the lead. What do you reckon Surrey want now? 150 lead, they take that, chase that, win the game from here?
I think Surrey would shake hands at 150, very much so. I really wanted to see a replay there. I was going to support my claim of everything.
Probably didn't, did it?
I'm going to stick with it. Just a bit of a wobble, a bit of shape. Well, Fischer has 4 for 11, no matter what he's doing with the ball. And it's been a different type of innings. We saw the wickets start to fall from the 30th over in the first 2 innings. Well, we've only had 17 here, and 5 wickets have fallen. Lyndon James comes to the crease. Played a vital hand in Nottinghamshire's win over Worcestershire just a week ago. He's going to be required to play an equally significant innings here.
And it's what you do now. As a middle order batter, do you think, right, we've got to be aggressive because at the moment this is doing enough, or do we look to try and ride out this storm? So it's one of those conundrums, what you do.
I vote take it on.
Well, you would do. I'm sure you would. Absolutely. 100%. I hope you try and take it on Saturday against Stoke City. But literally, I'm one of those ones where you've got to play the ball on merit. I think you can't just come out and think, I'm going to try and blast Fischer away. Look at these figures. 4 for 11 from... This is his last ball of his 4th over. But I think if you do, like Jack Haynes was trying to do, I think if you get a little bit of width, I think you've got to try and be positive.
What a beauty. This time, fizzing one past James's outside edge. Another successful over for Surrey. This one just lifting off the surface, holding its line. 53 for 5, Nottinghamshire after 18.
And let's say 4-day cricket is dull. It certainly isn't dull.
You can hear through the microphone there the reception that Matt Fisher's getting down by the SSE Energy Solutions stand. A very romantic name. Laws to continue. Verena might not be out, but he is down.
Well, he's had one that's hit him on the gloves over before, and he keeps shaking that right hand. This one just keeps a bit low. Like I said, you get any width, I think you just got to try and be positive, and hence why Sibley. Hence why Rory Burns has put that deep cover out there, because I think he realises now that Notts are going to maybe try to be aggressive.
This time Laws just gets a little bit straight, and Verena will come back for 2. Jack Haynes had taken that option to be aggressive. He was on 16 off 11. All 5 wickets have been bowled or LBW. Fischer with 4 of them. I believe Tom Laws has got an unusual stat following him around at the moment. His last 7 first-class wickets have all been LBW. So he'll be targeting the stumps as well. Two more scored. Gus Atkinson doing the fielding out in the deep. Laws hasn't quite found his rhythm so far. A loose start, 14 runs conceded from 1.4 overs. Precious runs that Nottinghamshire are adding.
Just seems some good quality bowling. I think that obviously the surface is helping. I think we've seen that throughout. Some good quality seam and swing bowling, testing batters outside and inside edge, trying to hit the stumps. Again, isn't doing a dramatic amount, but enough to just put them under pressure. End of another good over. 58 for 5.
That ball's just held its line. We saw what happened from the 30th over. That 30 over mark that you've spoken about across the match, when the lacquer just comes off. We saw Nottinghamshire all of a sudden get the ball to swing huge amounts. And the bad news for them is they're still 11 overs away from that point. Or is that good news and that's an 11 over window to try and score some runs?
5 down, aren't they? I think that they know they're in a bit of trouble here. But ultimately, whatever they get to, if they get to 150, they've got a bowling attack, could still bowl Surrey out. And that's what they've got to think. Of course, they want to get closer to 200. We've seen the stats about going into day 4 if there is that rain tomorrow. But at the moment, Notts have got to not think about that. They've got to think, come on, we've got to get through this little session now. Get to tea. That's what they'll be thinking. Can we get to tea 5 down?
I believe it was Nick Knight who gone down and had a look at the pitch at lunchtime and was explaining that the fact we'd had a bit of rain yesterday had allowed for some indentations on the pitch.
I keep telling him going to speak to Lee about those indentations, because Lee's not happy that they're not. He just said they're slight bruises.
Bruises, sorry, I beg your pardon.
I'd like to see that little confrontation, Nick Knight versus Lee, the groundsman here.
Get that on pay-per-view.
Love to see that.
Oh, a brief moment of excitement, but playing a miss from Verena. There are some grounds around the world where those indentations or more severe bruises kind of a part of the character of the pitch, at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. It's known that in kind of the second innings. They call them scallops, and that is the word they use, as ludicrous as it may sound. The indentations are left in the pitch, and all of a sudden, the back half of a match, the ball's leaping everywhere.
It's definitely a bowler's wicket, 100%. You'd say that, whether it is slightly, there is slight indentations in the pitch, which is helping the ball to go up and down a little bit. I think we've seen a few balls climb and a few balls keep low. Of course that is, but I think generally it's just a surface with the live grass that it's just going to offer assistance, and we've seen that whether it's off the pitch with seam or through the air with swing, and that's just going to keep going throughout this game.
Kept out by Verena. He'll be able to trot through for a single. Well, Nottinghamshire have 2 men up for the job out in the middle. Verena, a World Test champion no less, with South Africa, and Lyndon James. Well, he was almost elected or honoured with the number 8 on the back of his shirt. Following on from Stuart Broad, sort of incredibly highly up at Trent Bridge, and that's why. Beautiful punch off the back foot, and that's raced away for 4.
Yeah, another over, so 63 for 5. That's a decent shot, really good shot. Stands tall, top of the bounce. Try and get through 37 overs to go, so 5 overs. They've got to try and get through these 2 batters now to get to tee and reset. Surrey, I want to get rid of them as soon as possible. Try and get them 6-7 down before tee, and then all of a sudden come out with that last session, bowl them out, and then see what they need to chase down. That's their plan.
Well, 20 overs gone here. 63 for 5, Nottinghamshire. Tom Law's ball in hand. Well, have some of that. The umpire signals 6. And a bit of aggression from the away side. And Law's leaky start continues.
Typical South African gets into position quick for that short delivery. Pulled onto the leg side. First 6 of the game. Second 6 of the game, I should say.
Well, there are 2 men out on the boundary for Surrey. 3 even, including fine leg. 2 on the offside, where that side of the ground's slightly shorter. Oh. Well, Laws almost comes back with a wicket. That ball just taking the inside edge of Verena. Well, Laws has gone for a few runs here, but the wicket doesn't feel too far away.
Rory Burns will be happy. I'm sure he's been happy throughout the seasons he's been captain. Just the fight that Surrey has shown here, because it's something we haven't seen them concede a first innings deficit. So he's would be happy with that. Set now for a short delivery here with deep cover coming up and that deep square leg in place. Still think you've got to look to bowl those length deliveries though.
Or the bluff. It's the full ball sent in and well dealt with in the end by Rory Burns. That wide mid-off. It's just skipped off the kind of wicket ends. kept it down to a dot ball. When you are trying to bowl a kind of short ball at a batter, how important is your line and then how you then set your fielders in the deep?
It's got to be straight. I think that's what you want. What you don't want a batter to be able to get his hands out and then he can manipulate it into a straighter area, or you're trying to get him that he's cramped up. Obviously you want as much pace as possible round about the grill height as well. And generally that would mean that the ball should go behind square. Anything outside off stump, then the batter can either cut you away or he can hit you through deep mid wicket.
Left alone to end the 21st over. Nottinghamshire 70 for 5. As we approach the tea break, it is 3 after tea, I believe. So Notts lead by 128 runs. 75 at this point in their innings. No batter has really got going. Jack Haynes the top scorer so far with 16. But Fischer the star of the show with his 4 for 16. A change of bowling. We're going to have a little look at Gus Atkinson, who replaces Fischer from the pavilion end. And just see how far into the ground from where we are, ever so steadily filling up. There's a bit of a buzz around the ground. I think we're just north of 3,000 in at the moment. We've had it confirmed it is free after the tea. After tea? After tea.
After tea, I think that's a great initiative, really. People who obviously are coming out of work or finish work around about 3:30, 4 o'clock, come up and watch a couple of hours of Championship cricket. Absolutely fantastic, like it.
Edged just short of Ollie Pope. It's a really smart bit of fielding in the end from the England vice-captain. Falling away to his left.
I'm thinking with Atkinson coming back on from the pavilion end, I wonder whether Fischer now will swap and come the other end now. I think we've seen Laws as just being a little bit expensive, and I think Burns is quite an active captain and realises, look, the lead is 129. It's okay at the moment. We're going to have to play well. We know that, but we don't want it going past 150.
Beautiful. Driven up the ground from Lyndon James. He gets 4 more, his second boundary of his innings. And that lead is just starting to grow ever so slowly.
Nice shot, a little bit over pitched. He's looking for that away swing, that because the ball just hasn't quite started to swing as we've seen. It's only 21 overs old at the moment. Normally it starts swinging round about mid-30s, 40 over when that lacquer's completely off. It's a good looking shot from James. I like this counter attack.
Something that always strikes me when you see a really well executed drive is at the top level of the game, actually how little the batter moves or how little footwork is often associated with the shot. You obviously grow up being taught how to play, I think, at the lower level of the games, at the lower level of the game where the sport is slower, you have time to make a big stride towards the ball. But when you've got Gus Atkinson bowling, it's going to be short, sharp movements. Just had it confirmed. 3,175 here at the Oval currently. I expect to see that number tick up slowly for the rest of the afternoon. Did you ever play in any of those pink ball county championship games?
No.
I'd completely forgotten they'd existed until about 20 minutes ago. Well, 2 minutes ago, really.
What year were them? I can't remember what year they were.
Here we go. This is what Google's made for. 22 overs gone here at the Oval. 76 for 5. I remember thinking briefly that they'd take off brilliantly here, for example. You talk about people wanting to drop in to the cricket after work. See there the bowling figures for Surrey. Just the 4 bowlers used so far until now. Tom Curran is going to have his first spell, so it's not a change of ends for Fischer. Just the 5 over spell for him. Does that surprise you that he hasn't had a...
No, it doesn't surprise me. I just think, look, what have we got left? 3 overs before tea. I think it's quite right. Just give Tom Curran just a run, just to see he's got the ability of taking wickets. They've gone with quite a split field, so they've still got that deep extra cover out there and third, and quite a square, fine leg. So let's see whether he can get any movement.
Bit of width to begin with.
He's definitely going to be sore, I can tell you that, Tom Curran, even though he's bowled a lot in the shorter form of the game. To come into a championship match, your first of the season, and to bowl and then having to come back and bowl again, I can tell you he will feel a little bit sore. It might take him a little bit of a while to get loose. He hasn't got a lot of time though.
He just thought about having a play with his field, but nothing changes for now. How difficult was the swap team format as a seamer? I know I've interviewed Gareth Batty in the past where he spoke about kind of the bad habits you could get into as a white ball spinner, and that you're kind of almost trying to bowl your worst possible red ball in a T20 game.
It's slightly different because obviously the majority of games I played with a longer form of the game with the odd 50 over, 40 over T20. So I kept it quite similar. I was looking just to try and swing the ball. So all I tried to do was just like say Jimmy Anderson is doing now, bowling in the T20 and the 100. You're still trying to hit good areas. You're still saying to batters, can you hit me off this good line and length? You know, good batters will. They'll smash you straight out the ground. You've got to have your variations, whether it is a slow ball, Yorker, back of the hand slow ball, whatever it is. But generally I just look to try and, if anything, use the crease, create an angle, try and nick people off.
Curran will be hoping to keep things simple, and I guess it's a bit of an autopilot wicket in some respects. As you spoke about, it's a wicket that favours the bowler, so you're not going to be trying to do anything too complicated. Yorker kept out by Lyndon James, just about.
Keep your eye out on Tom Curran every time he bowls. I reckon he's either got a blister on his foot or nail or something issues on that right foot, because every time he keeps going down on that left foot and pounding it in, he just limps a little bit. So whether there is an issue with blisters or toe issues, doesn't look as free.
Well, there he goes again. He doesn't look particularly comfortable, does Tom Curran, but he's got through his first over. Well, he's not unscathed, he is scathed, but he only conceded 3 runs. Just 2 overs until the tea break. I found an answer about the pink ball.
Please tell me.
So there was a trial game in 2011 between Glamorgan and Kent. And there was a full round of county championship fixtures in 2017 where it was used. Well, a single down to deep third. Seen that fielder in action a lot across the afternoon. Oh, mix up. Safe. Lyndon James was interested in a single, made it past halfway. I believe it's Ryan Patel there at mid-wicket who had a shy. Didn't hit. Oh. Well, a lot of cricket's happening here, and they're coming back for 2. Tom Curran stopped the ball well at backward point, and his throw has struck Lyndon James's bat, which has then deflected the ball up and over Ryan Patel at mid-wicket, and they've come back for 2. Thoughts, please, Mr. Cork?
Well, some people say, should he take that extra single, but should Tom Curran, he's not. James hasn't put his bat in the way and thought, well, okay, I'll try and hit it to get an extra run, so, yeah.
Well, Surrey seemed fine with the second run being taken.
I think you'd see it if they weren't happy. I think you'd see players, protesting and saying, "What are you doing?" So I think they were fine. All of a sudden, these last couple of overs, you haven't seen too much of that movement. It's like it's gone. It's like it's just slightly gone a little bit flatter.
There's Jordan Clark, who's missed out this round. Atkinson just pushes that one down the leg side, it's just slipped away. But Ben Folkes, if not the tidiest of his glove work, effective. Jordan Clark missing with illness. At least he's at the ground. Replaced by Tom Curran. Well, another over goes by. Nottinghamshire, as you mentioned, Dom, just settling. We've had 6.5 overs since the last wicket. The pair have added 30. But things are just quietening. So Curran, despite that issue with his toes, our best guess, is going to have a second over, the last one before the tea break. Just a bit of a hobble from Tom Curran, but nothing too drastic on this occasion. Very full from Curran. Another Yorker. His second in as many overs, and wouldn't Surrey love a wicket here to take with them into the tea break? Only have to be searching for 4 Nottinghamshire wickets in the evening session.
Yes, exactly what Rory Burns would love now. Just to walk off, go to tea, not 6 down, and that lead at 142. That's what he would love.
Another delightful drive from Lyndon James. We saw him play the off drive to Gus Atkinson. Now the on drive against Tom Curran.
Slightly over pitched, isn't it? But it's a lovely looking shot down the ground. One of the best in cricket, that on drive. And all of a sudden now, not just fighting back here. Partnership is getting better and better and closing in on that 150 lead. Again, it's Surrey to try and break this partnership and bowl Notts out.
And if Notts can just edge this lead up to 170, 180, then all of a sudden you can chip your way to 200 and change. Whereas it looked for the briefest period of time that Surrey would have been chasing not much more than what they've got now. 140, 150. So, last ball of the afternoon session coming up. And if you are watching along at the moment and you're nearby, it's free after tea, so get yourself down and enjoy the evening session. Blocked into the offside. That is it. The afternoon session, one that belonged to Surrey, and in particular Matt Fischer. He took 4 wickets to reduce Nottinghamshire to 53 for 5, but this pair have just fought back. Carl Verreynne with 17, Lyndon James 18. To get Nottinghamshire up to 88 and that lead at 146. The match, Dominic Cork, oh, it's beautifully placed.
Yeah, in the balance, you'd say. The way that this surface has just helped the bowler throughout. 146 might not seem a lot at the moment. It probably isn't. But if Notts can get to about 200, all of a sudden with their bowling attack and the way this surface is played, any result is possible.
Well, the tale of the tape so far, a lot of cricket's happened in a day and 2/3. Nottinghamshire started with 231. But it was Surrey who collapsed dramatically this morning to be bowled out for 173. And it looked like Notts were about to fall in a heap even faster after them. Well, those two batters on the bottom left, named in the bottom left of your screen there, Lyndon James and Carl Verreynne, they are the main sources of hope for Nottinghamshire. They're well set and they'll be looking to push Nottinghamshire's lead up to 146. We're going to take a break and we'll be back afterwards with the evening session from the Oval.
The sun is shining here at the Oval as we're about to see the start of the third session of the second day. It's been a wildly seesawing second day. The bowlers holding sway, Notts perhaps unexpectedly got a first innings lead of 58 but find themselves 88 for 5 at tea. So that lead is 146. If they can bump that up maybe to around about 250, that'll be a challenging total for Surrey to get. Nobody's got 250 yet. 231 first time around for Notts, 88 for 5 second time around. Surrey 173 after a rather dramatic collapse this morning. Good afternoon, Colo. How are you?
Ath as well. Yes, 9 wickets in that middle session. Loads going on. Considering the collapse that started before lunch, really, 14 in the day. Imagine where we might be in a couple of hours from now.
Well, I guess you can't really see it finishing tonight now, but there's certainly, unless the weather gods intervene, it'll be a result tomorrow, one imagines. Although which way it's going to go is anybody's guess. It's a vital clash, of course, 1 point separating Surrey and Notts. Surrey top by just 1. There's 16 points up for grabs for the win now that all the bonus points have been settled. Right now, who would you say are favourites right now? If you're putting your hard-earned down.
I think battle-hardened Surrey in a situation like this. Although I'm big fan of Lyndon James as a cricketer. To think that whenever he's rocked up here at the Oval and look at the run of form he's been on this year with the bat, averaging in the 50s, but with the ball, I can see a world where he poses a real threat to Surrey here.
Well, he played a significant role this morning. It was he, in combination with Brett Hutton, that began the Surrey collapse, which they were 101 for 1 at one point and then found themselves 129 for 6. That was Hutton and Lyndon James, and then Tong mopped up the tail. Lyndon James has got to do it with the bat here now, after a excellent spell of seam bowling from Matthew Fischer. Again, 4 for 16 from 5 overs mid-afternoon. Taking the wickets from the end from which Gus Atkinson is now operating.
Yeah, and the fact that they were able to absorb a bit more pressure leading into tea. They put on 35 to that point and won since the short break. In a match where, well, it's going to be a fine margins ultimately, isn't it? Low scoring game. If they can double this partnership and put on 70 odd, get that lead towards 200, that'll be psychologically important. They need a quiet passage of play, Notts.
$89 for 5. Well, we haven't had many quiet passages of play over the opening day and 2 sessions. 5 wickets to go. Worrell got things moving, by scuttling one through, and then it was Fischer, 4 wickets. He got a bit of assistance from the umpire in most of them. Hamid was half forward in LBW. That was the second. The third. Very confident appeals that were upheld, and then a drag on, the last of those wickets to fall. Jack Haynes. So Fischer backing up 5 in the first innings with 4, and he good chance to get a 10 for it. It's a good time of the year and a good game to get 10 wickets, I imagine.
Yep, we talked quite a bit yesterday about the luck he's lacked through the season, and just being in a combination with 4 or 5 seamers, not getting a lot of overs in oftentimes at home. Bowled 5 overs in the first innings last week, for instance. He didn't come back for a second spell at all. But best on show so far in this game for Surrey. Finally having a bit of that luck level out, perhaps.
Looks like an edge, and yes, is an edge. Although the reaction from Farina doesn't suggest, perhaps, that he's overly happy with it, but it was a very confident appeal from Dan Worrell and from the keeper and the slip. So another wicket goes. 6 down now, Notts.
Just off the shoulder, kissing it on the way through by the looks of things, and yeah, Verena can't believe it, for what it's worth. He thinks that it was perhaps bat on front pad.
Yeah, I think the inside edge of the bat, or the inside shoulder, definitely flicked the front pad. That's not to say there wasn't an outside edge as well, but he's wandering off, shaking his head. He doesn't look happy, that's for sure. So Notts 89 for 6, leading by 147. Notts in trouble in their second innings, 89 for 6 with the dismissal of Farina a moment ago. Caught behind, although he didn't look happy with it. Caught behind off Dan Worrell, who's getting into the act now. He's 2 for 18. Fischer, the other 4 wickets to fall. Surrey sensing their moment. Although remember that the lead is with Notts, 147. That's not enough, one wouldn't have thought. But if they can get another 80 maybe and set a challenging target. Let's have another look at this. I don't think he's hit that. I think the inside of the bat has flicked the pad. That's the noise. Seemed to be a little bit of a gap between the outside edge and the ball.
Very confident appeal. It's been a theme in this innings so far. I think it's actually a theme in domestic cricket more generally, that when ball hits pad and it's there and thereabouts, bowlers sprinting towards the cordon before maybe a cursory glance to the umpire, sometimes not even that.
I don't know whether Stuart Broad started it, but he was well known for it.
Totally. I remember watching a game some years ago now. Middlesex were hosting Hampshire, Lords.
Edged, but only for a single.
And Kyle Abbott, who's a genius in these conditions, he made an art form of that. Hit pad, sprint at wicketkeeper, wait for a decision to be given in the affirmative. There is a way of tidying it up. At the moment, the way the law reads, you need to have a fielder ask the umpire whether it's out. So at the moment, the bowler is essentially protected because the cordon are also looking in the direction of the umpire, right?
Yeah.
So by technicality, they're fine. You could amend the law to make the bowler have to ask the question as opposed to run away in expectation. 91 for 6, successful over for Worrell.
Decent crowd now. It's built up to around about, what would you say, 3,000 or thereabouts maybe today?
Feels healthier than yesterday. It was a tough week last week to get people in due to the tube strike.
Yeah.
It's a really challenging week in London more broadly with that, and the numbers here weren't great. But at the best part of the season for the championship was probably more when you're starting Friday and finishing Monday.
Yeah.
For crowds, and those Fridays have been bumper efforts here, in excess of 6,000 a couple of times. By contrast, I saw our friend and colleague Pete Lawler was writing overnight about attending the first day of the Australian domestic season overnight, would you believe? The Australian One Day Cup has already started.
He said there were all of 200 people there, didn't he?
I think Pete said 206 were there. He counted them by hand.
I mean, we are lucky. Often county cricket gets a bit of a bad rap. But of the domestic programmes around the world, there's no question that county cricket is the best attended of the lot, isn't it? Surely.
I think without doubt. Of course, there are some exceptions when, like, Virat Kohli played that one-off Ranji Trophy game earlier this year, but that's not
a ticket.
Yeah, that's not a typical instance. Shield cricket, it's nowhere near this many people there, even on its best days. The Shield final, with the exception, the Shield final this year was heavily attended in South Australia.
Yeah, that was a good scene, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When South Australia won that, was that the Karen Rolton Oval? Seemed to be a good number of people there celebrating a rare triumph.
There was some conjecture about whether they should have Adelaide Oval available for it, and the Premier of South Australia tried. They had a crack at getting one strip dropped in for 1 week only in the middle of the AFL season, which had started by that point in March, which is a whole other argument about the AFL season encroaching upon cricket, but for another day. But yeah, they couldn't get it over the line with footy, so they were off at Karen Rolton down the road, and boutique ground seemed to suit the event, suit the occasion.
Runs for Patterson White. There'll be certainly one. Get a couple. Andrew.
Very dismal in South Africa in terms of attendances. They don't even get one man and a dog, and I know that because I was that man and I didn't have a dog. And I'm barely exaggerating.
No,
I mean, it's
the last
very
game
few
you
people
attended
in South Africa.
Yeah, the last domestic game. When would that have
would have been in the 2021-2 season. Yeah, but I mean, it's been very poor for a very long time.
Yeah. The championship retains a great loyalty, really. And every year there's the kind of cliched story and the cliched picture of the start of the championship season with not so many watching, but in reality the crowds are pretty good.
Yeah, you always see that same photograph, isn't it, with the thermos and the packed sandwiches and so on. But I don't know, that gets used as a stick to whack the... There's still a feature, not a flaw, that it continues to be such an accessible form of the game.
Well, as you say, certainly better at the start of the seasons now that there's a regular slot, Friday to Monday slot, even if the players don't quite like the number of games in such a short period of time. That's a wholly different conversation which is happening right now. I think the vote's going to be at the end of the week about the scheduling for next year, or indeed the championship in years to come.
I wonder how long this reconfigured county championship will last before there's another review.
Well, I think they're kind of saying that whatever they decide now, they've got to stick with to 29 or something. I mean, you do need some stability. I think it is asking a lot of your supporters, paying spectators, if you change the structure year in, year out. It's hard enough to keep on top of it when you're working in the game. I think spectators need a bit of stability and know what they're planning for.
It feels a sensible, shrewd decision to carve a couple of blast games off, if for no other reason than what you're saying there. It's impossible to stay in touch with what's going on in that comp, even with the best intentions. I was doing the voiceovers this year for that, and I was kind of happening upon the scripts. I'm like, I have absolutely no idea, and I'm really trying to hold on tight here. Can't possibly stay on top of the tournament. So good luck if you've got a passing interest in cricket. Not questioning the standard of cricket there, by the way, just simply how many games there are.
Yeah, and next year it'll be all done and dusted before the 100 starts, which has to be good, because it means that teams will have their best squads, best players available for the final, which wasn't the case this year.
Yeah, that's right, and I think that does distract from it, that finals day you don't have that continuity. I actually feel quite sorry for a couple of the Australians who've had to leave the county championship early this year for similar reasons, like Peter Hanscom. Isn't able to play these last 2 games for the promoted Leicestershire. He's been their full-time captain for at least 2, maybe 3 seasons now. I know there's crossover in the seasons, that's unavoidable, but I mean, there can be a degree of joined-up thinking in these things, surely.
Why was Lloyd Pope allowed to play in the Blast finals day? All Australia's domestic cricketers have been recalled. Why was he playing?
Not nationally contracted, and therefore he didn't need to be.
Their state players were recalled.
Oh, sorry, for the Blast finals.
Yes.
I'm not sure. That's a good question, actually. I know with what happened with Zampa, it was to do with specifically Zampa. It was to do with the nationally contracted cricketers getting back for their what they call content capture day. Which.
No, but it was the domestic players who'd been recalled, and yet Pope played anyway.
Yeah,
it was nice to see him play. Decent wrist spinner. That is uncharacteristically wide from Dan Worrell.
I still think that maybe we accidentally stumbled upon not a bad county championship structure for 1 year in 2021. I know it wasn't perfect, nothing is, but where we split the country into 3 groups, home and away, and then there was the pointy end of the season where teams played off for the championship.
Beautiful delivery from Worrell.
I think the benefit of it was that each year you could start with a chance of winning the whole thing. Seeing there that reverse angle, just how much it moved as it was passing the bat. Glorious stuff from Worrell. Loves that Duke's ball. But yeah, wasn't perfect because you lose the concentration of best versus best, and we hear that said a lot, don't we, from a high performance perspective with the championship. But there was some elegance to it. I liked it for the year that we had it.
$98 for 6. Ripple of applause as the ground announcer gives out the name of Matthew Fischer, who's back into the attack in place of Gus Atkinson. So a brief spell after tea from Atkinson. Fisher's spell of 4 for 16 in 5 overs in the afternoon. The spell really that put Surrey on top in this second innings. And immediately he's there or thereabouts.
Yeah, the man with hot hands, 9 in the game so far. That first ball, that's his change-up. His natural arc is the outswinger, but we've seen him be more potent with the one that comes back towards the right-handers so far this week. 3 leg befores today.
He looks like Dan Lawrence facially, don't you think?
Does a little bit, yeah. I went out on the field during lunch one day last week when Surrey were fielding and sort of watched Fischer kind of trudge down the stairs and bowl for a good 20 minutes at full tilt. Like, this wasn't sort of roll the arm over stuff. He was running in. It felt to me like he was trying to signal to his colleagues, give us a bowl. Get us into the mixer here. But now, no such concerns with Rory Burns turning to him for a second burst here. Such a crucial phase in the game with the lead 157. It's another beautiful part of the championship, isn't it? That you rock up at a game like this and you know you can go on the field. Most of the time you're permitted to go out and take a look at the field. And
not every ground allows that, though.
No, but certainly here they really try and make sure it happens in both breaks each day. Of course, you can't go on Lee Square per se. I've fallen foul of that a number of times for ending up on a practice pitch or something like that.
Tread carefully there.
They've got synthetic strips either side of the square which you can kind of scuttle over without getting in trouble.
Well, it's been a parched summer, but the oval retains that lushness now, which it never used to.
It's a good point. You think about the images of the oval generation ago, it would have been golden brown by this stage of the year.
Absolutely. Smattering of applause for the 100 for Nottinghamshire. It's been hard work getting there, it must be said. But then batting periodically has looked very hard work in this game.
Yeah, putting yourself in the shoes of a not supporter watching this, here at the ground. Every run, every moment meaning so much. Which isn't to say it doesn't mean a lot to Surrey fans as well, of course, going for 4 on the trot, 100 for 6 the score. But Nottinghamshire, 15 years since they last won the thing. Decent amount of time in Division 2 and earning a route back to the top flight, and their expectations were managed at the start of the year. They spoke about finishing in the top half of Division 1 and laying a foundation for years to come. Well, they're a bit ahead of schedule here. And when they got busy this morning, that was a stunning performance with the ball. They'll need another, is what it boils down to, unless the lower half of their batting lineup here can bat for at least a couple of hours more. They won't have a huge amount to work with. They'll be back to Hutton and Tongue, Pennington, James, the 4 of them who bowled out Surrey today.
Might come back for a couple here.
Yep.
Patterson White, who is a good cricketer with bat and ball. He keeps out what I think is a very good cricketer as well in Calvin Harrison, who's been on loan for much of the summer to Northants, but he's a terrific leg spinner, batter, catcher.
Yeah, there's seldom room for one spinner in a lot of teams around the country, so if you're second in the pecking order, get busy, get lined off, as Harrison has. Yeah, it feels like this time of year is when a lot of fans just really do plug in here, especially if they're towards the top. Remember the Somerset fans last year who for a few days there, thought they were a chance of winning all 3 trophies. They defeated Surrey in the 3rd last round in a stunning finish down at Taunton with an over to spare. Of course, made it to finals day. Right at the end of the One Day Cup as well. Great time of year. Remains a remarkable quirk that Somerset have never won the championship, given how strong they've been in.
Yeah, they've challenged
for a long time. Yeah.
On many occasions in the last few years, but haven't managed to get over the line.
I think 6 second finishes since the turn of the century or something like that. So they've consistently been there and thereabouts, but never quite getting it done. Monkey off the back stuff. There's a few, isn't there, who have never won it? Gloucestershire?
Good question. I have to look to Andrew. Northants, have they won it?
Northants.
Northants, Gloucestershire.
Gloucestershire, Northants.
Somerset.
There's someone else, I think. Somerset, there's 3. I think there's another one.
Oof. And when you consider some of the cricketers that Gloucestershire had early days.
Yeah.
Grayson Hammond, not least.
And they were Proctorshire for a while as well, weren't they?
Indeed.
No, those are the only 3 that have never won it, yeah.
Gloucestershire, Somerset, Northants.
Yep. Of course, the Gloucestershire people all think they won the ones in the 1860s and 70s when the county championship wasn't official yet. But Wisden used to have a list of county championship winners going from 1864 for quite a long time, which was decided by media and things.
And 4 for 6, that lead 162. Burns chatting with Worrell, who tends to like to bowl in long spells. His first spell with the new ball was 8 overs. That's a decent go. Just a bit late responding then, Lyndon James, so he had to get his skates on to get to the other end, with Ben Folkes whipping that right glove off.
Thinking ahead to the winter, Mike, as it might be for Fischer, so there's a Lions squad going to Australia as well. Is it to mirror the Test squad, or a version of that?
Well, they're certainly there at the start to give them a game, and then I'm not sure how long they're there for. I don't think they'll be there by the time the final 3 tests, which come in quick succession. But Fischer might be a goer for that. Played in the Caribbean, didn't he?
Yep.
Right at the end of Joe Root's captaincy, when Andrew Strauss made the decision to move on from Broad and Anderson, which proved to be a short-lived decision, but it gave Matt Fischer and Saqib Mahmood their chance. So yeah, he could be there or thereabouts. So certainly a performance here on telly, end of the season, key championship game. It's not going to harm him, that's for sure.
Harking back to the era where if you performed well in the Lord's limited overs finals in September, you might find yourself on a winter tour kind of thing.
It was a bit of a thing. I just can't remember too many examples of that, of who they were. It became a thing, didn't it? That if you played well in the NatWest final, you might find yourself ridiculously on an England tour. But I can't, off the top of my head, think of who benefited from that.
Maybe it should be a thing, like a reality TV show.
Man out on the hook now.
We've got a reality TV show winner captaining a county side this week. Ian Holland, leading Leicestershire, who many, many years ago won a show called Cricket Superstar in Australia.
Did he?
Which was the idea of the show, the conceit of the show, was to find the one non-contracted player and give them a professional deal. He was playing club cricket in Melbourne, ended up playing a Shield game for Victoria.
From America or something?
Yeah, born in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, that's right.
He's played quite a bit of one-day cricket for the USA. Stopped doing that now, but made the move from Hampshire to Leicestershire and taken Peter Hanscom's job for the next 2 weeks.
It's a nice job to take if they win the championship. He can lift the trophy.
It was a very strong Victorian dressing room at the time. They just won everything. And he played one very good Shield game, did perfectly fine against Tasmania. And they're like, well, there's no real room at the inn here for someone that's won a TV show. Go and find another gig. He ended up coming over here to play a bit of club cricket and had the British passport connection. One thing led to another, and here he remains.
Well, that man out at deep cover is just allowing a gentle accumulation of singles, 106 for 6.
I suppose to a certain extent we had that this year, didn't we? The return of the young cricketers at Lord's under the guidance of Graham Swan.
Yeah.
And one of those players was given the chance to play in the Metro Bank. I think that's meant to be an ongoing arrangement. So there is that, what you call it, a safety net for players who don't make it through traditional pathways to maybe through the minor counties. Young cricketers, there's still a way back through.
Yeah, I think essentially they want to create more avenues for late developers. Not everybody's ready at 19 or 18 when counties have to make decisions to move players on from their academy either into the full-time professional setup or not. But not everybody's ripe and ready at that age, and you need some avenues for people who are just not ready until they might be 23 or 24. But if there are no avenues to stay in the game, your cricket can quickly drop off.
Met a spinner this year called Connor Haddo, 25-year-old, who plays for Buckinghamshire and for the minor counties combined team. So no ball change after all that. So it didn't quite get through the rings. Might be one of those where they need to keep pleading their case over after over.
Well, it's been a running theme of the summer.
Yeah.
Anyway, Dan Worrell, who has picked up a couple of wickets, will be replaced by Tom Laws. He's one who's not really got in the act yet on a pitch where the bowlers have held sway and everybody else has taken wickets, really. Maybe he can get in on the act now.
Good start. Yeah, that minor county spinner I mentioned took 16 wickets in the minor counties final last week. 7 for and a 9 for. He played some twos cricket for Northants when he was like 19, had a bad shoulder problem, had an operation on his shoulder. It's probably the best he's ever going to be at this age, right? Mid-20s on the way through.
Spinners in particular don't develop till much later.
You like to think that there is room for that story where someone who hasn't absolutely made it onto the conveyor belt by 1920, there is some way for them. So minor counties and
there were many more pathways for later developers in years gone by. Minor counties being one. I know they still have national counties, but and then the MCC Young Cricketers, which, as you say, was slightly reconstituted this year. Counties had an under-25 team At Lancashire we had something called the Club and Ground team. There are lots of avenues to keep your cricket going. Universities, of course, which that scheme has rather withered away as well. What's this partnership worth now, Andrew?
19.
Thank you.
So Laws was wicketless yesterday, but G bowled quickly last week. It was a really significant moment, it felt like, in his young career at age 22, up towards 90 mile an hour.
Well, that wasn't quick enough, that's for sure. That was picked up by Patterson White. He's hitting to the short side, but it's not a dinky boundary, and it wasn't a full on bouncer really, it was just slightly short of a length, and that went away off the bat.
Straight
That's
into
exactly where Davina Perrin hit her first 6 in that wonderful innings in the 100.
It's got to be one of the moments of the summer, full stop, doesn't it, that Perrin 100?
Fantastic.
Yeah. What a future she has.
Fuller. Patterson White gets his weight into the ball, and this partnership is just starting to develop nicely. 115 for 6.
So it's Fischer to continue. And what a remarkable day we have had so far. 15 wickets have fallen. It's a very familiar pattern. But is the pitch now just starting to do that thing it does here at the Oval when it just quietens down a bit? We saw in the first couple of innings that the ball was at its most potent and deadly around about this point. Dominic Cork's alongside me, with the lush outfield, started to swing quite considerably. Surrey, however, had done most of their damage with the newer ball in this innings. But right now, the ball is coming right out of the middle of Patterson White's bat. He's a genuine all-rounder, a couple of hundreds to his name. Hasn't bowled. We don't think we've had a single over of spin in the entire match so far.
We haven't, and I don't think we will. We may get some in the fourth, maybe the fourth innings, maybe Lawrence, maybe we see him in a bit, maybe tonight.
With a lefty in, there's a chance, isn't there?
Absolutely, but I just think Surrey have just got to try and be patient. I know they're thinking 173 that lead, but be patient. That's what has rewarded the seam bowlers here.
Well, fourth innings targets at the Oval, they often need to be very large. This might be a different pitch, but it would be running counter to the prevailing narrative here if 220, 230 was enough. So Nottinghamshire are really going to have to dig in here. They do have, as we saw in the first innings, some guys who can give them some runs at the back end, like Brett Hutton, Tongue. Pennington surprised us a little bit in the first innings with a late flurry. But Matt Fischer is hunting his 10th wicket of the match. He's had a pretty tough summer with the ball. He's bowled well, but without great reward this match. 5 for in the first innings, 4 for 20 here. But a partnership that's now developing. 27 James and Patterson White have put on. Still a bit of nip there.
And it just shows that there is still something there, and hence why you're looking at the Pope now working on the ball. Let's keep looking at the shape. I know there was a conversation between Rory Burns and Nigel Long and Ian Blackwell about the ball. I think they're trying to change it, whether that's because they think this ball isn't swinging and should be. I think once they get this ball or get a new ball, if they think it's gone out of shape, you'll then see this pitch can't change that much over the period of time. It's still live grass on it, in my opinion. And remember, these bowlers haven't had a long period of time to rest as well. I mentioned maybe getting tired as well. 117 for 6 then after another over from Fischer.
So the ball did get, well, I say stuck in the ring now, because it's got to get stuck in one ring and go through the other, hasn't it? We never quite know which ring it's supposed to get stuck in and which one it's supposed to go through, but the umpires presumably do. There's Surrey's former president, Trish Garrard, there, next to her husband, outside the committee rooms. Tom Laws, they've gone after a little bit here.
He's a sort. I think he's a sort of bowler who can just give you the odd delivery where you can actually try and climb into it a little bit, whether it's just slightly over pitched or he just gets a bit short and wide. But he's also got the ability to just get that bounce, even though he's not one of the tallest bowlers.
His most fruitful spell of the season was last week against Warwickshire. He really targeted the stumps, went full, went fast. Haven't seen him quite in the same rhythm in this game. But this is an absolutely pivotal moment in the county championship. The lead 175. Sumptuous shot that, through extra cover for 4, over pitch from Laws. James has put it away. An absolutely delicious crunching drive.
It was, wasn't it? There's only been one target of below 200 defended successfully in a championship game here since 1982.
Well, that doesn't entirely surprise me. I don't understand the physics of it, Dominic. I don't know why it happens, but I promise you it happens time and time and time again. Don't know whether it's a lack of moisture, the ball not skipping as much.
That is exactly what happens. As a pitch is used throughout the 4 days or however long it lasts, you've got obviously the heavy roll that was used. Surrey used that this morning, so that'll flatten it out, that will dry it out. You've got the wind now that is keep drying this surface out, and it would naturally get flatter and flatter.
Is this something that happens more now? I mean, when I was growing up, and I think when you were playing, we sort of expected pitches to degrade, to be tough to bat on the first day. Very classic sort of narrative. It would get a little bit easier, best time to bat, days 2, 3, and then it would get more difficult. We haven't seen that here at all. We haven't seen it actually in the test matches this summer, have we? We've watched at Edgbaston where the pitch got easier and easier, Headingley, big chase. Every ball is coming out of the middle of the bat at the moment, pretty much. Single to finish, 5 off the over, 122 for 6.
Yeah, I think when you look at pitches now, here especially, they've completely changed. Completely changed to the way they used to produce pitches here, very straw coloured for a long period of time, and struggled to get results. Very much flat pitches that are played here. So leaving grass on it, more moisture in it, will obviously mean that the ball will do a bit more. Whereas you go to Headingley now, which was renowned for being a place for where seamers would take wickets, it's gone the other way where it just gets flatter and flatter.
Well, England used to select almost Headingley specialists, didn't they? Steve Watkin, Neil Mallender, people like that would get picked at Headingley.
Mike Smith.
Mike Smith, yeah.
So there's quite a few who have played in Test matches up there, and you go to Old Trafford, and again a place where you'd normally see it spin a little bit more. Think of Shane Warne's fantastic delivery to Mike Gatting.
A famous test there, wasn't it, when Harmison took 5 wickets, Patterson took 5. It assisted the fast bowler and assisted the spinner.
Remember that square has been turned around as well, so it's slightly different again.
Never really know what that does to a pitch. Should pick up a couple here. May come back for a third. They decide against it. Tom Curran patrolling out there, sweeping on the offside. I mean, it's why Ben Stokes wins the toss and bowls. That actually says at the toss these days, doesn't he? I want to chase. It's a curious thing to say in a test match, but
why not? After chases that we've seen him being in part of it against Australia and India at Headingley, why not?
Well, I guess the why not, if we're delving into it, it's like, a bit of a mix-up out there. I'll get through for 2. Is that some of the most dramatic decisions that captains take are to bowl first and then concede 600. I think,
Nasser Hussain, Brisbane.
Len Hutton at Brisbane. He wasn't the first, wasn't Nas, and he won't be the last.
He'll be here tomorrow, so you can ask him about that. He always likes to talk about it.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah. Well, the thing is, he'll tell me that he's just a man ahead of his time.
He certainly
is. Anticipating that 20 years later it would have been the right decision.
Well, he'd have an easy comeback. He'd say, well, Stokes, or, he does it because he's got the bowlers. That what he would turn it back round. That's what he would say.
Right. But it is a thing. If you bat first and you get bundled out for 160, the batters get blamed. If you bowl first and concede 600, the skipper gets blamed. Most of the time it is a batter's game. I acknowledge that. But in these matters, it was always the captain that takes the flak. If you put a side in and you don't bowl them out. Now, Stokes doesn't mind about that. He'll put a side in, and if he concedes 400, he'll go, well, that's fine. We'll score 600.
But he sees it from, remember, he's an all-rounder. So he sees it from both sides. He sees it from the bowling part of it. He also sees it from the batting side of it. And I think that's where it is good to have him as captain, because he can see what they need to do. And it's obviously been successful for England to win the toss and bowl first. Be interesting to see what he does in Australia.
Won't it?
That'll be the big one. That first test match at Perth, which is apparently one of the quickest, or if not the quickest pitch in Australia. What he looks to do. Does he bat first and put runs on? Does he bowl first?
He's gone after this. He was in the air for a while. Curran gets round swiftly to cut off the boundary. I mean, he did something that was against his instinct in this series. 129 for 6 after 36. Partnership now developing here between these two all-rounders. He did choose to bat first at Lord's, which was actually quite counterintuitive, because we'd just had a World Test Championship final when the pitch had done exactly the same thing as it does at the Oval, where wickets fell in the first couple of days with great regularity, and then it eased to the point that South Africa actually won that game incredibly easily. And it came after he'd chosen to bowl first and it didn't work for him. And he just changed his method that once. But I don't know, Andrew might be able to tell us. I think it might have only been the second time he'd chosen to bat first on winning the toss. And when you think about it, if you're going to win a game of cricket, Dominic, you've got to take 20 wickets.
And you've got to have the bowlers to take 20 wickets as well, which he has got. And that'll be That'll be the big question in Australia. And they have got the pace, they have got the bowlers to get 20 wickets in test matches. It's whether they can keep them fit. If they keep them fit and keep them bowling at good pace, they'll push Australia all the way.
But if you need 20 wickets to win a game, then the sooner you start taking them, seems to be the argument that Stokes has.
Yeah, and look, I know I've just said about Nasser winning the toss in Brisbane and having bowl first. That's not just a Nasser Hussain decision. That is a team collective with the coach as well. Same as Ben Stokes. That's not just a Ben Stokes decision and you just follow me. There'll be a senior group, including McCullum, to say, right, this is the way we're going to play. This is what we're going to do. Everybody buys into it. So there's no one thinking, why aren't we batting? So when Nasser won the toss at Brisbane, I wasn't in the changing room, but I'm sure everybody knew, I hope they knew, they was going to have a bowl first.
And then you can flip it round the other way and look at a different Brisbane test in the COVID Series 21-22. England arrived as a green top at Brisbane, and England chose to bat. And that didn't get quite the same amount of criticism, despite the loss, as would have happened had it gone the other way around.
Yes, Stokes in home tests has only chosen to bat first 3 times out of 14. In away tests, he tends to choose to bat the 6 times out of 8.
Well, some of those have been in India, wouldn't they? Where
so
you have an entirely different dynamic.
Yeah.
You're expecting the pitch to break up on the 4th, 5th day.
But it was also the first time out of 7 tests at home that he'd batted first, because his first time he captained England, he batted first. Well, the first time he won the toss as captain, he batted first. So there's quite a sequence of bowling first before he batted first at Lord's, to great applause after the toss was announced. I remember the crowd getting quite excited about England batting first.
Well, Lord's is a ground where you have to bat first with peril. Everyone says look up, not down, but it's also a pitch with, which I think a similar thing happens to here. Plenty of water goes on the square before the game. The drainage is exceptional. The pitch kind of deadens out, as it feels like this pitch is doing at the moment. The partnership now for the 7th wicket is up to 44 between these two all-rounders. Patterson White's not contributed anything with the ball, but with the bat he is. 133 for 6 at the end of that over, and the lead up to 191.
I'm thinking whether Rory Burns, who's still going on to Ian Blackwell about the ball as we currently are talking, he keeps just saying about this ball and looking whether he could switch one of the main bowlers, as in Atkinson, who looks like he's coming back into the attack now, or Fischer.
Switch ends.
Switch ends, because if you look at the flags above the Mickey Stewart members pavilion, they are going from right to left, so that will enhance that away swing. At the moment, obviously, they both prefer, it looks like they both prefer to bowl from that end. I'm just thinking, could they do that just to change it up a little bit, just try something?
The vast majority of the wickets have fallen from that pavilion end, haven't they? As Burns is going slightly on the defensive here, just one wide slip in place.
But if you remember this morning, Josh Tong got enough out of the surface from this end, from wide of the crease. I know obviously it was Atkinson and Fischer that he bowled beautifully at.
A gorgeous delivery though, wasn't it? The one to get rid of Atkinson was a beaut.
So it shows that there's enough in the surface. Yeah, I just wondered whether they can just change it up, because at the moment it looks like it's Laws and Curran from this end and Fischer and Atkinson from the other end. Right, he's got his way now. He's throwing it again.
Well, umpires are now going to consult.
Out come those measuring things. Doesn't go through one, goes through another. Oh no, it
doesn't quite.
There you go.
Hello.
There you go. Change your ball then.
So apparently this is what happened last time, but I think they have decided, yep, they're going to get a new, well, not a new ball, we'll get a change of ball. The Oval is a place which has seen changes of balls that have caused quite a furore, of course. a couple of years ago. I think the entire nation of Australia is still in outrage.
Well, it's either balls or 12th men
It's
who come on and
something,
run
isn't it?
somebody out. It can be anything.
Well,
couldn't it?
bowling bouncers at dear old Don Bradman. I mean,
Yes.
that upset them. And they're still
Be
going
anything.
on about that 93
Yeah.
years later.
What's the comment you need to say? Build a bridge, is it? Get over it?
Yeah, right, yeah. I think it unlikely that they will.
Right, that'll be interesting to
Wait.
see how this first ball goes now.
You know way more about this than we do. These balls in boxes, we always speculate up here. Where have they come from? How do we know
Well,
that they're roughly
they have to
37
have-
overs old?
If I'm right, do they have to have 18 spares or 12 spare balls that are marked from nearly brand new all the way to when the new ball
So
is
there must
due?
be a gap between
Yeah,
them,
gap.
sort
So
of
you go
10
from
overs
new,
or so,
new,
is it?
yeah. And so they'll be used in the nets, or they may be used, say, if a team takes a new ball and they take 2 wickets and it's only been like 5 overs of that second new ball, so they'll we can use that as a spare for the next match, and that's how they'll build them up. So
some of those balls will actually know exactly how old they
yeah,
are, but
some
the
of
ones
them-
in nets,
some of them,
who's
mate.
kind of
Some of them,
monitoring
mate.
any
But
of
you
that?
know, you can look at a ball and you know if the seam's not pronounced, or you generally know how old that ball is. What you want is a nice small ball with the, what are we? We're into the 38th over. Nice small ball, high seam, dark.
But the
not too
umpire's
much
now
scruff.
choosing now,
yeah,
aren't they?
they
Not you-
are,
you
because
don't-
they'll be marked up. You
Yeah.
leave it to them, they'll be marked
Yeah.
up. They'll say overs 30 to 40, this will be marked up. There you go. And now what you want now is, as a bowler, I'm saying as a bowler, it's, you want this ball all of a sudden to hoop first time, and then these two here, James and Patterson White, think, oh, right, now it's a different game. So that's what you want. That's what you're hoping for when you're trying to change the ball.
And it has happened pretty frequently. A much undiscussed moment was the Edgbaston Test in 2019 when James Pattinson managed to get the ball changed. And Rory Burns was in the middle of quite a difficult century, if you recall.
Mm-hmm.
England were going very well. I think Joss Butler may have been batting at the time.
Just
And
looking at that
suddenly-
ball now, just to see how it looks. Trying to see, it looks like you can see that Dan Lawrence is trying to get that shiny side buffed up as much as possible.
Well, that's the other part of it. It won't have been recently shined, would
No.
it? Squeezes that away. It wasn't where he intended at all.
But he'll only take one ball here. One ball to just go past the bat, which we've not seen for
No,
a while
well,
now.
45 minutes or so.
So, and then all of a sudden that builds your confidence as a fielding group, puts a little bit of doubt into the batter's mind, and that's all you're trying to do. Whether people think it's fair that you should be able to change a ball or not, it is part of the game. It's a part of everybody will try and do it.
And it lifts a bowler as well, presumably. You're in the
Absolutely.
middle of a partnership here of 45. It may all be voodoo, but a bowler now believes that he's bowling with something that has more potential.
It isn't. It's a mental game. It is. It's all in your mind. You think this is a new one now. This is going to move. We're going to do something now. We're going to get a nick.
Second slip in place now. Ow, I say, and that has flown.
See, that's just a. So nothing has changed with this wicket. This pitch's surface, I should say, nothing has really changed. Maybe the ball has made the difference. Maybe it's the mental state of the bowlers. But you watch this, is going. This is just taken off.
Oof. And I think that's what Lyndon James is thinking as well. So the entire psychology of the game now just alters ever so slightly.
And now it's down to knots to get through this period now.
Again, good carry. Atkinson still wicketless in this innings. Picked up 4 in the first. Testing times. Both these batters know the county championship is on the line. If we get enough play. And look, the forecast is variable, but at the moment we've advanced the game so far. End of the over, 134 for 6. with 26 wickets gone, that there's a very good chance that one of these sides is going to win. And the ramifications of that are that the side that does win is very, very likely to win the county championship. Now then, a record attendance is being announced to the crowd. A 21st century attendance. 80,484 people have come to the Oval to watch county championship cricket this season. That's a pretty decent figure. But I guess a club that has 20,000 plus members is going to expect that. You're looking at radars.
Well, I'm looking at radars. I'm obviously, this is my last day here. I'm looking at radars. There is a bit of rain around, but there is gaps in there. So I don't think you'll be. I think you may have a few little periods throughout the day where you might have to go off. But ultimately, I think you're going to get some cricket on day 3 and definitely on day 4. So a result is definitely on the cards. Brilliant though, 80,000 people coming in to watch championship cricket. It just shows you the appetite for it here, and Surrey do it well.
Oh, beats the bat with a beauty. And suddenly the whole tenor of this game has changed with the change of ball. You're right. I mean, let's put those numbers into a little bit of perspective. In 2025, 65,433 fans came. That was a 21st century record. This year's Festival of Red Ball Cricket, you're talking about what they do well here. That game was against Essex. Saw a record attendance for a single game. Cracked away, should be another couple. 14,982 turned up for that game against Essex, and 4 of the 7 fixtures this year have seen more than 10,000 spectators coming along here to the Oval. So I think it's very true. Surrey do it well. They even attract Yorkshire fans to come. They're difficult to get out of Scarborough and Headingley, you know.
But they do it well, not just 4-day cricket. I think they do 20-20 cricket well here. The 100 they do well here.
Oh, that's been smoked through the offside. Over pitch from Laws, cracked away. And Patterson White moves into the 30s, and the lead getting ever closer to 200.
Yeah, and Laws again expensive. What has he gone? 45 he's gone now off his bowling so far.
50 partnership with that as well from 74 balls. It's been not so much a counter attack, I guess, as a really good response at 89 for 6. Notts were in big trouble. They're still by no means out of the woods, but this partnership has got them back on track. A slightly strangled appeal. It's high and going down leg side, and I think that'll take the lead up to 200. Those 2 leg byes. A significant moment. Yeah, Surrey do it well. You've got to leaven this by saying that clubs that
they have
success,
the facility.
They have the facilities that they have success as well. So they're able to attract people from a very large catchment area. And when your team's doing quite well, people tend to turn up. 142 for 6. Atkinson continuing. Oh, lovely shot through extra cover. Again over pitched, but James, he's a tall man, reaches out to that. And this partnership is really building.
Lovely shot, that. Serious shot over pitch from Atkinson. He's desperately trying to get that swing that we saw in the first innings, and there isn't any at the moment. Tall batter, isn't he, James? And he just uses the pace straight out the middle.
Yeah, no real foot movement, was there? It's just hands to the ball. Tall man, long levers. On the raw numbers, you'd probably say Matt Fischer has been the most consequential player in this game, but Lyndon James, the way he bowled, he made important breakthroughs, the way he's batting here in what could be a crucial partnership. Just a reminder that this game, if it ends in a result for either side, it doesn't guarantee the win of the county championship, but it puts them in a tremendously powerful position. Surrey, if they won it, would go 17 points clear. Notts, if they won it, would go 15 points clear. It would mean that the winner of this game can draw their final game and win the county championship. They could even lose their last game and win the county championship with some bonus points, and if there's a bit of rain around. We've only got one game left after this, so the title is on the line. It started at the beginning of April. We're now late into September.
Looks like Dan Worrell is just loosening up again. Moore's obviously
Well, have a go with the replacement ball.
Well, he's got to. I think they've got to now because they're 205 ahead. I think they've got to try and break this partnership. It's a waste of time waiting for him to come back with 6 overs left in the day. You may as well go now, try and get the breakthrough, and then see if they can bowl Notts out. That's classically what Surrey would want us to be batting tonight.
Well, in a way, what they might actually like is if Notts could bat for 15 overs and go at 2 and over and bowl them out.
Yeah,
then not have to bat.
I get what you mean, so they don't have to bat, but I just think when you're trying to win a title, you just do it. You just, when you're ready to, we'll bowl them out, we're ready to bat. Even if it's 3 overs left in the day, let's get out there, win the game. That's what you know, at the end of the day, that is how you win titles. That's why this team, Surrey, and this club has been so successful on the back of that. Let's not try and worry if we'll send in 2 night watches. No. We'll win it. We'll win the game. That's the first thing. Win the game, and then we'll take it from there.
For Notts, this has been quite a recovery. They were 53 for 5. That's been cracked away again. Good effort out in the deep, but it's 4 more. And the score advances beyond 150. At the end of the over, 151 for 6.
Yeah, just a little bit of width, isn't it? Just a little bit of width, and he gets on top of the bounce.
But you know, a ball like that earlier in the day was just bouncing that little bit more. He's able to get on top of it. They were just flying through a little bit more.
But it's naturally... a pitch naturally will get flatter and flatter. It has to. There's no way that moisture from day one can stay in it that long, and hence why you'll see it. You look at the stats, and I think it's day 3 where there's a lull until you go into day 4 where it goes flatter and flatter, and hence why he knows now, Rory Burns knows he's got to bring back this guy now, even though he's probably still a bit tired from that big spell, needs to break this partnership.
Worrell has been the go-to man for Surrey for so much of this run of 3 championship victories in 3 years. Ridiculous numbers, averaging under 20. Hasn't been his most prolific season, but picked up a couple of crucial wickets in this innings.
He's played probably a lot more cricket this year with 100 and maybe bowled a lot more overs. He's probably...
Slightly, he was rested a little bit for the away fixtures. Yeah. They didn't actually use him. I think I'm right in saying it. Chelmsford, Hove, and Edgbaston, where they encountered incredibly flat decks, sort of 500 plus in the first innings, and he didn't play those games. They tended to keep him for the Oval, especially for the conditions you get in the first couple of days, which we've seen repeated again here. But you're right, he'll have played the 100. Not sure he's been 100% fit throughout the season. Start of the season, there were slight concerns, the odd niggle. You've got to give credit where it's due. These two have batted really, really well. Came in at 89 for 6, a slender lead at the time of 147. And it was tough batting at that point. The last half an hour or so, the ball has found the middle of the bat with regularity. I can't remember the last time we saw a genuine play and miss. It's a while back.
It is. But I think this is what you would expect, first playing second. Teams that are fighting to win the championship, you'd expect not just to collapse, fight back, give yourself a chance of winning the game. With 210 on the board, you'd still think, with how history and the stats show you, that it gets easier and easier to bat on, but you just think if Notts get to that 250 mark, then all of a sudden then pressure's on Surrey.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very different kind of chase when you're right up against it. And it's almost a winner-takes-all situation. Now that is a genuine play and miss.
And remember, obviously, the rain and the covers that come up, it might
juice it.
Just help keep that pitch doing a little bit like we see here.
Ooh, say. He really didn't know where his feet should go there. It's just the perfect length. Slightly squared him up. It's a mark of an exceptionally good team, though, isn't it? And Nottinghamshire are that, where they have batting at 7, 8, 9. We crunched some numbers some time back and looked at winners of the county championship. Andrew Sampson looked into this, and there was quite a lengthy period where the sides that scored the most after the loss of their 5th wicket tended to come out on top. And part of the reason for this is that good batters tend to negate themselves, negate each other, don't they? I mean, there isn't a massive margin of difference between good top sixes.
You always need to have a solid middle order.
End of the over, one.
Almost. It's a terrific partnership, this. Worth 63 now between Lyndon James and Liam Patterson White. Lights are on now. Getting a little gloomier. And as we saw with that last ball from Gus Atkinson, there's still enough happening off this surface. It's been a wildly seesawing second day. 17 wickets have fallen so far. That was nearly 18. Slim pickings for batters. We've only seen one half century in this game. Ben Slater. Nobody else has got 50. Burns 47. So in the context of a low scoring game, this partnership of 63, a very good one. Lyndon James is having a good day, actually. A couple of wickets earlier in the day. He's 43. Patterson White, who didn't get a bowl, he's 36. Where's your money, Cam? Where would you be putting that student grant or student loan you've still got to repay back? Where would you be putting that down now?
I think increasingly Nottinghamshire. Although, I'm going to contradict myself immediately. I was going to say Surrey, but then Gus Atkinson's delivering balls like that, and the one that just came back, and James earlier on in the over.
There's plenty happening still.
So I was wondering whether Surrey would have been taking a silver lining from, yes, these two are putting on a partnership, but the pitch has gone to sleep a bit, so that 211 isn't as intimidating as it may have looked a couple of hours ago. But when Atkinson's still producing deliveries like that, eventually makes me favour Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, they're sorry. Well, they got the ball changed. They were unhappy with the state of the ball. They also started to just put fielders out quite early on in this partnership, and that just allowed a gradual accumulation of singles. And now James and Patterson White are in, well, as much as you can be in on this pitch. So the lead 211, we've got 15 and a bit overs remaining in the day. It's going to be a fascinating end to this day and the third day. It's very hard to call. And probably the title destination will hinge on it. Remember that lead, just 1 point for Surrey right now. 154 for 6.
What about yourself? Which dressing room would you rather be in?
I think Surrey have got some dangerous batters. If they can keep the lead to around 250, I'd fancy them to chase it, I think. But if it gets above that, then tricky. Wickets tumbling around the country from the cricket. They're just keeping half an eye on events elsewhere. It's obviously this time of year, a bit of dampness around now after a very dry summer. Bowlers are eagerly grasping the opportunity to boost their figures towards the end of the year.
It was a remarkable 24 hours yesterday where we managed to be the only match in the country to get on at all. We had our full allotment of overs. No one else got a single ball in. Now matches are hurrying along.
320 for 5, Essex 280 for 4, Worcester 270 for 4, so Yorkshire all out 190. Northants 200 all out. Leicestershire going well. Morgan, they've lost 8 wickets. I noticed it was green up at Old Trafford. Middlesex 6 down.
There was this pair out in the middle from Nottinghamshire last week. It wasn't necessarily the defining partnership, but they put on 31 when it was 83 for 6, and they were chasing 130 odd against Worcestershire.
It's a very good shot. It's a classy shot from Liam Patterson White. Not an easy shot to play, that punch off the back foot through the leg side, just wide of mid-on, through mid-wicket.
He's almost hit that right back where it's come from on the angle to get it back in front of square. Patterson White last week finished on 23. Lyndon James in that run chase, 17 not out of 67.
That was the game at Worcester, wasn't it?
So Lyndon James batted for an hour and 45 minutes for 17 runs. But it did the job.
Well, he's playing a good hand here, 44. Patterson White, though, is 41 now, catching him up. .158 for 6.
There's also the variable of the weather that's lurking around.
What's the forecast?
Not brilliant. Well, it's definitely raining when we're all going to be asleep. Overnight and early on into the morning, there's heavy rain in the area. So it could be a delayed start tomorrow. And once we get into the afternoon, it's clear.
One imagines that we'll get enough play over the next 2 days to conclude this game.
Do you have an opinion on Surrey's use of deep cover kind of always being in place?
Well, I thought they put the men out too soon in this partnership, and it just allowed some singles and allowed the partnership to get going, really. Just toiling a bit now. Partnership, what's it worth? 72. Is this the highest of the match, Andrew?
Yes.
There we go. Lovely shot. Another classy shot from Patterson White. Just picking off a slightly short ball from Gus Atkins, and he gave it a rare old thump.
Patterson White getting it in front of square. Dominic Cork on commentary earlier was explaining, if you are dropping short, I don't think that was too much of an attempted short ball from Gus Atkinson, more of a miss of length. So if you get that line outside off stump, that's when you can be pulled out in front of square.
It's a good ball. I've seen a couple of wickets that have fallen to Atkinson with a full ball that swung. He's not really a swing bowler. He's somebody who tends to hit the pitch and jag it around off the seam, but he can get it going. The wicket that got Joe Clark in the first innings was a case in point. That nearly another.
It's almost a return to his original skill set.
Well, Lyndon James wanted the single, but was sent back.
Way back when Atkinson was more of a kind of away swing bowler who had a bit of a cutter as his change-up. He kind of pinpoints this.
Was this when he was playing for Spencer Thirds with you?
That was a very special day. He got a duck. He got a duck and none for
Really?
rubbish.
Just finding some movement back into Patterson White, who is up to the task. 165 for 6, the lead 2-2-3. That's where we are. Low scoring game. Notts first innings 231, the highest score of the match so far, just that 150 to Slater. The bowlers holding sway. Fischer 9 for the match so far. 9 for 89. Genuine edge, but only 2 slips in play.
Really enjoys an insight into the high standard of cricket that was played on that special day a decade ago, whenever it was. Match abandoned after someone dropped a ball into their face and an ambulance had to be called. And we all went home.
What league does Spencer play in?
Well, the first 11 in the Surrey Premiership,
yeah,
Premier Division. And then I can talk you through the restructuring of the Surrey leagues at great depth if you want to. And then we all kind of filtered down to the second 11s in Division 3 East. Got to be a good player to play in that league, I think.
Yeah.
And the 3s got promoted up into Division 5, and so on and so forth. The numbers just get worse.
Driven down the ground. This might be Patterson White's 50 if he can scurry back. Thought about it and then changed his mind. How many teams, senior teams, does Spencer put out on a weekend?
We'll have 5 men's teams, 2 women's teams. There'll also be kind of an academy and a development side.
That's a good effort.
Playing as well. It's a big club. Atkinson didn't fancy another run out in the 3s after the debacle of his one and only appearance. But he did turn out earlier this year against Sunbury.
Yeah. And Surrey wouldn't pick him up at Scarborough. That will be 50 to Liam Patterson White, and a very important half century as well. Just the second one in the match. It's come in good time in tricky batting conditions, just 63 balls. And a partnership worth 80 now with Lyndon James, who's 4 away from his half century.
Patterson White's first 50 against Surrey. He was averaging 2 against him before this innings, having had 3 ducks in his career before this game and 8 in the first innings. Yeah.
Might be the most crucial innings he's played. We shall wait and see what the outcome of this game will be, but he's just turning the tide here with Lyndon James. That lead 2-2-7.
More important runs for Patterson White and Lyndon James in the context of this season. After their, I think heroics might be too strong a word about their showing against Worcestershire. An important showing. It's quite an important period of the match, this final, well, 12.1 overs for Surrey, because if these two combine through to the end, they'll manage another 40 runs. That takes that lead up to 267, and then we're into a territory where Nottinghamshire will be heavy favourites. So I just need to find a way of injecting some jeopardy and drama into this late evening session.
Yep, big dozen overs ahead. There's still movement there for Worrell, but Lyndon James not tempted outside the off stump. 169 for 6. Highest partnership of the match.
See there, Patterson White dominating the partnership as well. 50 of the 80 runs, just 28 to Lyndon James. He scored his runs at a canter, healthy strike rate. The sun's out again at the Oval. It's just brightened up a little bit. I assume we'll get all 12 overs in.
Fischer and Atkinson have kind of alternated in relatively short spells from the pavilion end.
Just 4 overs. Atkinson's latest spell from the pavilion end. We've only seen Tom Curran for 2 overs in this innings. He bowled 2 overs just before the tea break from the Vauxhall end and looks in discomfort. Dominic Cork identified kind of a blister or something going on with his toe or foot. Every ball was delivered with a grimace, and Tom Laws hasn't quite hit his straps. His 7 overs have cost 47.
It's good from Fischer, who's had a bit of success around the wicket to the left-handers in this game. He got Slater and McCann out in the first innings on this angle. Excellent delivery. Has Fischer had a 10 for Andrew? No, didn't think so. He's only got 5 fifers in first class cricket. His first for Surrey came in the first innings of this game. He's just 1 wicket away from 10, which would be a milestone for him.
That delivery was a bit of a flashback to the McCann wicket of the first innings, just turning round the left-hander.
Folkes does well down the leg side. Immaculate glove work as ever. 169 for 6.
9 for 64 is his current match best. Yorkshire Somerset to Headingley in 2021.
We must be pretty close to that at the moment.
Oh, he's got 9 for, he's over 64 though.
He's over 64?
Yeah.
Ah, alas.
Well, he's a good chance of getting 10. Good fielding from the captain, setting a fine example as we come towards the end of day 2.
He's so synonymous now, Rory Burns, of just patrolling that area of the ground and from mid-off to mid-off, chatting to his bowlers, floppy on. Occasionally produces a spectacular catch as well. Rarely seen in the slips these days. Does so on occasion.
Yeah, it's Sibley and Pope in the slip cordon at the moment, next to Folkes.
Did you finish your career in the slips, or did you move on towards the end?
No, finished it at first slip.
It's always good to go out on top.
It's the easiest slip position to field in, and it's the best position to captain from. Not that I was doing that at the end. You get the best view of things. In fact, it's just taken out one of the slips now. Taken out Sibley, who's gone to mid-on, Burns to mid-off. So there's an extra man come to the leg side. And Worrell decides to come round the wicket. So a change of strategy to Patterson White. Surrey need a wicket.
They're just reshuffling their fielders as well. Dan Lawrence at backward square leg, Ryan Patel at mid wicket. So the field stays the same, but the personnel have changed. I recall this leg side field at least. Worrell's bowling to left-handers in the first innings with it as well, but the ball was near and there's a couple more slips in place. I'm trying to work out what that fielder at backward square leg is there for. You have the two men in the deep square leg and fine leg, I guess patrolling for a short ball on the top edge. But what exactly that fielder at backward square leg is in position for?
He's just providing a bit of cover to allow Worrell to bowl straight at the stumps, that angle from round the wicket. He wants to challenge the stumps. He's a bit too straight there, and Patterson White just attempting a leg glance. The umpire has given it leg byes. I think Patterson White feels that he hit that. I'm fairly certain he hit it.
Last week, Dom Sibley got some assistance from the umpire when he went to his century. He went for the reverse sweep and he only had one working leg. The ball just kind of trickled away behind square. I think the umpire almost asked him. He was on 98. And because Rory Burns was doing the running for him, Sibley just kind of stood there and the umpire looked at him and was like, bat? And Sibley obviously said, yes, absolutely, umps. Bit of bat on that.
Never say that if you nick it behind and the umpire says, have you hit that? Anyway, they've got 5 men on the leg side, so Worrell's trying to get... Who did he get out? Slater. Similar angle of attack. The one that kept a bit low, and you can see he's targeting those stumps. Good partnership though this. Now 86, the lead 233, so I imagine the odds would be in Nott's favour right now.
There are only 3 seamers who've taken 10 in a match for Surrey against Nottinghamshire since 1899, believe it or not.
Blimey.
Could
3
we name them?
seamers? Surrey seamers.
Yeah. The most recent one, 1971.
Robin Jackman.
Robin Jackman, indeed, yeah. And
before
then
that?
Before there was Alec Bedser
in
1952, he could bowl a bit. And back to 1905 is the only other one since 1900, a chap called Walter Lees.
Oh.
Tom Richardson was 1890s, did it a few times as well. Yeah.
If you give me a chance, I'd have got all of those.
Would you have? Oh, sorry, I should have given you a chance. Yeah. M.R. Verdi was the last bowler for Surrey to take 10 against Nottinghamshire when he got 14 back in 2019.
The mighty sparrow, that's what they called Jackers, wasn't it? I think.
The Shoreditch Sparrow?
Shoreditch
That's what John
Sparrow.
Woodcock called
Yeah.
him.
I think Alan Gibson of the time.
Was Alan Gibson? Alan Gibson, that's right, yeah.
The Shoreditch Sparrow.
The Shoreditch Sparrow, yeah.
That Verdi game was also famous because Ashwin was in town for Nottinghamshire.
Oh, yeah.
Verdi outbowled him.
Why did he call him the Shoreditch Sparrow, by the way? Wasn't from Shoreditch, obviously.
Not sure. Ashwin only got 12 wickets in that game. But yeah, let's see if we can find out quickly.
A misfield and then booted away. That allows a scurried single. Tom Curran is the fielder at mid-wicket. It's been sparsely used in this innings.
I've got an unsatisfactory answer. Well, I think me and Andrew have the same page up on our screens. You go, Andrew.
Well, it says Alan Gibson gave him the nickname, and then it goes, however, Jackman had no obvious connection with the London district of Shoreditch. So
well, no,
I'm not sure.
He's South African, or born in South Africa, wasn't he?
He was born in India.
Born in India, was he?
Spent a lot of time. He lived most of his later life in South Africa.
Yeah, played for England, of course.
There's a famous quiz question around who was born in one country, played for another country, and was banned from another country for playing in another country.
Yes, well, that was the 1980... 81 tour of the Caribbean when all that was kicking off.
Yeah, because he played for England. He also played for Rhodesia, as they were back in the day.
Right.
Born in India, banned from Guyana for playing in South Africa. Yeah.
Yes, the Guyanese government was having none of it. Oh, that's a beauty. That is a lovely delivery from Fischer to complete that over, but no luck for him. Can't find the outside edge. And you do well to nick these. Angle in. Went like a leg break.
Well, Fischer has done fantastically well to save his best performance of the season until, well, penultimate. For the big match, the big occasion, he's keeping his side in it. Well, he got his side ahead to begin with. And this partnership between Lyndon James and Patterson White has given Nottinghamshire the advantage.
Well, drinks have come to the field, which is a rare occurrence given the length of this partnership. Change of gloves for Patterson White. We've got 9 overs remaining in the day, a really big 9 overs. If Notts can get through to the close, and they're going along at 3 and over or thereabouts, that'll take their lead to 250 and just beyond. Surrey though will have designs on a wicket or two before the close to try and level this game up. You'd say Notts just have their noses in front right now.
Andrew, what have been the most, well, the kind of successful run chases in county cricket, at least, at the Oval in recent times? Well, there was a pretty high-profile one in the most recent Test match here. But if Nottinghamshire got that lead to about 300, does that mean they're out of sight?
I'll just start with Surrey's highest total target chased against Nottingham is only 262, believe it or not. But at this ground, the highest total chased in the county championship match successfully is 392.
Ever?
Yeah.
I think it'd be higher than that.
There was a first-class game where Cambridge chased 427 against Surrey in 1925.
It's a curious game, isn't it? It's hard to explain sometimes. 17 wickets in the day, but suddenly Surrey finding wickets hard to come by. I don't think the pitch has completely gone to sleep. I still think there's a bit there.
Well, we've seen both Atkinson and Fischer at times produce deliveries that have been unplayable.
Yeah. More runs here. Powerful shot through mid-wicket as Worrell just strays to leg. He's back over the wicket now with one fewer fielder on the leg side than the over before. So I suspect that was a little straighter than he intended.
More runs for Patterson White. We saw him access that area of the back foot about 20 minutes ago. Now he's clipping through mid-wicket off the front foot as well. He slowed down just a touch since going to his 50. Lyndon James yet to make the milestone.
We haven't had an over of spin yet in the game, have we? No. Breeze is up. Shadows are lengthening across the ground. 8.1 overs remaining in the day. Can Worrell produce a bit of magic? .180 for 6.
So the last 8 overs of the day, a partnership of 91. It's uncanny. Nick Knight is alongside me. It's uncanny how these games pan out, isn't it?
And we're here to try and explain it.
I don't know how we do. I was rather hoping that you might give it a crack.
Well, it's just pitching conditions, isn't it?
But you try to explain to me something. At 53 for 5, we saw balls going low. We saw balls nipping. I know it's a newer ball, I get that. But earlier on in this match, we've seen the ball do very little until it reached about 40 overs, and then it started to hoop. This morning, we watched Brett Hutton and Lyndon James initially, and then Josh Tongue and Dylan Pennington after lunch make a 40-plus overall ball, do all sorts. Oh, that's got to be a little bother.
And the overhead conditions have pretty much been the same throughout the day. I mean, that's something we go to, don't we, as commentators, pundits. You look up as well as down on the pitch. The only thing I can give you, which is what I gave you earlier, really, I had a good look at the pitch, and there are little tiny dents, bruises, call it what you will. Now, whether they've just been ironed out a little bit with the heavy roller, I'll have a look tomorrow morning and give you a more in-depth, what it looked like today and what it looks like tomorrow. But usually pitches deteriorate.
Now that's an edge, and that is the breakthrough. James goes for 47. It's a wicket that Surrey desperately wanted. It's a 10th in the match for Matt Fischer, and it's come at just the right time for the champions. It brings a new batter in with just 7 overs to go. Ball that's just maybe left James taking a thin edge. It's yet another catch for Ben Folkes. And my goodness, are we going to get another twist this evening?
Maybe. The persevering and quite brilliant Matt Fischer. It was going to take something pretty special to get rid of Lyndon James, who's played so resiliently. That is almost unplayable. You can see there he's even holding his bat saying, I couldn't really do a whole lot more than that. Had to play at it, did play at it, found the edge. That is as good as it gets from Matt Fischer. And boy, did they need that.
Well, they really did. The lead 238. They'll still believe they can chase down Andrew Sampson's, give us many stats. High scores, but with the loss of that wicket, Nottinghamshire are 180 for 7. So the new batter, Brett Hutton. There are 7.2 overs left in the day. Notts would dearly love still to be batting. Surrey would dearly love to be able to knock over this tail. New batter at the crease. Awkward time, couple of slips in. Bowler with his tail up. He's just picked up his 10th, Matt Fischer, in this match. He has been exceptional. He's plugged away in that channel outside the off stump, ball after ball. But really, what a partnership that was. 91 runs at 89 for 6. Notts are in danger of folding well before the end of the day. But it has looked like it's got a little bit easier. It hasn't kept quite as low as it had done. We saw a couple. There was a leg before, wasn't there, from round the wicket that just kept a bit low. We saw the bowled.
But isn't that why we love Championship cricket?
Oh,
isn't
adorable,
that why we love Test match cricket? For all the nuances we've just been talking about. You know, try and make sense of the fact that this has happened today. It's very difficult.
Well, we've had 16 wickets today as Hutton gets off the mark. 15 of those happened. Well, actually, I mean, if you just, you take it from the point the first wicket fell, end of the over, 181 for 7. Surrey were, Andrew, remind me when Tom Laws was out,
101 Laws was out. It was 101 for 1 at one point.
It's 101 for 1. Surrey went on to score 173, so they were 72 for 9. You add that to 89 for 6. You get 161 for 16.
Yep.
And then a partnership of 91, Nick, on the same pitch with the same bowlers.
I mean, the one thing that we tend to sort of, or is easy just to overlook here, is the skill of the batting and the bowling. I mean, in this instance, the batting. You know, just think that the conditions will out.
Oh, and again, no third slip. We've been talking about that a lot today. Hutton gets away with that. That was at catchable height through where third slip might have been. A profitable position at the Oval, quite a lot. But Burns, mindful of just wanting to make sure he's not chasing too many. He's got the worst of both worlds there because he's got a deep third down there. But it's gone straight to where that is, straight to third slip. And as a result, it's too fine for third man to cut it off.
Yeah, the one thing I'd say, when your new batter comes in, get your third man and your fine legs so wide. Get them a little finer. Might just find the edge of the bat a bit more regularly, go quickly in that position.
But also, that's gone really low through to folks, but especially to someone like Dan Worrell. He's bowling ball after ball. We know where it's going. It's the odd one that's going to come back in, but he's looking to nick you off. That's where he gets 80-90% of his wickets. Got a new batter in.
We go on it so many times up here, don't we? So you've got to have an extra slip in.
Where's it come from?
So why are these guys not putting an extra slip in? I mean, you mentioned it earlier. The reason is because he's worried about the lead now, 243. He's trying to play runs against wickets.
And Brett Hutton can drive the ball quite nicely into the offside. But so I suppose where you're taking your fielder from is probably somewhere in the ring on the offside. Maybe taking your mid off a little bit wider, removing one of those covers and putting them in.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite nice for a bowler to let the batter see extra cover free. And if you're bowling that line, because your eye line sees extra cover and there's a gap, and then you push it, and that's when your slips come in.
Now it's vital for Nottinghamshire here that Patterson White survives the rest of the day. You may look at the scoreboard, think 231 plays 173, a lead of 244 is going to be enough. But Andrew, I think you were poised with some...
Oh, Fischer.
Yes?
First match haul of 10 wickets in his career. The first time, as we were mentioning a bit earlier, that a Surrey seamer has taken 10 wickets in a match against Notts since 1971. Robin Jackman.
Oh, I say. You'll have worked a bit with Robin Jackman, won't you?
I worked quite a bit with Robin Jackman. He was a brilliant commentator, yeah. Jack is sadly no longer with us. And Fischer, well, he's brought his average down from 44.38 for the season down to 31.78 in this match.
Looks very different, doesn't it, though?
Yep.
In a season which has been dominated by by batting. We established earlier today it's been, did you say the 5th or 6th most prolific season for batters? Single to end the over. Patterson White will keep strike, 187 for 7. Fischer 5 in the first innings and 5 in the second innings. And Nick, he's bowled quite brilliantly.
Well, he has, and there'll be a similar theme to a lot of these dismissals, targeting that sort of top of off stump, some a little straighter than others, just a little bit of natural variation either way. May have been a little fortuitous on 1 or 2 of these, but either way, he's asking the question and getting rewarded for it. I think the last the wicket, I think that's an absolute... I don't think you can play that. You just hope that you miss it. That has done everything that he will have wanted it to do as he runs in and lets it go.
It's a lateness of the movement there, isn't it? He's pretty much exactly where he wants to be, is Lyndon James. Surrey won't mind that single because I think they're going to want to target Brett Hutton here, the new batter. He's a guy that's been somewhat forgotten, Matt Fischer. He was never really able to string together a series of matches when playing for Yorkshire. I think there was a bizarre stat. He never played 3 in a row, I think. There was something quite bizarre of that nature.
I'll check that, but this is the first time he's played 10 first-class matches in a season in 10 years of cricket.
Oh, that looks very close. Well. I want to see this one again. Is that drifting down leg? Trapped on the crease, Hutton. Has it just done a little bit too much? Yep. That was definitely going down. Good decision from the umpire. He's been targeting the pads though, hasn't he, in this innings?
Well, he's been targeting off stump, really, top of off stump, and some will just nip away and some will nip back.
It's a beautiful crunching pull, well in front of square. In the air, but well over the top of the short mid-wicket. And Hutton's come out here with some intent, hasn't he?
As he did in the first innings. Had a good game, actually, didn't he?
Yeah. He bowled a long spell this morning. It's a pretty uncomplicated style, I think, is the way we might describe that. 250 lead now for Notts.
Fischer didn't have a run of more than 3 games in a row in his first 6 years with Yorkshire. But he played 9 in 2023. So it did eventually have a longer run,
eventually we got there, yeah.
But that would have been a stat that would have been around when he made his Test debut in
Yes.
2022, obviously.
Just comparing the two, actually, him and Tom Laws, I like Matt Fischer. Just watch his run up. I mean, having faced a lot of the best bowlers over my time, you talk to them afterwards and they said the run up is absolutely crucial. And you look at his run up, it's very rhythmical, it's very composed, it's very controlled, and by the time he gets to the crease, it looks controlled.
Oh, he's got again, Hutton. I think he quite likes it there.
Yeah, he's just dropped down a little short. Whether that's on purpose, a bit of weariness, I don't know, but I can't think it's with any reason because he's got no one out there covering the shot. I think he's just dragged that down. And Tom Laws, you look at Tom Laws, he's a very good bowler, don't get me wrong, very, very good. But he kind of strives in his run, almost overstrides at times, and therefore to me just doesn't quite have the composure when he lets it go. That may be something he's working on.
Seems to stretch a bit, doesn't he, in the last stride or two. Well, Fischer's bowled a lot of overs in this game. The last match he was very sparsely used. In the first innings he bowled plenty of overs. He bowled another 13 in this. End of that over, 197 for 7. The lead 255. 5 overs remain today. Worrell has had the heaviest workload, 2 for 48 in his 17. Atkinson, who picked up 4 in the first innings, got wicketless today. Fischer has been the main star for Surrey with 5 for 40. Tom Curran, replacement for Jordan Clark, who was ill on the eve of the match. He's barely been used, just the 2 overs, and Tom Law's expensive, 7 overs, none for 47. Worrell's going to continue. There are 3 overs left to be bowled from the Vauxhall end, 2 from the Pavilion end. Do you think Burns will take a look at that last over and think perhaps Fischer's tiring? Try and bring back Atkinson if he can?
Yeah, I mean, that's where your captain has a chat with the bowler and says, how you feeling? What do you reckon? Game's on a knife edge. Can he give me one more? What do you think? You know, talking about run-ups, the great Alan Donald, I play a lot of cricket with Alan. I said to him, what's the key to your bowling? What's the key to being a fast bowler? How do you get everything out of yourself? Run up. Right, got to get the run up right. If we get the run up right, the rest of it will follow.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because bowlers can tinker with those run-ups. You think about Mark Wood, what a change he made.
It's also what we, you know, when we watch the game from afar, we spend time worrying about the ball behind get the wrist position right and front arm and pulling down and keeping your front knee braced, and all those things are relevant and important, don't get me wrong. But when you talk to the great bowler, Alan Donald, and other great bowlers, yeah, get the run up right and the rest of it's got a chance of following.
Dan Worrell is not in that class, but you see a similar kind of thing with the way he comes in. It's the same repeatable action time after time. Fast bowlers are funny people. You look at Sonny Baker, he's got that unusual little hop and then he resets. You look at Jasprit Bumrah, which no one's ever going to teach you to run in like Jasprit Bumrah, are they? I mean, that's quite frankly an insane bowling action.
To take it to another level, young Farhan Ahmed,
yes,
was warming up at tea or lunch, and I was watching it. I mean, it's a real routine, isn't it?
Yeah.
To get himself ready to deliver the ball.
Well, I like that.
You don't see that very often, do you? Someone as precise about their...
So it's an absolute setup, isn't it? It just creates a stable base right at the start and then leaps in. Actually, and this is... Look, Heather Knight is an occasional bowler, but you remember she had the very same kick up the back of the heels, you know? Just a little...
It's routines, isn't it?
It's a routine.
That's what a lot of professional sports players will tell you. Have a routine that they feel they trust in.
Got him. That's Patterson White. Big wicket. Worrell's third. Notts lose their 8th. And one has brought 2 in pretty quick succession. The lead 256. Patterson White goes for a splendid 58. Sharp catch at second slip for Ollie Pope. And, well, there's more action taking place at the end of this day. We've still got 25 balls left, with 2 new batters in. And Pope was just sent wider there at second slip. Instead of having a third slip, Burns has gambled and he sent his 2 slips wider into an almost a second and a fourth slip position, and it's worked for him.
Yeah, fine catch. And a fine innings as well, 198 for 8.
So the Notts lead 256. Is that enough? It isn't always enough here in a fourth innings at the Oval. You see the 2 top scorers for Notts, Patterson White and Lyndon James, came in when the score was 89 for 6. That partnership added 91. Fischer removed James to a little catch behind And now, wow, 3 slips in place for the new batter, Josh Tongue, who defends solidly that last ball. 4 remain in the day, 4 overs remain in the day. Surrey would dearly love to knock these 2 over. And in a way, get the best of both worlds, not have to bat tonight. I rather flippantly suggested a declaration might be on, but I don't think you're going to do that.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I did see that. Do you remember Michael Clark did that at the Board of Gavaskar in 2013? He declared 9 down overnight. The score was only about 220 or 230. I mean, Andrew can get it up for us. It didn't work. They lost the game quite comfortably. You can understand the gamble. Now Fischer is continuing. His last over just looked a little bit tired. Perhaps he dragged his length down a couple of times, but Rory Burns has said to him, "You've got 5. Can he just see us through to the end of the night?"
Probably more. Don't you dare take me off, even if I'm a little weary. I might just get myself a 6 or a 7 here.
Well, he's had a really, really good match, and haven't been too many of those for him this year. Not through want of trying. He's deserved more wickets, but they haven't come his way this match. I think he's bowled tremendously well. He's probably got a little bit of the luck of the draw with some of the LBW decisions that have all gone his way. Not every day, they might not all have gone that way. 200 up for Notts, 201 for 8.
Yeah, the game you're referring to, Hyderabad in 2013, was actually a declaration on the first day in order to get a few overs in. They were 9 down, and they managed to declare and got to bowl 3 overs without taking any wickets and lost the match by an innings.
Yes. I mean, I'm not sure it would have made any difference, but Ben Stokes, of course, did it at Edgbaston and caused all sorts of rumpus there. But England had scored an awful lot more runs, hadn't they?
Yeah.
On that occasion. And again, I'm not sure that that would have really made the difference in that game.
Also, I mean, you're making the assumption that opening batters don't enjoy 2 or 3 overs. I never used to worry about that sort of thing. Gives you a chance to have a sighter.
Did you not? You didn't.
No,
you didn't
I
have any
never
bother.
were.
Just
I understand others would, and I get it. But for me, I'm going to get out at some point anyway. So 12 hours or whatever hours is not going to make a lot of difference. But it gives me a chance to get a sighter of the bowlers, conditions, pitch. I can sleep on it and come again tomorrow and say, yeah, okay, I've got a bit of a slight advantage. That's the way I saw it.
Did you get, a little bit twitchy? It sounds like you wouldn't have done on the lead up to breaks, the lunches, teas, close of play.
Yeah, I started to get anxious when you knew you were going to bat. But once you get out there, then you get on with it.
Oh, that has gone low through to folks. There's still a patch or two here. If that had been straighter, Tongue would have had no chance at all.
Do you know who's really happy with that?
Josh Tongue, I should think. Yeah.
That's right. He's not happy because he's facing it, but he's happy because he's going to get a chance to bowl on it.
Of course, it's going to be rolled, possibly a couple of times.
Well, that's the point we were talking about when we first came on air.
Single to finish, 4 off the over, 3 remain in the day, 202 for 8. So when you were batting 5 or 10 minutes before lunch, that didn't bother you? You weren't sort of conscious of needing to see it out till the end of the session?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. You just probably drop down the risk element a little bit, towards breaks, definitely.
It's sort of irrational, isn't it? But
it is, because it's just a half an hour segment.
Yeah. And actually, you're probably as in then, more so than you would be when you come back out in 40 minutes' time when you have to start
like
again.
A psychological edge, maybe that's what people see it as.
Nicely played by Tongue. To get Hutton back on strike. He's been pretty bellicose in his first 14 balls. I mean, you see it throughout the game, don't you? We saw it yesterday when a night watcher was brought out with 9 balls left. The looming spectre of the close of play.
played pretty well, didn't he, Tom Laws?
He did, yeah. Well, he was untroubled this morning. Started the day having to face pretty fiery spells from Josh Tongue, Dylan Pennington, who were fresh with a newish ball, 16 overs old. He withstood that, took the partnership beyond 50. Surrey were cruising. He was out caught in the covers, and suddenly Surrey were bundled out.
I thought that was a good bit of cricket, actually. It was Lyndon James, wasn't it? I think he unsettled him a little bit. Bowled him a couple of short balls and then a fuller one. He didn't quite get his foot to the pitch of the ball, and he had a extra cover catching in a lot closer. I thought it was a pretty well thought out plan.
The ball before was short, wasn't it, I think? He put it away before. He did a 4 through the covers, and there was a short one he put away. Maybe he was just holding back a touch.
It's something we do a lot in the game. You sort of short ball and then full ball on off stump and see if you don't get your foot to the pitch of the ball.
And look, competent batter though Tom Laws is, he's not a number 3 or 4, is he?
No, that's why I thought it was... whether it unsettled, that's probably a bit too strong to say unsettled him, but just something a little different from what they've been doing before.
Again, that's gone through a load of folks. It's an oldish ball, but the first 2 innings, the ball was still doing plenty, wasn't it, at this age? In Knott's innings, it was actually after 40 overs it really started to hoop. For Knott's earlier today, Brett Hutton, Lyndon James really got it to talk. Nicely played to finish. 3 off the over. End of the over. 2 to go. 205 for 8. So Fischer is going to finish off the day from the pavilion end, at least. You imagine Worrell will finish up from the Vauxhall end. It's been a good wagging tail, hasn't it? When you were playing at Warwickshire, you had a pretty decent 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean, that was just maybe the start of when guys batting at 8, 9, 10, 11 would have a bit more chance in the nets, you know, get a bit better at what you were doing. Whereas when I first started playing, if you batted 9, 10, 11, you probably didn't pick a bat up for the whole season in terms of practice. You were just there to bowl. And now it's seen very differently, and your point is a good one. You know, extra 40, 50 runs, give the guys a chance to get those 40, 50 runs.
Well, I think of all the championship winning sides, the really good ones lately. You think of the Surrey side at the turn of the century. Martin Bicknell scored a lot of first class runs. Well over 5,000. Ian Salisbury. It's flashed away, and there's no one down there at deep third. It's going to be 4 more.
He's doing a very similar job in the second innings as to one he did in the first innings, Brett Hutton here. This is frustrating for Surrey. Belligerent batting, he's just finding the gaps, being pretty aggressive with his stroke play and just getting rewarded for it. And this is going to hurt Surrey right at the end of the day.
Well, I like what he's doing here, because we've just been talking about do you go into your shell when you come up to near the close of play or up to a break? Well, he's taking the fight to Surrey here, and these runs will be painful. But you think back to that side, that was one that scored plenty of runs lower down the order. Surrey's last 3 championship wins, they've had Jordan Clark sometimes batting at 8, getting plenty of runs from their lower order. Warwickshire we've talked about, they did that. And this Notts team, there's no real rabbit. We saw Dylan Pennington actually in the first innings look very competent. That is nicely played through mid-wicket. It's going to be 4 more. And that's Josh Tongue. Oh, we saw him in the Test series actually. He could more than hold a bat. It's full and it's on the pads, and it might be a weary delivery.
Yeah, we haven't seen. Yeah, we haven't seen too much of that. Whether he's just trying to buy a wicket right at the end, a Yorker, or a absolute peach, just one that's going to hold off a length there. But either way, just getting a little greedy.
So 13 runs have come off the penultimate over of the day. 218 for 8, the lead 276. Let's see where Surrey and Nottinghamshire stand. Just the 1 point between them. They started the game with 1 point between them. It remains 1 point between them. If this game is drawn, it will stay 1 point between them. But if either side were to win, that would give them a massive advantage going into the last game. 16 points for a win. Surrey were to win, there'd be 17 points clear. And then, well, a draw would see them through. It might not even require that. It could be bonus points within a loss. Notts would be 15 points clear. And the situation would be much the same. So the consequences of what's going to happen here for the County Championship title over the next couple of days are enormous. There is a forecast of some rain around, but not that's going to wipe out the entirety of tomorrow. And the forecast for Thursday is now pretty good.
You've been listening to Corky, haven't you?
Well,
Corky got his radar out.
I've had a look, yeah.
It's a dangerous thing to do, that.
Well, I did cross-check with the odd other one. I mean, he's an implicitly very trustworthy man, is Corky, but at the same time, you know, it's important that you double source at least. But my point being that I think, you know, there's going to be another 130, 140 odd overs in this game.
There should be a result.
Even if there is a result, whoever wins it is going to be in a very strong position. You kind of feel the only way there wouldn't be is if Notts actually keep batting a bit too long. It seems unlikely at this stage.
I think this is a good score. If the pitch continues to behave as it has done today, I think this is a very good score in these conditions.
It's quite a big if, that.
Yeah, that's why we debated it earlier. Yeah. You know, another heavy roller goes on tomorrow morning. We don't quite know what the weather situation is tomorrow, whether that will make a change to things. But as things stand right now, with what we've seen, that's a good score.
Could juice up, of course, if we have early morning rain. We're in the last over, so if a wicket falls, that is the close of play. We've only got 2 balls left in the day. But it does promise to be thrilling. Tomorrow could be the day.
It is. I mean, you're right. It's beautifully set up, isn't it? Which is why we love this form of the game. All the nuances we were talking about earlier. They'll be what we're talking about now. They'll be talking about at home, and they'll be talking about in the dressing room in 5 or 10 minutes' time.
Well, it's a whole season of incredibly hard work. It's going to be crystallised over the next day and a half's playing time, perhaps. Playing a miss off the penultimate ball. Hutton now.
This is where you want to be at the non-strikers.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking exactly that.
For all my bravado about wanting to be out there for the last
I don't
over,
mind.
I'll tell you what, you carry on, lad. You're doing well.
Well, Tongue's now taking his gloves off at non-striker's end. He knows he doesn't have to do anything else today. So here we go, last ball of the day. blocked by Brett Hutton, and a day that has swung back and forth. Surrey lost 9 wickets today, Notts 8. It's been absolutely scintillating cricket. You've never been able to keep your eyes off it, and you've never known what was going to happen. We began the day with Surrey well on top. A fine partnership between Tom Lawes and Rory Burns, getting them into a strong position. They got past 100, still hadn't lost a wicket, and then they got blown away for 173. Some quite terrific bowling from all 4 Nottinghamshire seamers as Brett Hutton and Josh Tongue walk off. At one point today, in response to that, Notts 53 for 5, then 89 for 6. We thought we'd be seeing Surrey batting today, but a partnership of 91 between Patterson White and James got Notts back on top. I think you'd have to say so, but 2 late wickets have given the champions real hope. A lead of 277. It looks like a good one with the conditions that we have seen so far, but Surrey will believe. They know that 4th innings totals have been hunted down here, and 4th innings runs have come in large numbers both this season and the last couple of seasons. Notts 231, Surrey replying with just 173. Notts with a lead of 58, and then that recovery from 89 for 6 to 219 for 8, thanks in large part to Patterson White and Lyndon James. Fabulous bowling from Matt Fischer, his second fifer of the match, 5 for 57 to go with his 5 for 61, and Dan Worrell 3 for 53. The wicket takers for Surrey were earlier Burns top scoring with 47, and the night watcher Tom Lawes with 22, as James and Tongue picked up 3. But don't forget the other 2 seamers, they each picked up 2 more, 2 themselves. Dylan Pennington was superb, and they hunted as a pack. They bowled really, really well, and so as a result we have got an absolutely thrilling 3rd day in prospect. The county championship could, not mathematically, but to all intents and purposes, be decided tomorrow. And if not, if there's a bit of rain around, we do have the comfort of a 4th day. We will be back at 10:25 for the 3rd day of this match. It's been riveting stuff so far. I do hope you can join us tomorrow.